What? The captain was shocked, and Wang Chen and the others also looked very grim. All right, now is not the time to panic. The most urgent task is to rescue the kidnapped people and find the cult members hiding in other areas. Wei Yang's words calmed everyone down. After all, with a king-level beast tamer present, it was not their place to worry. I will tell you where the kidnapped people are hidden. Go and rescue them. I need to return to headquarters to report this and launch a rescue operation. Wei Yang gave the order and was about to leave. A three-dimensional map appeared out of thin air in the minds of everyone present, marking the exact location of each kidnapped person and lingered in their minds for a long time. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was surprised. Such powerful mental strength. Wang Chen felt the map in his mind, which was like the hardest metal. Compared with it, his own mental strength was like mud. Wei Yang's figure had already disappeared from the room, leaving only a few people standing there blankly. Wang Chen, we'll need you guys to work together, the team leader said. Of course, it's a serious matter. Let's get started right away. Wang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Wang Wu, take all the brothers, leave a few to hold the base, and the rest of you follow Wang Chen and the others. The captain ordered his men. Yes. Just as Wang Chen and his group were taking action, Wei Yang was rapidly flying towards the headquarters of the Imperial City enforcers. Who is it? Show yourself. Wei Yang stopped in midair and shouted loudly to the surroundings. The mental power is indeed strong. I had hidden it well enough, but I still managed to be discovered. Suddenly, a man wearing a white suit and rimless glasses appeared in the darkness and stood floating in the air. Who are you? Wei Yang's sixth sense told him that this was someone whose strength was no less than his own, or even stronger. Haha, aren't you looking for me? The man said with a slight smile, his right hand resting on his forehead. Could it be? You are the leader of the cult? The figure that Wei Yang saw from the rummaged memories slowly overlapped with the man in front of him. That's right. I am the leader of the cult you've been talking about, but I prefer the name Holy Church. You can call me Night Owl. Night Owl put away his playful expression and introduced himself solemnly. Why are you stopping me? Is that even a question? Of course, it's because you know too much, so I'm going to silence you. Let's give it a try then. Wei Yang summoned his pet beast directly. A sheep appeared in Wei Yang's hands, its curly white wool and small horns on its head seemingly saying that it was just an ordinary little sheep. The next second, the little lamb turned into a white light and merged into the top of Wei Yang's head. Then, a pair of sheep horns grew from Wei Yang's white forehead, and the blindfold ribbon slid off. She opened her eyes, and unlike ordinary people, her eyes were all white. Her white pupils stared intently at the Night Owl. What terrifying eyes, haha. Night Owl remained completely unfazed in the face of the peak king-level sheep. Snap! Crack! The silent space seemed unable to withstand the pressure and suddenly cracked open with a series of cracking sounds. So strong. Wei Yang's expression remained unchanged, but he was already surprised by the other party's strength. He knew that his mental power had undergone a sudden change, far exceeding that of other beast tamers of the same level, but the person in front of him remained calm and composed. My mental strength is not weak either. You can't defeat me with just mental strength. Night Owl's eyes also changed, his black pupils turning purple as he confronted Sheep head-on. A clash of mental energy began between the two, shattering the space around them and revealing endless void. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered something. Your men should have also encountered the gifts I prepared for them, Night Owl suddenly said, breaking the tense atmosphere. However, Wei Yang did not respond to him. The other party's mental strength was also terrifying. He could not be distracted, otherwise he might be defeated. Night Owl continued, seemingly oblivious to his own thoughts. That Dream Eater is such a useless guy. He can't even handle this little thing properly, and I have to clean up his mess. What did you do? Wei Yang asked, seizing the opportunity to escape, as Wang Chen and the others were definitely in danger. I just left them one of my new experimental subjects, a pet beast at the peak of the Overlord level. Night Owl's words chilled Wei Yang to the bone. For Wei Yang, the peak Overlord level was no match for him. A single glance was enough to defeat them. However, Wang Chen and his group were only at the Domain Lord level, with only their captain reaching the initial stage of the Overlord level, yet they were still no match for their opponent. Mental frenzy. The two horns on the top of Wei Yang's head emitted a bright light, and veins bulged around his eyes. Although nothing had changed around him, in the eyes of Night Owl, an invisible spiritual force surged toward him like a torrent. Purple light barrier. The owl's purple pupils also spewed out endless purple light, forming a barrier to resist the torrent of mental energy emitted by Wei Yang. The difference in their strength was obvious. Sheep looked distressed after unleashing his full power, while Night Owl remained relaxed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood began to flow from Wei Yang's eyes, dripping down his face. Although the sound was very faint, it sounded like a meteorite hitting the ground to the two of them. "You seem to have reached your limit," Night Owl said with a smile, seemingly concerned for the other person. Although Wei Yang was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed nearing his limit, and if he continued, his consciousness would be damaged. "We can only hope that the dog, Shugo, can get here soon." The sheep, Wei Yang, seemed to have made up its mind to do something. "Sheep, and you all, I'm counting on you this time." The consciousness of the sheep came into the sea of consciousness and silently said to the pets that were constantly providing him with energy. All the pets nodded in agreement, showing their support for their owner. Eternal Spirit. Wei Yang closed his eyes, and the 5 pet beasts within him seemed to have their power drained in an instant, causing him to faint. Oh no! Night Owl seemed to sense it and turned to leave. However, spiritual power is invisible, and its speed is so fast that it can be detected in the blink of an eye, which is beyond the physical reaction of the Night Owl. "What is this?" Night Owl's expression was somewhat surprised, because he felt an incredibly powerful mental force surrounding him. A mental barrier? Night Owl looked at the sleeping sheep, wanting to get closer but unable to take a step forward. A double-layered mental barrier. Interesting. Night Owl realized that he could neither approach nor leave this space. The sheep transformed all its mental energy into 2 layers of mental energy cages. The first layer enveloped itself, preventing the opponent from attacking it, while the second layer trapped the Night Owl, preventing him from escaping. Furthermore, this mental energy was releasing a special fluctuation, most likely teleporting the location of this place to someone. "Trying to trap me here and then lure others here? How clever, but that won't stop me," Night Owl muttered to himself. No thought. A ripple of mental energy slowly appeared behind Night Owl, and a humanoid pet suddenly appeared. It had purple skin and covered its entire body with jet black, shiny armor. Only a pair of incredibly empty eyes could be seen. It also had a pair of huge bat wings on its back and held a purple bead in its hand. "Master," Wu Nian replied, bowing his head. "Break this barrier," Night Owl ordered. Wu Nian walked straight to the invisible mental barrier, reached out and gently touched it, as if sensing something. He turned to Night Owl and said, "It will take a minute, but the mental barrier in front of this person will take even longer." "Oh, interesting. It takes you a minute to crack this. Well then, it seems we'll have to leave empty-handed this time." Night Owl looked somewhat surprised. After all, his powerful mental strength came from his pet beast Wunyan. Just now, he could easily contend with Wei Yang by borrowing only a part of Wunyan's mental strength. But now Wei Yang's mental strength barrier requires Wunyan, who is at full strength, to break through it in a minute. What Night Owl didn't know was that due to Wei Yang's special physique, all the pets she contracted were pets with mutated mental power. Because mutated mental power pets were extremely rare, even though she was a peak king-level beast tamer, only her natal pet's mental power had reached the peak of the king level. Therefore, she was outmatched when confronting Night Owl. But the mental barrier she had just created was formed by extracting the mental power of all her pets, and it was not something that Wu Nian could break at will. "Master, someone is rapidly approaching from afar," Wu Nian suddenly said, his hands still moving. "Someone's here so quickly, looks like they're quite strong." Night Owl crossed his arms and remained calm. Time passed quickly, and just after Wu Nian removed the outermost layer of mental energy barrier, a bright light appeared in the sky. The light moved incredibly fast, shooting towards the owl's location like a meteor. As it drew nearer, the owl realized it was a ball of burning golden flame, which illuminated the entire sky as it got closer. Then the golden flames dissipated, and the sky returned to darkness. A tall, slender man with long hair appeared in the air, dressed in dark red robes. resembling both a towering war god and a gentle, scholarly gentleman. The newcomer was none other than the dog, one of the 12 zodiac animals, the god of war, Azure Flame. Sheep. Thankfully, we're not too late. The dog's tense expression eased considerably upon seeing the sleeping sheep. You are the leader of the cult. Dog turned to look at Owl beside him. Ha, it's me. Night Owl stared straight at Dog, carefully observing him. He soon realized that Dog himself couldn't see through him. The actions of this cult have seriously affected the security of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. As the leader of this cult, your crimes are unforgivable and you deserve to die. After confirming that the person in front of him was the target, Sugo naturally wanted to kill him. Azure Flame War God, transform. Dog summoned its natal pet and completed the transformation. Although the Azure Flame War God only appeared for a moment, Night Owl still saw its appearance. It was an incredibly proud divine dog, its entire body covered in golden fur with wisps of flame. Its head, held high and chest puffed out, was marked with flame patterns, revealing its breastplate. Its tail, ablaze with flames, swayed wildly behind it. But in an instant, the Azure Flame War God merged with the dog. The dog's body did not undergo obvious beast transformation. Only the flame patterns on its forehead and the beast ears that grew on its head indicated that it had completed the transformation. At the same time, the civil and military sleeves it was wearing also ignited with golden flames. Such a powerful aura, it's incomparable to that of the sheep, Night Owl thought, sensing the suffocating aura. Haha, today isn't a good day to play with you guys, so I'm leaving now. Night Owl didn't want to stay any longer, so he commanded Wu Nian to attack the opponent and turned to leave. Trying to run? Not so easy. The dog's figure surged, about to charge at the owl. Soul Devourer. Wu Nian quickly stopped Sugo, and endless purple spiritual power surged from the purple bead in his hand. Flame. With a wave of his right hand, Sugo unleashed an endless torrent of flames from his palm. Night Owl, who was about to leave, froze, because Dog had blocked his way. How could this be? Wu Nian's Soul Devour is an invisible mental attack. How could it be broken by real flames? So what if it's spiritual power? It's still energy. My flames can burn away some of that energy. Prepare to die. Dog didn't bother with any more words and attacked directly. Oh dear, it seems I'll have to use my real power. Night Owl rested his right hand on his head and whispered, Night King of the Nether Flame, transform. Seeing this, the Azure Flame War God was about to rush forward to stop him from transforming, but with Night Owl as the center, a ghostly blue flame ignited around him, repelling Dog. Moreover, these flames are quite special. They only need a tiny bit to land on the body to burn indefinitely. An indestructible flame? Dog understood. The other party was likely the same as him, and their natal pet was also likely a fire tribute pet, and they had cultivated the flame to develop a second characteristic, indestructibility. The Night Owl assassin has completed his transformation. Unlike the dog, the Night Owl's appearance is no longer human. His entire body has turned into a ghostly blue flame, and only his limbs and brain, which are connected to the flame, can be seen as his form. Withering Nether Flame. A voice as if from hell emanated from the Night King of Nether Flame. A dark blue flame formed a tornado that rushed towards the dog, completely surrounding him. The dog also unleashed a fire skill to defend. Azure Flame Dance. Golden flames and ghostly blue flames clashed and devoured each other, neither gaining the upper hand. The dog, anxious to break the stalemate, used its skill again. Sun and moon obliterate. The entire body of the dog emitted a dazzling white light, which was the extremely dense azure flame. The golden flames had turned into white light, like a small sun, which rapidly expanded and directly burned away the nether flame. It's gone. Did it escape? Dog searched carefully, but couldn't find Night Owl. He breathed a sigh of relief. That person is very strong. After reverting to his pet form, the Azure Flame War God stood to the side and said to the dog, Yes, I didn't expect the cult leader to be so powerful. To kill him, we would need at least several king-level beast tamers, or even emperor-level beast tamers. After a few rounds of clashes between the dog and the owl, the dog knew that it was probably no match for the owl. The owl's strength had not broken through the emperor level. It was at the peak of the king level, just like the dog. However, As the saying goes, the difference between people is as great as the difference between people and dogs. The same applies to beast tamers. Beast tamers of the same level can have vastly different skill levels. Sheep, are you all right? Dog shouted loudly as it looked at the sleeping sheep. He knew that Wei Yang's mental strength must be extremely weak at the moment, barely maintaining the most basic vital signs. The mental barrier surrounding Wei Yang gradually dissipated. Due to the weakening of her mental power, Wei Yang was now just like an ordinary person. She opened her eyes and knew she was saved the moment she saw Su go. Go save them, the sheep said weakly to the dog. The dog was puzzled, but the sheep explained. The cult leader also sent his men to kill the law enforcement team, including Yi Jiwei, Wang Chen, and several members of aristocratic families. What? Sugo was shocked and furious. He knew Yi Jiwei. She was the 9th princess, a woman of noble status. If anything happened to her, who could bear the responsibility? He had also heard of Wang Chen, a young man with exceptional talent and potential. As for the powerful clans, they were also a troublesome matter. Sugo was immediately at his wit's end. I hope they can hold on. Please don't let anything happen to them. Dog picked up sheep and placed her on the back of the Azure Flame War God, then asked her to show him the way. The speed of the Azure Flame War God was extremely fast. Following Wei Yang's instructions, he quickly arrived at the residential building where the shadowy man had been hiding. This was also a stronghold in the mental map that Wei Yang had given to Wang Chen and the others. There are people down there. Dog saw a dozen or so people scattered around in an open space, along with some unconscious wounded. The dog quickly descended, and the people on the ground noticed the person in the air and watched the dog warily. I am the dog, Shugo. Where is everyone else? The dog's simple and clear words made it clear to the others that the person in front of them was one of the 12 zodiac animals and their boss. One of them quickly replied, we encountered a terrifying pet beast of the overlord level. To prevent it from causing damage to the surrounding area, the captain and Wang Chen lured it to another location to fight. We don't know the current situation of the battle. Where did they go? Dog asked. There's a small hill over there, uninhabited. You all go back first and take good care of the wounded. I'll go rescue them. After confirming the direction, Sugo immediately set off. When the dog and the sheep arrived at their destination, they found no signs of a battle, which was quite strange. There's a barrier. Wei Yang's senses had recovered somewhat, and he said, seemingly uncertainly, a barrier? I heard that Yi Jiwei signed the 4 spirit beasts. Could it be the 4 symbols seal? Sugo seemed to have guessed. Forcibly breaking the barrier from the outside will seriously injure the caster. What should we do? Dog knew that the barrier could not be broken by force. However, this barrier also indicates that they are not seriously injured and are most likely still alive, or even still fighting against the overlord-level pet beast. You're really stupid. Although you can't break the barrier, the spellcaster can still sense changes in the outside world through the barrier. Just touch the barrier slightly with your azure flame and let Yi Jiwei sense it. Wei Yang said helplessly, sitting behind the azure flame war god. Haha, I almost forgot, but the 9th princess's 4-symbol seal still needs to be modified because it can't see any information from the outside world. Sugo scratched his head and said awkwardly. A wisp of crimson flame ignited in his hand, and he gently touched the edge of the barrier. Someone is attacking the barrier? No, it's fire, crimson flames. Could it be the dog of the dog? Yi Jiwei, inside the barrier, sensed it and was overjoyed. Looking at her companions who were still fighting hard, she shouted, someone's coming to our aid. I'm going to open the barrier. In the air, an enormous and terrifying pet beast floated. It was not any pet beast that everyone recognized, but it still felt familiar because it was a combination of several pet beasts, and its strength was terrifying. The reason why everyone was able to deal with it for so long was because it had no rationality or intelligence whatsoever, and was even inferior to some ordinary pet beasts, and was very similar to those magical beasts. Wang Chen and the captain were the main force fighting against it. Fu Qian defended against the laser missiles fired by the enemy. Mu Feng attacked its eyes, nose, heart, and other parts with his arrows, and Wang Yushi and Yi Jiwei were responsible for control and rescue. Reasonable configuration was the key. That's great. The captain swallowed hard and said breathlessly, This was Wang Chen's first time fighting across an entire level, and the first time he had truly experienced the terror of a Dominator-level pet. Every attack from the opponent could severely injure him, and he had to dodge them. In contrast, his own all-out attack was like a tickle, and only his endless black hole could barely cause it any damage. Yi Jiwei recalled her pet beasts, and the four symbols sealing barrier dissipated with the wind. Everyone saw the dog and the sheep and breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of monster is this? Even the well-informed dog and sheep had never seen such a monster before. It is a monster formed by combining at least 5 pet beasts. It is powerful, lacks reason, and has extremely low intelligence, Yi Jiwei explained. Is this the result of a cult? They've already developed a Frankenstein's monster at the peak of the Overlord level. Will the next one be a king-level monster? Sugo realized the seriousness of the situation. Let's capture it alive and study it. Maybe we can uncover how the cult developed it and why they're arresting those young people. The sheep whispered to the dog. Simple. Sugo glanced at the Azure Flame War God and took out a Beast Taming bead. The Azure Flame War God spat out a stream of azure flames that rushed towards the monster. A series of shrill screams rang out, and within seconds the stitched monster was burned into immobility and unconscious. The dog directly used the Beast Taming Pearl to retrieve it. You guys did a great job this time. I'll report this to the enforcement team headquarters when we get back, and you'll all get your share of the rewards. Sugo looked at the fighting group with great satisfaction. He hadn't expected that this tricky missing persons case would lead the teenagers to a breakthrough. Dog Su, along with a few others, rescued all the missing persons and returned them to the enforcer branch to discuss the whole story. Wei Yang explained the whole story, and everyone understood the powerful strength of the cult leader. The fusion experiment had entered a new stage, which made everyone worry. Don't worry, after this incident, the country will raise the danger level of cults again, and it won't be your business as domain lord-level beast tamers anymore. Sugo reassured everyone. You can mention what kind of reward you want, and I can help you find it when I go back to headquarters. Sugo was in a good mood. No one was injured or killed, and such a big mission was solved. Very good. The group looked at each other, and Yi Jiwei was the first to state her conditions. I need materials that can enhance the bloodlines of the 4 spirit beasts, or even their essence blood, preferably the bloodlines of the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The dog pondered for a moment, as if wondering if they had these things, then clapped its hands and said, No problem. At worst we can have the tiger and the rooster draw some blood from you. Others also started making requests. Mu Feng and Fu Qian both wanted to use the resources for repairing the chain, since they didn't lack magic weapons and other such items. Improving their level as soon as possible was the priority. I want some light elemental resources, crystal cores, spirit fruits are all fine. What Wang Chen needs most are naturally light elemental resources for the advancement of Holy Light Azura. Your name is Wang Chen, right? Can I see your light-type pet? Wei Yang suddenly asked. Wang Chen didn't know what the other party wanted to do, but it wasn't something worth hiding. When I was extracting the memories of that cult member, I saw him confronting you in a dream, and it was your white pet that broke the deadlock, Wei Yang said. Wang Chen was surprised, not expecting Wei Yang to know even this, so he summoned the Holy Light Azura. A white light shone, and the Azura appeared, quietly staying beside Wang Chen. After looking at it for a while, the dog finally said, I don't recognize you. This is the first time I've seen you. Others had the same reaction. Although each awakening resulted in many new types of pets, such as Wang Chen Caesar, those were all his destined pets and were unknown. However, this pet was clearly not a summoned pet from the void, so everyone was very curious. Wang Chen gave a brief explanation, saying that it was a mutated pet discovered by the principal and teacher Chu. However, since it was newly born, its level was too low. Just then, Wang Chen broke through his level, and by chance, he signed a contract with this pet. No one doubted it anymore. After all, Principal Chui was a royal-level expert, and Chu Lingfeng was a king-level expert. Exploring the secret realm was as easy as drinking water for them, so it wasn't surprising that they would discover some strange and unusual things. Give him a spot in Bright Valley, Wei Yang suddenly said. The dog was somewhat surprised, not expecting the sheep to say that. No one knew exactly what Bright Valley was, but the name seemed to be related to light, and only Zhi Yu knew something about it. Su Go explained, Bright Valley is a secret realm that we have already taken control of. Inside, a light elemental royal-level pet beast passed away. After its death, the entire secret realm was covered by light elemental energy, giving birth to many light elemental pet beasts, light elemental spiritual fruits, mineral veins, and other resources. However, the number of places available for entry to Bright Valley each year is extremely limited. Only those who have made significant contributions and have a recommendation can enter. It's a good place to enter, Wei Yang said, pointing to Shura. Is that so? Okay, our recommendation is fine. Sugo didn't think too much about it. He still admired Wang Chen. It's outrageous that the Holy Light Azura could break through the skills of the Overlord-level Dream Eater at the Lord level. Wei Yang also witnessed this scene and realized that its potential was terrifying. Moreover, it seemed to have a strong capacity to absorb spiritual power. If it could break through to the Domain Lord level, it might be able to help her. Alright, this mission has been successfully completed. Contact the families of the wounded and have them come over. Also, assign people to protect them at all times. There will be some questions from others later. As for the rewards you just mentioned, I'll apply for them for you when I get back. A specialist will deliver them to you. As for Wang Chen, take good care of yourself these next few days, and I'll come to see you personally. After making arrangements for everyone, Sugo was about to leave with Wei Yang, as the events that had occurred here needed to be reported as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Sugo, the captain answered firmly, and Wang Chen and the others had no objections. 3 days have passed since the disappearances, and there has been a lot of activity in various places during these 3 days. The figures of the 12 zodiac animals have appeared in various regions, and many of the missing persons have been found. This was also thanks to Wang Chen and his group for finding the missing people. The scholars at the Research Institute identified some special things based on the bloodlines of those people and found that they did indeed have some special characteristics, namely, extremely low rejection rate, which means that it has an excellent effect on pet fusion experiments. Even blood transfusions can be rejected, let alone these pet fusion experiments, which have a very high failure rate. Having this blood can greatly increase the success rate. They also created a magical artifact based on this characteristic, which can detect signals within a certain range. With this artifact, finding them becomes much easier. Unfortunately, this also led to numerous deaths. After discovering that prolonged blood draws were unsustainable, cult members resorted to draining all the blood from some individuals at once. The cults suffered heavy casualties, with many deeply hidden members being exposed, including several of the most powerful and influential members. It's finally over. Wang Chen looked at the newspaper in his hand, which reported all the information about the disappearance case. The authorities did not choose to cover it up, but explained the matter very clearly from beginning to end, and even reported some information about the cult leader Night Owl. Night Owl, cult leader, peak king level. Even the sheep and dog of the same level are no match for him. Is he that strong? Wang Chen clicked his tongue in amazement as he looked at Night Owl's photo, hoping that he would never encounter Night Owl. These past few days, Mu Feng, Fu Qian, and Yi Jiwei have all been in seclusion cultivating their spiritual chains. Wang Chen has also recovered his health and is ready to go to Bright Valley at any time. He has also looked up information about Bright Valley and found that it is indeed a secret realm without any dangers, only benefits. Sitting in his office, Chu Lingfeng looked up slightly and saw a person standing in front of him. It was Su Go. Why are you here? Chu Lingfeng asked, looking at him. Find your student Wang Chen and take him to Bright Valley. Su Go sat down on the sofa without any ceremony, the two acting as if they were old acquaintances. Oh, I remember now. Wang Chen seems to have mentioned this to me. Chu Lingfeng recalled the process of Wang Chen reporting the mission to him privately a few days ago. Then take him there, just in case anything goes wrong. Chu Lingfeng waved his hand, signaling him to leave. I heard you're going to that place. Dog asked. Chu Lingfeng frowned, looked up, and asked, Who told you that? Then don't worry about it. Yes, that's right. It'll be in the next few days. Everything is ready. Chu Lingfeng could guess as well. After all, there are only a handful of peak-level, king-level beast tamers in the dynasty, so naturally, many people are paying attention. He could guess a thing or two about the resources that he and Principal Chui had prepared. It was impossible to completely keep it a secret from others. Good luck, Dog said before disappearing from the room. The two had actually known each other for a long time. Chu Lingfeng was strong enough to become one of the 12 zodiac animals, the monkey, but Chu Lingfeng's ambitions lay elsewhere. He felt that the enforcers would waste a lot of his time, so he refused. Therefore, Chu Lingfeng knew most of the 12 zodiac animals. Wang Chen, let's go. Wang Chen, who was resting in the dormitory, heard a familiar voice. The dog was already standing in front of him. Okay, we can leave any time. Wang Chen had already packed the necessary items into his spatial ring. Azure Flame War God, let's go. Su Go grabbed Wang Chen and led him to the window, where he summoned his pet beast and left. Senior, how many people entered the Valley of Light this time? Wang Chen has learned that Bright Valley will not be opened for just one person. A certain number of people will definitely need to be gathered. Let me think. If we include you, that makes 5 people, which isn't too many, said Su Go after a moment's thought. Oh, don't worry. This isn't some kind of combat-related secret realm. There's no need for you to fight over it. Once you're inside, how far each person can go is entirely up to them. I know, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Senior, please tell me more. All right, we'll be there a while anyway. I'll give you a few more words of advice, so you don't go in clueless and end up failing to achieve your goal. Su Go stood up, turned to face Wang Chen, and sat down. I told you before that Bright Valley was formed from the death of a royal-level pet. So, I'd like to ask you, how long do royal-level pets live? Royal level? I don't know. Do they live for 1,000 years? Wang Chen wasn't sure either, but the lifespan of a royal-level pet could easily reach between 100 and 1,000 years. Unless there are external injuries, a royal-level pet beast has a lifespan of at least 5,000 years, which can protect a dynasty for most of its time. Therefore, royal-level pet beasts are very important strategic weapons for the country. So after the death of a beast tamer, most of the pet beasts will stay and continue to protect the dynasty, but some will go to the world of pet beasts and are unwilling to have too much interaction with humans. What is the world of pets? As the name suggests, it is a kingdom formed by pet beasts, called the Kingdom of Beasts. It was established by a mythical-level pet beast to create a peaceful place for those pet beasts who did not want to associate with humans. However, their relationship with humans is relatively friendly, and they will occasionally allow human beast tamers to enter and sign contracts with some pet beasts. Wang Chen silently noted down this information. Oh dear, I've digressed. Let's get back to the story of Bright Valley. That royal-level pet is named Demon Slaying Angel. How about that? Sounds imposing, right? Su Go chuckled. Slaying demons, that's certainly impressive, Wang Chen nodded. Its light energy is extremely powerful and has a great killing effect on magical beasts. It fought against magical beasts for many years, so it naturally did not die of old age. It had countless hidden injuries in its body and eventually died in the Holy Dragon Dynasty, turning its power into a secret realm. Over thousands of years of evolution, the internal resources of the light element have become extremely abundant, even giving rise to many light element pets. In order not to waste them, some beast tamers who have made significant contributions were allowed to enter. Once you're inside, just find a place with abundant light elemental energy to cultivate. You might encounter some spiritual fruits, spiritual springs, or spiritual herbs. Just eat them. This is so casual? Wang Chen asked doubtfully. That's right. You can keep eating as long as you can, but don't be greedy. Otherwise, the energy of the light element will have some effects on your body. What impact? Wang Chen wanted to know the answer. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to turn if something went wrong. You should know that light element is very powerful. So if there is too much light energy in the body, it will cause the body's elements to become disordered, reducing the control and absorption of other elements. You won't be able to exert your full combat power for a long time. You just need to rest for a while. Is there any solution? Of course there are. Who can counteract light-based energy? Restraint? It's darkness. Wang Chen was overjoyed. He had an immature idea in his mind, but he would have to actually go inside to test it. That's right. That's why I told you to just eat and eat, since you have dark energy to resist it anyway. But it's still better not to waste it, Dog reminded you kindly. I understand. Wang Chen was already looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, Wang Chen saw a huge canyon from the air, and from the air, a beam of white light shone through, forming a beautiful scene. The Valley of Light is located inside this canyon. It is only a sliver of light element that has leaked out and created the unique landscape of the Valley of Light. Moreover, the light element is very gentle and is very helpful for preventing demonic energy from entering the body. Every year, many people come here to play, comprehend, cultivate, and heal. As the dog descended, Wang Chen saw that the black dots below were actually human heads. Won't it have an impact if so many people are repairing the chain? Wang Chen asked, watching as many people were recklessly absorbing light elements. How could that be? These are just excess elemental forces that have dissipated. They're nothing to worry about, Sugo said as he passed through the crowd and flew straight ahead. The two quickly arrived inside, where it was deserted and ordinary people could not enter without special permission. The arrival of the dog also attracted the attention of several people from afar, namely an old man, 2 men, and 2 women. They've arrived, the old man said, opening his eyes. Sorry we're late. Sugo led Wang Chen to the 5 people. Wang Chen looked around and realized that he didn't recognize any of the people, but they all greeted him in a friendly manner, and Wang Chen politely responded to each of them. Everyone's here. I'm going to open the secret realm. A token appeared in the old man's hand, emitting a dazzling white light, and a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air. Go in. The portal will close in 3 days, and you will be automatically teleported back, so there's no need to look for the portal, the old man reminded you. The 5 entered the entrance to the secret realm one after another and disappeared into the canyon. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Fei. After watching the crowd disappear, Sugo turned around and respectfully said to the old man in front of him, It's all right, you go ahead and do your work. I'll keep an eye on things here, everything will be fine. The old man waved his hand, indicating that Sugo could leave. The dog bowed slightly, then turned and left. The people who came this time are quite interesting, The old man squinted his eyes and looked ahead, as if he could see through space, and stared directly at Wang Chen and his group. Wang Chen and his group successfully entered the secret realm. The interior was much as Wang Chen had imagined, just like a tourist attraction, with blue skies, white clouds, green trees, and rivers. Now that we're all in, let's disperse, one of the men said. Okay, I'll go over there. One of the women pointed to the southwest. Wang Chen was puzzled, but after hearing their explanation, he understood that this was a kind of unspoken rule, and everyone would avoid each other, since no one wanted their secrets and opportunities to be discovered. Furthermore, if 2 people encounter the same resource, how should it be allocated? Should they fight it out? That would defeat the purpose of coming in. Therefore, everyone relies entirely on luck to choose a path and go straight ahead, and whatever they encounter depends on luck. After the 4 of them made their choices, Wang Chen also chose to walk in a different direction from the others. Wang Chen was actually quite satisfied with this method, and he didn't want to travel with other people. Holy Light Azura, come forth. Shura's aura had already reached the peak of the Lord level, just 1 step away from breaking through. How's this place? Wang Chen patted Shura's head and said with a smile. Shura let out a joyful cry, flying freely around Wang Chen, enjoying the rich light element. Chirp, chirp. As if sensing something, Shura flew straight ahead. Wang Chen hurriedly caught up. It was very likely that it had discovered something that had attracted Shura's attention. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. At about 500 meters, Wang Chen spotted a strange fruit tree, which was about 10 meters tall. The trunk and leaves were golden yellow, but the fruit it bore was white. Shura was staring intently at the fruit on the tree, his mouth practically watering. Could it be a fruit containing the power of light elements? Wang Chen didn't recognize it, but he could guess that Caesar had encountered it before, and it would form under certain specific conditions. Shura was already eager to feast, but he was still asking Wang Chen for his opinion. Are you sure there's no problem? Wang Chen asked, still uncertain. Shura nodded quickly, its inner voice telling itself that the fruit was definitely not poisonous, and that eating a few would allow it to evolve. All right then, go eat, Wang Chen said, and Shura disappeared in the blink of an eye, already having half a fruit in his mouth. I'm really hungry, Wang Chen remarked. But this bright valley is really something. There are so many resources within just a few hundred meters. Wang Chen watched as Shura devoured the unknown fruit one after another. Soon, all the fruit on the tree was gone. Wang Chen sensed something was different. Shura was about to evolve. The holy light Azura's body emitted an even more dazzling white light, and the light of evolution flickered. Unlike Caesar, who had been asleep for several days, Azura completed his evolution almost instantly. Its entire body was covered in white feathers, and the white hair on its head fluttered along its spine in the wind. The four wings on its back became larger, and the edges of the wings turned gold, extending from its back to its front. They were not only wings, but also arms, which were as flexible as its arms. Its claws turned gold and had a strong metallic feel. If you were to be clawed, even steel would probably be crushed. Besides that, the most eye-catching thing is the golden runes surrounding it, which flow continuously on the surface of the body and finally return to the body and hide in the eyes, turning into golden pupils. If you look closely, you can see the energy that can drive you crazy. Wang Chen walked over and gently stroked its soft feathers, a new name forming in his mind, Shenjiao Shura. I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already achieved my goal in just 1 day. I wonder how far I can advance with the remaining time. Wang Chen felt that his strength would improve significantly after this trip. Godly Illumination Azura. Keep moving forward and absorb as much as you can to upgrade. Wang Chen flipped over and sat on its back, letting Chao Qian move freely. 3 days passed quickly, and Wang Chen and the others were teleported back to their original locations, leaving only the old man behind to wait for them. Old Fei opened his eyes, glanced at the group, and nodded slightly. Not bad. All of you may leave. After saying that, Elder Fei took out a token and closed the entrance to the Bright Valley secret realm. The dissipated energy disappeared instantly, but Wang Chen no longer cared about this energy. Your name is Wang Chen, right? Wait here for a while. Someone will come to pick you up, Old Fei suddenly said. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Who would be looking for him? Could it be Su Go? However, Su Go had said that he could leave on his own after he came out. Of the 5, your improvement is the most obvious and your gains are the greatest. Very good. Wang Chen, who was waiting, was startled when he suddenly heard Fei Lao speak from the side. Just lucky. Wang Chen didn't know how to respond. Hee, it's good to be stronger. With so many talented young people, the Holy Dragon Dynasty has successors, Elder Fei remarked with emotion. Wang Chen could only stand aside and listen, unable to reply. However, the newcomer came to Wang Chen's rescue. Wang Chen found the newcomer's figure to be very familiar. It was none other than the sheep of the Chinese zodiac. Wang Chen was very curious. It was Wei Yang who suggested he come to Guangming Valley, and it was also Wei Yang and Su Go who made the suggestion together. Now it seemed that they needed his help in some way. Elder Fei, I'm taking him with me. Wei Yang nodded to Elder Fei and used his mental power to lift Wang Chen into the air. Let's go. It's time for me to leave too. Old Fei turned around and waved his hand. Senior Wei Yang, is there something you need from me? Wang Chen was flying in the air at the moment, not riding a pet, but being controlled by Wei Yang using his mental power. Summon your pet beast so I can see it. The divine illumination Azura appeared out of thin air. Its appearance was somewhat different from when it had just evolved. Its aura was restrained, yet it was full of power. Peak of the domain lord level, not bad. Wei Yang was quite surprised. Indeed, in just 3 days, Holy Light Azura not only evolved into divine illumination Azura, but also rose from the initial stage of domain lord to the peak, reaching the same level as Wang Chen's Beastmaster. Wang Chen couldn't help but recall the 3 days in the secret realm. At first, Shenjiao Shura absorbed energy nonstop, and his cultivation level improved at an incredibly fast pace. However, Wang Chen soon couldn't take it anymore. His body was enveloped by light energy, and only when Caesar activated dark energy to neutralize it could he feel some relief. For 3 days, Wang Chen didn't want to waste this opportunity, so he barely slept and kept pushing his energy to help Shura upgrade. Finally, he broke through on the last day. Then I'll tell you, I need your help, Wei Yang said with a serious expression. That day, I saw in the memories of that cult member that you broke its dream because of your divine illumination Azura. I saw a heavenly origin ancient tree, which should also be your pet beast. It absorbed countless spiritual energies into the Asura's body, and then with a roar, it used its enormous spiritual energy to break the dream. At that time, Shura was only at the peak of the Lord level, while the Dream Eater was at the peak of the Overlord level, a difference of 2 whole major realms. That's why I recommended you go to the Valley of Light. There, your Shura can advance quickly. The higher the level, the better, and the more hope you have of accomplishing that task. What is it? Wang Chen understood that what Wei Yang was talking about might be dangerous. As for me, I've advanced to the Emperor level, Wei Yang said calmly. Emperor level. Wang Chen was both surprised and puzzled. What did breaking through to the Emperor level have to do with him? My mental power has mutated and is constantly growing. Some time ago, I felt that my mental power had become so great that I could break through to the Emperor level, but I was unable to succeed. However, the ever-growing mental power was constantly pressuring me. Later, I found a senior's notes, which recorded a method for mental power mutants to break through to the Emperor level. Brute force, a very simple and brutal approach. That's so simple. Wang Chen asked incredulously. Is it simple? Perhaps. There are gains and losses. Although the path to becoming a royal is right in front of us, it is thicker than others. It's like an invisible barrier with a constantly expanding mass of gas inside, desperately needing a place to vent, yet no matter how hard you try, you can't break through it. Over time, it's like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Wei Yang's words were full of bitterness. Wang Chen also realized that Wei Yang's situation might have reached a very dangerous point. So what should I do? And what is your plan? The senior's notes recorded a formation called the Spiritual Power Transfer Formation. It was originally only used to replenish spiritual power, but it was later modified to store a huge amount of spiritual power for breaking through realms. The specific principle is that within this formation, the spiritual energy of all people and pets can be transferred between each other or stored individually. When I and my 6 pets enter the formation, I disperse all my spiritual energy into the other pets' bodies. I act like a battery, continuously drawing spiritual energy into their bodies, and finally, after reaching my limit, it is instantly drawn back into my body. Wang Chen frowned deeply as he listened. This? Is it even feasible? It's far too dangerous. Besides, you can do it yourself. Why do you need me? Danger is certain. As for why I need you, it's because I've already tried. I'm not quite there on my own. According to my calculations, I also need a peak king-level pet that is proficient in mental power. This is very difficult to find, since even I don't have all my pets at the peak king level. Later, I met you, and I had an idea. Your pet beast has an extremely strong capacity to absorb spiritual power, and now it has even broken through to the peak of the Domain Lord level. In theory, it can absorb even more spiritual power, reaching the king level. I should have waited for you to break through to a higher level, but I want to try and find out how far I am from the Emperor level. I wonder if you can help me with this. Wei Yang truthfully told him the situation. Is it dangerous for Shura? Wang Chen was more concerned about his pet beast. I can guarantee that there is no danger, Wei Yang said confidently. No problem, I can help with this. Wang Chen had no reason to refuse. After all, this was one of the 12 zodiac animals, a peak king level, and would soon break through to the Emperor level. Great. Without further ado, I'll take you there. I've already set up the formation. Wei Yang smiled, a rare occurrence, and then turned and left with Wang Chen. 30 minutes later, Wang Chen was led by Wei Yang to an unfamiliar place. This place is called Wei Yang Mountain. Wei Yang Mountain? Is it yours? Wang Chen asked curiously after hearing the name. Pretty much. Each of the 12 zodiac animals has such a place, serving as their residence and passed down through generations. Besides its daily maintenance, it's also a magical artifact that can unleash unimaginable power in crucial moments, explained the sheep. That's so nice. Wang Chen was a little envious. Wei Yang led Wang Chen to continue towards the mountaintop, where the so-called mental energy transfer array was located. Soon Wang Chen saw the so-called formation. The ground was covered with dazzling symbols forming a circle. After looking at it for a couple of seconds, Wang Chen didn't want to look anymore. He felt very dizzy. What should I do? Summon your pet beast, Wei Yang said as he walked toward the center of the formation. Wei Yang sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, summoning 6 pet beasts to sit around the edge of the formation. Wei Yang commanded Shura to sit next to them as well. I need to connect your minds with my spiritual power, so don't resist, Wei Yang said specifically to Shura. Let's begin. Wei Yang's concentrated spiritual power began to flow continuously through the formation and be evenly distributed to the pet beast. Wang Chen watched from afar, and it seemed as if he could see a white line appearing above Wei Yang's head, connecting to the bodies of the 7 pet beasts and continuously transmitting spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and Wei Yang's spiritual power was completely exhausted. All the spiritual power in his body was transferred to his pet. So Wang Chen saw Wei Yang take out a pile of spiritual fruits out of thin air, which were instantly crushed. The huge amount of spiritual power was absorbed into Wei Yang's body, and so on. What immense spiritual power! Wang Chen exclaimed, because he had already seen Wei Yang take out countless spiritual fruits, as well as some unnamed spiritual fruits, all of which contained immense spiritual power. Soon only the sheep and Shura remained. Wang Chen was also surprised that Shura could last so long. Even the king-level pets could not withstand the mental power, but Shura could accommodate it and looked relaxed. The expression on Wei Yang's face grew increasingly serious. A crucial moment was approaching. Still a little short. Wei Yang looked at Mian Yang, who had also reached her limit, and Shura was also under tremendous pressure. Chirp! Shura suddenly roared. Wei Yang and Wang Chen understood its meaning. It could continue. Wang Chen clenched his fists involuntarily, feeling very nervous. The Azura was radiating golden light, with runes clearly visible, and all the spiritual power was integrated into the runes. Upon seeing this, Wei Yang was overjoyed and immediately poured all his spiritual power into the direction of Shura. Enough, we can begin, Wei Yang suddenly shouted. Transfer all your mental energy to me, and be quick. Roar! All the pets perked up, and the area was instantly swept up by their mental energy. Wang Chen had no choice but to retreat quickly and move away from the area. Ah! Wei Yang cried out in pain, and continued, Don't stop, keep going. One can imagine the immense pressure Wei Yang was under. The combined release of the full mental power of 7 pet beasts at the peak of the king level must have been an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. Click! Wang Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. The space itself seemed to shatter. The pressure of his mental energy had already broken through the space. The sheep was trembling all over, its brows furrowed, and visible pain was emanating from its entire body. Break through quickly, Wei Yang cried out anxiously, feeling immense pain and on the verge of collapse. Faster, Wei Yang shouted. Boom! Shura gathered the spiritual power in the runes into a single point and charged towards Wei Yang with even greater speed and destructive power. Pop! The sound of a balloon being popped rang in my ears. Did it work? Wei Yang was drenched in sweat. For a moment, he felt like he was already dead, but the feeling of death came quickly and went quickly. That sound just now was the sound of the mental barrier being broken, and what awaited me was an even more vast sea of consciousness. Wei Yang put away his pet beast, and Shura, also weak, returned to Wang Chen's sea of consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Wang Chen felt the pressure around him dissipate and quickly ran to Wei Yang's side to ask, How did it go? Did you succeed? Wei Yang took off the ribbon from his hand and looked at Wang Chen. This action startled Wang Chen, who quickly turned his head away. It's a success. Wei Yang smiled and turned Wang Chen's head around. It turns out that after Wei Yang broke through, his restless spiritual power found its place, and he no longer experienced uncontrolled mental states, thus preventing him from harming those around him. Wang Chen carefully looked into Wei Yang's eyes and, finding that she was really all right, relaxed. That's great. Congratulations. I hope my teacher can also break through smoothly. Wang Chen had witnessed someone break through to the emperor level right in front of him, and then he became worried about his teacher. All right, it seems the sheep has evolved too. With a thought, Wei Yang summoned the sheep again. Wang Chen also leaned forward, wanting to see what would be different about a royal-level pet beast. The sheep has changed drastically. Originally a beast-like animal, it has become an infant. Its curly, white horns on its head indicate that it is not human. Wow, it's turned into human form. Wei Yang was very happy, hugging the sheep and rubbing his face against it affectionately. Is the humanoid form special? Wang Chen asked. Of course, when pets evolve to a higher level, they will transform into human-sized forms. This increases their combat diversity and also improves their intelligence, Wei Yang explained. Royal-level pets are enormous, and maintaining their massive bodies requires a lot of energy. Therefore, in order to conserve energy, they will also transform into human form. Is it considered a new evolutionary form? I guess so, but it's definitely not something that can be widely adopted. Other sheep can't possibly reach that level. The sheep shook its head. It was one of a kind. Then I'll still call you sheep, said Wei Yang, holding up the sheep. Okay, came the soft, sheep-like voice. So cute. Wei Yang was overjoyed, even more so than when he broke through to the emperor level. The sheep looked at Wang Chen pointing forcefully and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Thank you." Huh. Wang Chen was startled, not expecting it to suddenly say thank you. He replied, "It's nothing, it's my pleasure." The sheep shook its head, gestured with its hands, and said, "Big tree, green." The Tianyuan ancient tree? Wang Chen guessed that the other party was probably referring to the Tianyuan ancient tree. It wants to give you something. Summon that tree. Wei Yang naturally understood what his pet beast meant. Wang Chen was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected gain, and quickly summoned the heavenly origin ancient tree. The sheep's horns emitted a white light, slowly detached, and gently merged into the ancient Tianyuan tree. The heavenly origin ancient tree trembled as if being shaken, then calmed down, and its consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Wang Chen was shocked, knowing that the heavenly origin ancient tree, which relied on his spiritual power, had suddenly lost contact. Don't be nervous, it's accepting that power. Wei Yang's words calmed Wang Chen down. The spirit of the Tianyuan ancient tree is surging, and more importantly, it is awakening more skills, which are the gifts that the sheep have given to the Tianyuan ancient tree. The Tianyuan ancient tree is undergoing changes. Its spiritual energy is solidifying, and its branches and leaves are becoming greener. Most miraculously, the Tianyuan ancient tree is condensing white fruits. Wang Chen looked puzzled. He had never heard of the Tianyuan ancient tree bearing fruit. Had it mutated? What's going on? Wang Chen asked. Perhaps a mutation has occurred. When a pet obtains a huge amount of energy that does not belong to it, it is possible for it to mutate. Wei Yang pondered for a moment. Mutation, I don't know if it's good or bad. Wang Chen was vaguely worried. Mutations are not always enhancements. Sometimes they can also weaken the opponent. It's over. Wang Chen waited a moment, and the changes in the Tianyuan ancient tree had ended, and its consciousness had awakened. Swish! The ancient tree of Tianyuan swayed its branches excitedly, as if saying something to Wang Chen. Wang Chen listened silently, his excitement barely concealed, because the heavenly origin ancient tree had received a major buff. When Wang Chen made a contract with the original Tianyuan ancient tree, it was transformed into a spiritual entity that could use some wood-type skills and simple mental attacks. It sounded good, but as Wang Chen's level increased, it became smaller and smaller, its skill strength couldn't keep up, its support ability was not strong, and its control skills were not solid. But now everything is completely different. The sheep gave it a huge amount of spiritual power, causing it to mutate. This mutation completely changed the Tianyuan ancient tree. It can be said that it has broken away from the Tianyuan ancient tree and become a new race, a race that has never existed before. As for the fruit that the Tianyuan ancient tree bears, that is its unique feature. This fruit has a wide range of effects. Firstly, it is edible. The Tianyuan ancient tree can be condensed by stimulating spiritual power, and it contains very pure and gentle spiritual power that can be consumed by beast tamers to cultivate their spiritual power. Let me try it first. Wang Chen casually picked a fruit, took a bite, and a rich energy flowed into his mouth without being lost at all. It feels so refreshing. Wang Chen's brain felt as if it had been blown by a breeze, and he instantly felt much more alert. His mental strength also increased to some extent. However, Wang Chen's spiritual power is already at the peak of the domain lord level, so the improvement is definitely not significant. But he has a feeling that if he doesn't repair the chain, he can break through simply by eating a few dozen of these fruits. Then the Tianyuan ancient tree controlled the fruits on the tree and threw them into the distance. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. That's right, The second point is that you can attack. Use the mental bomb to throw the fruit out like a bomb and inflict a mental attack on the enemy. Psychological trauma is difficult to recover from, especially since psychological attacks are hard to defend against in combat. Once hit, it can cause dizziness at best and coma at worst. This is a good move. Can it be detonated at any time? Wang Chen already had an idea. Who would have thought that such a delicious and rare spiritual fruit would explode? We can use bait to trap exotic animals when hunting them in the wild in the future. But that wasn't the end of it. Another fruit fell to the ground and transformed into a small tree man. What is this? Wang Chen was also somewhat surprised. The little tree man slowly walked towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen picked it up and found that it was a wisp of spiritual energy that had separated from its mother body, but it possessed a very weak intelligence and could react to some external reactions. You mean this is just the weakest little tree spirit, yet it can still create combat-type tree spirits? Wang Chen was very happy to hear the information from the Tianyuan ancient tree. It seems this skill has great potential for development. What should we name it? Wang Chen felt it was necessary to change the name of the Tianyuan ancient tree. The ancient tree that controls spiritual power. Let's call you the Spirit Origin tree, and this fruit will be called the Spirit Origin fruit, Wang Chen said. That's a very nice name. Wei Yang clapped his hands to congratulate. Thank you very much, Senior Wei Yang. Wang Chen was very happy. He had gained a lot this time. I should thank you. Here, take this. Wei Yang gestured with his hand. Wang Chen felt that something had appeared in his sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, it was a cluster of spiritual energy. It contains a mental shock from one of my attacks, which can help you once. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, you can also use it to contact me, Wei Yang said. Wang Chen was overjoyed. This thing was incredibly useful. It was the full-force attack of a royal-level beast tamer, and he could even get help from Senior Wei Yang. I won't keep you any longer. I have things to attend to. Let me see you off. Okay. Thank you for your help, Senior. The news that the goat broke through to the Emperor level was not made public. Only the 12 Zodiacs and some high-level people knew about it. After all, each Emperor level is a very important force and cannot be used lightly. If they use it too often, they will be thoroughly studied. When Wang Chen returned to school, he found that his teachers were gone and the dean of the college had been replaced. Most people didn't care and didn't know what had happened. Only Wang Chen knew that his teachers and the principal had gone to fight and break through. What does it take to reach the Overlord level? Wang Chen wasn't quite sure what it required to break through to the Overlord level. To break through to the Overlord level, you need a treasure. Wang Chen found Yi Jiwei and wanted to ask how to break through. A treasure? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Yi Jiwei nodded and continued. That's right. It's a treasure with special quality. The Overlord level is a level that most pet beasts can't reach. The potential of the pet beast race has reached its limit, and there is no possibility of further evolution. It needs the intervention of external factors to have a chance to break through. Wang Chen nodded silently, naturally understanding this principle. We usually have two options. The first is to choose a treasure with the same attribute as your natal pet, which will raise your natal pet's power to the Overlord level. The second method is to choose a different attribute, allowing your pet to awaken its second attribute. The two attributes combine to create new power. I see. So, what level of treasure is needed? Natural treasures are all graded, and to make them easier to distinguish, they are graded from 1 to 9. Grade 1 is the lowest and is suitable for ordinary pets. Grade 4 corresponds to the Domain Lord level, and the resources that ordinary people can usually access in there. At least level 5, but I think you might need level 6, Yi Jiwei speculated. Wang Chen frowned. He had only ever used level 4 energy blocks and crystal cores to repair the chain. Those treasures were extremely rare, let alone level 5 or 6. Is it that difficult? Your pet is much stronger than the average person, and it's a very powerful dark-type pet. Ordinary treasures can only be devoured by it. Yi Jiwei shrugged, indicating that there was nothing she could do. She explained, strong pets face insurmountable difficulties, but once they break through, they become invincible among those of the same realm. Thank you. I didn't expect breaking through to the Overlord level to be so troublesome. It's nothing. The two didn't exchange many words. Wang Chen needed to learn some relevant information and began preparing to break through to the Overlord level. Yi also had her own things to do, especially since the relationship between her brothers and sisters had become tense recently, which made her feel quite helpless. Should we look for Wang Chen? Yi watched his departing figure, hoping he could help her, but also worried that something unexpected might happen. The first place Wang Chen went to after leaving was the Academy's exchange center. Do you have a list of level 5 or 6 resources? I'd like to see it. The staff member standing behind the counter stared blankly at Wang Chen and said, "We do have some level 5 resources, but level 6 resources are not available here. Even if we did, they would be controlled by the dean or principal. Let me see what level 5 resources are available." There are only 4 left. The fire-type Heart of the Flame Demon, the metal-type level 5 Refined Metal, the wind-type Core of the Gale, and the earth-type Earth. How many credits are needed to redeem it? If you want to redeem it using academic credits, it'll cost 10,000. Holy crap, 10,000. Wang Chen thought it was too expensive. The reward for a typical domain lord-level mission was only 100 credits, not to mention whether one person could complete it. To earn 10,000 credits, one would need dozens of missions, which would take forever. Forget it, these aren't what I want. If I follow Yi Zhiwei's advice, they might not even be useful, and that would be a huge loss. Wang Chen had no choice but to give up. Is going to the secret realm the only option? Wang Chen had wanted to go to the secret realm more than once, because the higher the level, the harder it is to obtain resources. Everyone would go to the secret realm to try their luck. Even if they didn't get anything, they could still kill some monsters to exchange for some resources. 5 days later, Wang Chen had left the school and arrived at the northernmost part of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, only 1 city away from the border. How magnificent! Lingmu City truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 city. Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the massive city walls and the tight defenses. Lingmu City is the first line of defense against the invasion of magical beasts and other forces, so it is home to a huge number of beast taming legions and high-level beast tamers, as well as countless adventurer beast tamers. There are practically no ordinary people here. Even beast tamers below the domain lord level are rare. Besides Lingmu City, there is the famous Warcraft front. Although it is called a front, it is actually an endless plain with traces of battle everywhere. The surrounding terrain has been leveled and artificially created a plain. Further ahead are the entrances to various secret realms. These entrances are solidified, and the entrance spaces are extremely stable. Beast masters from the outside can enter, and magical beasts from the inside can naturally come out. However, due to the strength of the human beast masters, they are suppressed and have no energy to invade. Wang Chen had been there for a day and saw that no fewer than 1,000 people were going in and out of the huge city gate every day. Some went out excitedly and returned to the city in despair. Some entered the secret realm safely, while others were injured or died. Some hunted countless magical beasts and plundered a lot of resources, while others damaged their weapons and pets in battle. I should set off too. Wang Chen felt that staying here and watching wasn't a solution, so he took on a mission that required him to enter a magical beast realm. This way, he could complete the mission while also gathering some information. Hunting the Cerberus, the monster. Requirements. The whole body is best, but the head and fangs of the Cerberus are most needed. Wang Chen also entered the monster realm with a team of beast tamers. Brotherly, do you often do missions here? Wang Chen asked, following a 4-person team. The captain was Brotherly, the oldest and strongest among them. He was a very strong and muscular man with a cheerful personality. When he heard that Wang Chen was going to hunt Cerberus, he decided to join them since they were all in the second magical beast secret realm. Haha, that's right. I've been in Lingmu City for 7 years now, and I'm quite familiar with the outer areas of these magical beast realms, Brotherly replied to Wang Chen as he led the way. Brotherly, don't you want to go back inside? Wang Chen found it hard to understand. Cough, cough. One of the men in the group coughed loudly and gave Wang Chen a wink. Wang Chen understood there was a story behind this. Hey, there's nothing I can't say. 6 years ago, my girlfriend and I came here hoping to find some opportunities. Unfortunately, she died during a battle with a monster, so I was too lazy to go back and just wanted to kill all these monster bastards. Although Brotherly's tone was calm, you could still feel his boundless anger. Brotherly is very kind-hearted. When we first arrived here, it was Brother Li who led us on missions in the monster realm. Every time he saw newcomers, he wanted to lend them a hand. The only female member of the team said quietly. The other two men nodded silently. Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. He hadn't expected Brother Li to have such an experience. It seemed that the monster realm was indeed more cruel than imagined. Wang Chen followed the team along the way and soon arrived at the entrance to the monster realm. Wow, this is huge. Aside from the magical beast realm beneath the academy, this was the first time Wang Chen had seen the entrance to an outside realm. Very different. This monster realm is at least several times, or even more than 10 times, larger than the one in the academy. Brother Li, why is this entrance so big? Wang Chen asked. Brother Li was slightly surprised, not expecting Wang Chen to ask such a question. Have you seen any other magical beast realms? Wang Chen didn't explain further. The entrances to the monster realms here are all this big, probably because they're on the front lines and have experienced too many battles, which has made the spatial tunnels extremely large and stable. That's just my guess. Wang Chen thought it was very likely, since there were very few magical beast realms within the dynasty, and many people didn't even know about them. Only some college students would enter them for training each year. We're here, let's go in. Brother Li went in first, followed closely by the others. Every monster hunting secret realm is guarded by our country's army, but they are only responsible for the movement of monsters within the secret realm and do not interfere with the actions of the beast tamers. This wasn't Wang Chen's first time entering a secret realm, but he was still shocked by this so-called second magical beast secret realm. This place is like a shattered battlefield, desolate and bleak, the sense of ruin instantly conveying the horror of war. Cerberus is not far ahead. It's considered a relatively low-level magical beast in this secret realm, but it's still not something an ordinary domain lord can handle. Are you sure you can manage? Brother Li asked with concern. Don't worry, I can do it. You guys have other tasks to do, so don't worry about me. Okay, be careful on your own. But next time you come in, it's best to bring some teammates. It's hard to keep an eye on things when you're alone in a secret realm. Understood, Brother Li. Wang Chen waved goodbye to everyone. I wonder if this kid is just reckless or a complete idiot, a man in the group remarked, watching Wang Chen's departing figure. All right, I think he's not simple. We also have a mission to do, so we can't worry about the others. Brother Li and his group of 4 then headed off in another direction. Following the directions given by Brother Li, Wang Chen continued forward and soon discovered the settlement of Cerberus. The appearance of Cerberus truly lives up to its name. Its jet-black body exudes demonic energy, indicating its identity as a monster. Its 3 huge and ferocious heads are devouring an unknown corpse, and the saliva in its mouth and its scarlet eyes all indicate its ferocity. Wang Chen didn't choose to hide. Instead, he walked confidently towards them. In an instant, the nearest Cerberus dogs caught the scent and stared intently at Wang Chen, already considering him their meal for the day. Cerberus, judging from its appearance, is at most a late-stage domain lord. Let's try out the new techniques of the pets. Wang Chen thought it would be good to use them for practice. Dark Sky Caesar, Ice Princess, Spirit Wood, Divine Illumination Azura, come out. In an instant, the offensive and defensive positions shifted. The aura emanating from the several pet beasts behind Wang Chen intimidated the 3-headed hellhounds. However, the magical beasts did not possess high intelligence and did not flee. Woo! The howls of Cerberus echoed across the plain, attracting more of its companions. Wang Chen was about to face an entire tribe of Cerberus, at least 30 of them. How about you guys have a competition to see who can kill the most? Wang Chen suggested, looking at his pet beast. That's not fair, Princess Ice said sweetly. Wang Chen scratched his head, realizing it was indeed unfair. The Ice Princess's power wasn't in killing enemies, but more importantly, in providing support. Okay, 3 support kills will count as 1 kill for you. That should be about right. Princess Hanbing thought it was acceptable and no longer objected. She was already itching to get started. Wah, Caesar's voice rang out. A reward. Wang Chen thought so too. There can't be a competition without a reward. I'll buy you all delicious food according to your ranking. You can eat whatever you want. Wang Chen knew that they all had their own favorite foods. When he was tired from repairing chains, Wang Chen would buy them some snacks. The four pets nodded in agreement. Let's begin. Remember to leave the corpses intact, ensuring their heads and teeth are complete, otherwise it's not worth mentioning. Wang Chen reminded them one last time. Caesar and Shura had already taken off and flown into the pack of Cerberus's wolves. Lingyuanmu was also desperately gathering Lingyuan fruit, and Princess Hanbing was rapidly releasing skills in the air to support her teammates. Not bad. Caesar's single-target attack is too strong. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist, 1 punch and 1 kill. Few can withstand a second punch. Wang Chen was very satisfied. It was indeed worthy of being his natal pet beast. Shura is not bad either. Her wide-range skill, Shura Meteor, is impossible for the opponent to dodge. If it hits, it can seriously injure them. That counts as an assist. It's quite troublesome to calculate. The Ice Princess is not bad either. As soon as the ice chapter was released, she was frozen into a block of ice. Not bad, not bad. The Spirit Wood is a bit inefficient at killing, but Cerberus is completely defenseless against mental attacks. Wang Chen was very satisfied with his pets. Did you hear anything? The four-person team that had already left stopped in their tracks. Brotherly looked into the distance with a solemn expression towards the spot where Wang Chen had left. It's the howling of wolves, one after another, and there are many of them. One of the men pricked up his ears to confirm the situation in the distance. Could it be Wang Chen? Did he attract the entire wolf pack all by himself? The female team member asked in surprise and worry. Since we came together, let's go check it out. Brotherly decided to go and see what was going on. Even though he knew the other person might be in danger, he still wanted to go and see, because he deeply understood the despair of being alone. The four-person team quickly arrived at the area where Wang Chen had just fought. What on earth happened here? One of the male team members swallowed hard, looking at the scene before him. It's horrific. No, it's a one-sided massacre. The female team member looked at the headless corpses scattered on the ground. Only some of the broken skulls revealed that these corpses belonged to Cerberus. But unsurprisingly, they had lost both their teeth and heads. In fact, Wang Chen was also quite helpless. There were too many spoils of war, and his spatial ring had limited space. He could only take the teeth back as much as possible. He also took some heads with the remaining space. As for the complete corpse, it was too big, and he wanted to explore it further, so he didn't take the corpse. Captain, what should we do with these bodies? We all underestimated Wang Chen. Although he is young, he is extremely powerful in combat. Look at the wounds on these corpses. There are all kinds of wounds, at least 4 different kinds. That means he is at least a domain lord-level beast tamer, and each of his pets is extremely powerful in combat. So many Cerberus were killed without any resistance. Our worries were completely unnecessary. Brotherly said quietly, looking at the corpses. I reckon he can't take any of these with him. Take a look and clear out anything you can take with you. Next time you see him, be sure to thank him properly. With so many corpses here, it's better to take them than not. Others might take them too, so it's better for them to clean up and take them away. As for Wang Chen, he has already ventured deeper into the secret realm. A 4-armed golem, not bad, much stronger than Cerberus, but still not enough. Wang Chen stood there, watching his pets cooperate in battle, feeling quite pleased. It's time to replace the spatial ring. It's a bit of a waste that we can't take all these spoils back with us. Wang Chen looked at the broken walls and ruins on the ground with great heartache. The 4 arms of the 4-armed golem are incredibly hard, making them excellent materials for weapons or magical artifacts. It's a pity we can't take them with us. Wang Chen could only have Caesar and Shura work together to absorb the demonic energy from these magical beasts. This was a method that Caesar and Shura had just discovered. Caesar could absorb the demonic energy and expel some harmful substances from his body through digestion, leaving only dark energy. However, Shura discovered that it could directly extract the essence of the demonic energy, and the rest could be used by Caesar. This greatly pleased Wang Chen. Shura could train the light element, and Caesar could absorb demonic energy, and both of them were becoming stronger. Domain Lord-level magical beasts are no match for me anymore. Let's keep going and see what happens. Wang Chen decided to continue forward, as he would soon reach the range where Overlord-level magical beasts roam. To prevent any accidents, Wang Chen sat directly behind Shura and carried Princess Hanbing forward. while Caesar and Ling Yuanmu returned to their sea of consciousness. Lingling, you go first, I'll hold it off. No, Sister Ya, how can I abandon you and run away alone? The two women ran and talked, while a huge monster was chasing them from behind. If we don't leave now, none of us will escape. Sister Ya said anxiously, running while unleashing fireballs at the monsters behind her. Sister Ya, we'll just fight it to the death. Lingling looked guilty, feeling very sorry for Sister Ya, since it was she who insisted on going deep into the secret realm, and the two of them ended up encountering a very powerful magical beast. It's no use. You saw it just now. Our attacks are like tickling it. We can't hurt it even if we fight to the death. Sister Ya was exhausted and could hardly keep up with Lingling's pace. If you die, how am I supposed to explain this to my uncle? Yijia looked at Lingling's innocent expression, never expecting that she would fall into this predicament. Blood burst. Sister Ya suddenly stopped. Her rapidly moving body suddenly spun around, her right fist bursting into flames as she punched the monster. Roar! The monster cried out in pain. The blow to its abdomen had charred its skin, but it wasn't fatal. They really are tough as nails. Sister Ya looked at her opponent and said with a wry smile, I only managed to burn them with my full force attack. Sister Ya. Lingling cried as she ran, calling out to Sister Ya, who was kneeling on the ground in the distance. What's going on? Wang Chen sensed a strong fire energy fluctuation from afar, indicating that someone was fighting. However, he didn't want to get involved, in case someone else got killed by the enemy. Help! Wah! Help! Someone please save me. Lingling cried and shouted, hoping someone could save her, and also Sister Ya. Someone is calling for help? Wang Chen saw a woman on the ground running away in a disheveled state. Although Wang Chen wasn't the type to be a manager, the only enemies in the monster realm were monsters. Since someone was calling for help, they must be an ally. Moreover, most of the people traveling in this monster realm were from the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Wang Chen descended directly from a great height, landing right in front of Lingling, scaring her half to death. Who are you? Lingling looked at the person in front of her and thought he couldn't be a bad person. After all, what bad person would ride such a beautiful pet? I heard someone shouting for help. Wang Chen stared blankly at the girl in front of him. Right, quickly save Sister Ya. She's being chased by a monster and she's about to die. Lingling quickly grabbed Wang Chen's arm and pointed to the huge monster in the distance, where a small figure could be vaguely seen fighting it. It really is her. The energy Wang Chen felt earlier came from that person, but now there is basically no energy fluctuation. She seems to be dying. Then please save Sister Ya. Lingling was about to cry again after hearing this. Go! Wang Chen grabbed Lingling and threw her behind Shura, then summoned Caesar to transform and charge towards the monster. Wow, so cool. Lingling stared blankly at Wang Chen after his transformation. After all, who could resist a boy who transformed powerfully and charged towards the enemy? Overlord level? Interesting. Wang Chen flapped his wings and moved forward rapidly, already sensing the aura of the battle ahead. It was indeed the aura of an overlord level, except that the magical beast's aura was powerful while the woman's aura was weak. No, I have no strength left in my body. It seems I'm really going to die. I'm so unwilling to accept this. The woman was exhausted. Her face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. She watched as the demonic beast in the air gathered powerful demonic energy and was about to blast her towards her. If it hit, she would surely die. Xiaoya closed her eyes tightly, already preparing for her death. Roar! Wang Chen charged straight at the monster, knocking it back with a punch, which also interrupted its spellcasting. Sister Ya, I'm here. We're safe. Lingling's voice woke Xiaoya. She opened her eyes and saw that the magical beast was fighting with a person. Lingling, who should have left, was sitting on the back of a pure white pet. As Shura landed, Lingling flew toward Xiaoya, sobbing uncontrollably. Who saved me? Xiaoya asked, looking at Wang Chen in the distance after comforting Lingling. I don't know his name either. I was running away, yelling for help as I ran, and that's when I ran into him. He rescued me, and then I called him to come and rescue you. Lingling explained the whole story simply and clearly. Really, Sister, you didn't seem very happy, as if she was thinking about something. Chirp, chirp. Shura chirped twice at the two of them, and then left, clearly sensing that Wang Chen was in a bad situation and wanting to go and help him. He seems to be only at the domain lord level, Xiaoyu said suddenly after looking for a while. Huh? A domain lord level? No way. He's fighting an overlord level magical beast. Sister Ya, you have to go help him. Lingling said anxiously. I wanted to, but I have no strength left, my pets are all injured, and my mental energy is exhausted. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Moreover, she felt that Wang Chen was acting strangely. How could it be such a coincidence? Could he be plotting something against Lingling? Lingling, don't you think his appearance was too coincidental? Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Huh? Sister Ya, you don't suspect him, do you? Lingling thought it was impossible and subconsciously refuted Sister Ya. After all, if it weren't for Wang Chen, Sister Ya would already be dead. Sigh, I also think I'm being too suspicious, but this is just too much of a coincidence. Oh well, let's leave this for now and see how he deals with the monsters. Xiaoyu decided to ignore the matter for now, since they weren't completely out of danger yet. At this moment, Wang Chen had indeed encountered a troublesome magical beast. The magical beast in front of him had an aura of around the mid-level of the overlord level. It looked terrifying, with 6 pairs of rotting wings on its back, long limbs, extremely fast speed, and extremely high defense. Each punch Wang Chen threw failed to cause any effective damage. They only managed to repel his opponent. Roar! The demonic beast gathered demonic energy in its limbs and attacked Wang Chen rapidly. The series of attacks forced Wang Chen to dodge repeatedly, and it was inevitable that he would be injured if he accidentally got hit. At this moment, Shura also rushed to provide support. A huge white array lit up, and a dazzling white light shone. Countless meteors fell and collided with the opponent's demonic energy. Like ripples spreading, the demonic energy and light elements collided and dissolved with each other. It's light-based. Maybe there really is hope. Lingling was overjoyed when she saw the power that Shura unleashed. It's important to understand that the element that truly counters monsters is light. Other elements, such as fire and lightning, can only effectively kill monsters due to their powerful strength. They are not considered complete counters. The Overlord-level magical beast was clearly more intelligent than the Cerberus they had encountered before. It understood that the Azura in the distance was the real trouble, while the person in front of it was nothing. The monster then changed its attack and prepared to attack Shura. Roar! The monster opened its blood-red maw and gathered demonic energy out of thin air. Oh no, it's demonic energy corruption. This is troublesome. Xiaoya's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene, as she herself had suffered greatly from it. Xiaoya quickly shouted a warning. Get out of the way. However, it was too late. The black demonic energy crossed space and time almost instantly, enveloping Shura's body, leaving him no time to react. Xiaoya quickly explained, that's demonic energy erosion. Pets that are possessed by it will be constantly eroded by the demonic energy, and not only their bodies, but also their minds will be rapidly corroded. Wang Chen had already heard Xiaoya's words, but he wasn't flustered at all. If it were an ordinary pet, Wang Chen might panic, but unfortunately, he was facing the divine illumination Azura. Clear mirror, still water. Shura's high-pitched and resounding cry echoed through the sky, also dispelling all negative states. It's a purification skill. Lingling and Xiaoyu were quite surprised. That's right, Xinzhao Shura's newly awakened skill, Mingjing Zhishui, can dispel all negative statuses, including this so-called demonic energy entering the body, which is instantly swept away. However, this was not the end. Shura's attacks had not stopped. Heavenly Wings Sky Slash. Shura soared high into the air, his enormous wings stretching backward like 2 sharp blades, before slashing forward with a fierce strike. Click! 2 blades made of white light flew out, forming a cross, tearing through space and making a cracking sound. The enormous monster had no time to dodge and took the blow directly. After all, light-based attacks are known for their speed and are difficult to dodge. Roar! The monster cried out in pain. This attack had left a huge cross-shaped scar on its chest, and blood was flowing nonstop. There was even a sizzling sound, which was the sound of light burning the demonic energy. The giant monster went berserk instantly, wildly thrashing its body and firing indiscriminately at the demonic energy cannons, leaving craters all over the ground. Great, it works. Lingling was overjoyed. Truly impressive. Xiaoyu nodded inwardly. It's not over yet. Let's try Shura's ultimate move. Wang Chen didn't think that was enough. After all, Shura had an even more powerful move. Azura sky-splitting strike. Azura seemed to transform into the sun, the white light emanating from his body so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Wang Chen also had to close his eyes and use his mental power to observe. It's so bright. Lingling covered her eyes with her hands, but still tried her best to look up at the sky, but she couldn't see anything. Buzz! A piercing sound rang out, causing Lingling and Xiaoya's ears to ring and buzz. However, the white light had disappeared, and they could now clearly see the battle scene. A deep pit appeared on the ground, with only Shura standing in it. There seemed to be some fragments of limbs under his feet. The huge monster from before had completely disappeared. Come back, Shura, you've worked hard. Wang Chen summoned Shura back. Wang Chen had just witnessed that earth-shattering attack. The Azura transformed into white light and rushed straight towards the demonic beast. Then, the demonic beast's body was dissolved by the white light, leaving only a few wings and severed limbs. It's over. Wang Chen recalled his pet beast. The opponent had been beaten to such a state that it certainly couldn't absorb demonic energy anymore. Wang Chen walked up to the two women, who quickly stood up to express their gratitude. My name is Lingling, and her name is Xiaoyu. Thank you for saving us, otherwise we might have died here, Lingling said excitedly. You're welcome. It was just a coincidence that we ran into each other. You're very strong. Thank you. Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude in simple words. Wang Chen noticed that Xiaoyu was in very bad condition. Not only was she physically injured, but she was also listless, as if she might fall down at any moment. Spirit wood. Wang Chen summoned the spirit wood directly and picked a spirit fruit, handing it to Xiaoyu. Tonic. After Xiaoyu took the fruit, she felt the rich spiritual energy emanating from the white fruit in her hand. She unconsciously swallowed and told herself that she really wanted to eat it. It's not poisonous. Eat it quickly. It can restore your mental strength. Wang Chen smiled, thinking that Xiaoyu was very vigilant, but that wasn't a bad thing. After all, they were in a secret realm. Xiaoyu steeled herself. In any case, he was already dead, and besides, the other party was now powerful. If they really wanted to kill him, there was no need to use poison. Crunch. A crisp sound rang out as Xiaoyu took a bite, the remaining fruit melting into her mouth. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lingling's mouth watered at the sight, and she asked curiously, Sister Ya, how is it? Is it delicious? All you ever think about is eating. This is a spirit power fruit, which can restore spiritual power. But this one is more effective than any other spirit power fruit I've ever taken. It's amazing, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Really? I want one too, Lingling shouted. Xiaoyu glanced at Wang Chen and said seriously, Lingling, you can't be rude. Wang Chen smiled and thought the two of them were quite interesting, so he picked another spirit fruit and handed it to Lingling. Lingling took it without hesitation and started biting into it. Then, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, so fragrant, so sweet. Actually, the spirit essence fruit has no fragrance. It just contains a rich spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is a necessity for both humans and pets, which is why the spirit essence fruit smells so good. Wang Chen had eaten quite a few spirit essence fruits in the past few days, but the more he ate, the weaker their appeal became. Eventually, Wang Chen didn't want to eat them anymore. However, in order to improve his mental strength, he still relied on spirit essence fruits to cultivate his spiritual chain every day. The only benefit was that his speed had increased. Now he could improve his mental strength by eating spirit essence fruits without wasting time cultivating his spiritual chain. Xiaoyu and Lingling have recovered a lot of their energy, and their elemental power has also begun to recover rapidly, so their overall mental state has improved. What's your name? You saved us. Let me treat you to a meal. What do you need? I'll have my uncle prepare it for you, Lingling said happily, feeling wonderful to have escaped death. My name is Wang Chen. As for thanks, there's no need. I was just passing by. Wang Chen declined the offer. That won't do. We definitely need to have a meal. Let's go out now. Lingling was very dissatisfied and insisted on thanking Wang Chen. As for Xiaoyu, she silently murmured Wang Chen's name, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. Okay, that's fine. We've finished today's task. Let's go out. I'm hungry too. Wang Chen didn't think a meal was a big deal. Great, Sister Ya. Wang Chen, let's go out. Lingling seemed to have returned to her true nature, lively, active, and outgoing. Wang Chen, what brings you to the Warcraft realm? I took on a quest to hunt Cerberus, but it turned out to be easier than I expected, so I decided to explore further inside, and that's how I met you. That means we're destined to be together. If it weren't for you, we would have been in grave danger this time. The three of them walked and talked along the way, and soon they were out of the entrance to the secret realm. During their conversation, Wang Chen also discovered that Lingling was more like a naive young lady with little combat experience, while Xiaoyu was more like a bodyguard, possessing great strength, but she was ambushed by that magical beast and thus found herself in danger. Boss, turn in the quest, the head and teeth of Cerberus. Wang Chen walked up to the merchant who had posted the quest. Okay, take them all out. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Chen conjured several huge sacks out of thin air on the ground. He untied them one by one and poured them out. Holy crap, how many Cerberus do we have to kill? The people nearby were dumbfounded when they saw the small mountain of teeth. The boss narrowed his eyes, realizing that the person in front of him was no ordinary person. It should be noted that Cerberus is not strong, but it is a rare social animal, with groups ranging from a dozen to dozens of people. Therefore, killing just one is difficult, and attacking one would mean facing the attack of the entire pack. Wow, Wang Chen, you're amazing. There must be at least 20 Cerberus. Lingling looked at Wang Chen with admiration. Xiaoyu was also secretly amazed, and looking at Wang Chen, she felt even more that he was not simple. A total of 35 Cerberus, over 1,000 teeth, and more than a dozen heads. Let's calculate how much they cost. It would be best to exchange them for energy blocks. No problem, haha. The boss was a straightforward person and quickly settled the bill, finally giving him energy blocks worth millions. Let's go to Lingyanla for dinner. Lingling led Wang Chen, with Xiaoyu following behind, and soon they arrived at a huge restaurant. There were many people coming and going, and quite a few people were even dragging corpses into it. Where is this? Wang Chen hadn't been in Lingmu City for long and didn't know many places. This was the first time he had seen this place. Lingmu Tower is a place to eat. It mainly serves beast tamers and sells dishes made with extremely rare ingredients that are very beneficial to both beast tamers and their pets. Lingling's words reminded Wang Chen of Jing Yiming, whom he met on his first trip to Lingmu City. Jing Yiming had taken him to eat many special dishes, which had boosted his mental strength and increased the power of his pet beast. Lingling's here? Please come in, your usual spot. As soon as the three entered, the manager came over and greeted them warmly. That's right, the usual spot, but this time I'm going to treat my guests to the highest standard of service, Lingling said happily. Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. This place is not cheap. Normally, a few dishes would cost hundreds of thousands, and this place would cost at least 1 million. But it's worth it. Lingling, you've gotten into trouble again. A familiar male voice rang out just as the three entered the private room. Uncle, you're here, Lingling said happily. Uncle Bai, Xiaoyu greeted quietly. Only Wang Chen was slightly surprised when he saw the newcomer's appearance, not expecting it to be Bai Shuyu, who had saved him before. It's you? Bai Shuyu was slightly surprised. I didn't expect it to be you either, Wang Chen said, standing up. Uncle Bai, do you know him? Xiaoyu was also surprised. She didn't expect the two of them to know each other. After all, Xiaoyu had contacted Bai Shuyu as soon as they left the secret realm. Uncle Bai is my savior, Wang Chen said earnestly. Oh, really? Uncle, you saved him, and today Wang Chen saved us. This is karma, Lingling said with a smile. That's true, but you're bound to get a scolding when you get back. You're not allowed to go to the monster realm again. Bai Shuyu patted Lingling's head and then said seriously. When Xiaoyu sent him a message, he was terrified. He didn't know how he would explain if something happened to Lingling. Xiaoyu was relieved. It seemed that everything was just a coincidence. The group took their seats, and Lingling insisted that her uncle tell them about their experiences. Wang Chen then recounted how Bai Shuyu met him. Xiaoyu and Lingling listened attentively, and then Xiaoyu seemed to remember something. I remember now, you're Wang Chen. The Wang Chen who won the college championship. Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Lingling also remembered that although she hadn't participated, she had still heard about it. Xiaoyu then felt even more impressed with Wang Chen. She knew that Wang Chen had participated in a competition below the domain lord level, but only half a year had passed, and he had already broken through to the peak of the domain lord level. This speed was a bit too fast. Wang Chen, you can ask your uncle for anything you need. After all, you saved my and Yujie's lives, Lingling said while eating. No need. Uncle Bai saved my life before, so this time we're even. Wang Chen shook his head. Lingling is right, this can't be even. I saved you casually back then, but you were able to kill a hegemon-level magical beast with your domain lord-level strength and save both of them. That's different. You can make any request you have, whether it's cultivation resources or pet beasts. Bai Shiyu was a reasonable person, and besides, Wang Chen was indeed exceptionally talented, so investing in him wouldn't be a bad idea. I've actually encountered a problem that's been bothering me. I'm trying to break through to the Overlord level, but I haven't found the treasure I need yet. A treasure of supreme power. Xiaoyu and Lingling were also seriously considering the treasures they knew about. Even a hegemon-level treasure might not be enough. Wang Chen interrupted them as he saw them pondering. Not enough? Bai Shiyu was somewhat surprised, but he naturally understood what he meant. That's certainly possible. A domain lord-level being can easily kill an overlord-level magical beast. Your pet's potential might be quite extraordinary. Xiaoyu suddenly realized, then frowned. Overlord-level treasures aren't considered rare, but king-level treasures are a different story. Every king-level treasure represents a king-level beast tamer, so it would be a waste to want an overlord level one. Actually, you don't necessarily need a king-level treasure. Something with more energy than a regular overlord-level treasure will suffice. King-level treasures are too rare, and you might not be able to handle them, Bai Shiyu said after stroking his chin in thought for a moment. That makes sense. Uncle Bai, do you have any treasures related to this? I came to the north hoping to try my luck, but I haven't heard anything yet. Wang Chen said helplessly. It's difficult, but also very simple, Bai Shiyu said mysteriously. Wang Chen looked completely bewildered. With your potential, you could join a faction, but I think you probably wouldn't want to, so it's going to be difficult. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. For example, the princes they were currently recruiting, as well as the law enforcers. He knew the seniors Wei Yang and Su Go, so joining the law enforcement team wouldn't be difficult. With these platforms, breaking through to the overlord level wouldn't be a problem. However, it will take a relatively long time. No matter how high your potential is, it cannot be given to you for no reason. You must complete tasks to earn points and then redeem them. Let me think about it. What are your requirements for the second element? Bai Shiyu was quite familiar with some of the magical beast realms in the north. Ideally, it should be dark element or light element. Wang Chen knew this would be difficult, but he still held a glimmer of hope. Light and darkness are not simple attributes. There really is a treasure that fits your requirements perfectly, and it's currently unclaimed. Bai Shiyu's words excited Wang Chen greatly. He hadn't expected it to actually exist. But it's very dangerous. I only got the news from the Trailblazers a while ago. Trailblazers? What's that? Wang Chen was hearing that term for the first time. You should know that there are many unknown areas inside the monster realm. It is filled with demonic energy and is full of dangers. However, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. It is a completely safe area, and the probability of encountering treasures is also higher. There are always some beast tamers who are willing to take the risk. They are called pioneers. All the areas in the Warcraft dungeons where humans now live were opened up by those pioneers who risked their lives. Without them, we wouldn't have such abundant resources today. Pioneers, admirable. Wang Chen never expected there to be such people. Inside the number 1 magical beast secret realm, they encountered an extremely strange place with extremely strong light elemental power, which was very unusual. Since demonic energy and light element are naturally incompatible, they seemed to be coexisting peacefully. For a while, the pair of pioneers did not explore it casually, but instead reported this strange phenomenon first. The military and the pioneers are preparing to organize a second exploration. If you'd like to go, I can help you apply for a spot. However, I'm not sure if such a treasure truly exists. It's only a possibility. After all, such concentrated elemental energy isn't something that can be found without roots. Uncle, isn't that dangerous? Lingling asked with a worried look. It would be a lie to say there are no dangers. Even some well-explored areas can be dangerous, let alone unknown areas, so you should be mentally prepared. Wang Chen made his decision without much thought. I need to go, please, Uncle Bai. Okay, I'll apply for a spot for you. As for what happens next, that's up to your own luck. After finishing their meal, the group left one by one. Zhi Yu also told Wang Chen about his position in the military headquarters, saying that he could go see him the next day. After returning to his residence, Wang Chen kept thinking about what had happened during the day. The demonic beast realm, the pioneer, demonic energy, and light elements. I have a feeling this is very important to me. This is the chance to become an overlord. Wang Chen lay on the bed, pondering the pros and cons. Light and darkness, the dual fusion of Caesar and Shura. Hello, I'm looking for Senior Bai Zhi Yu. Wang Chen arrived at a military base, only to be stopped by the gatekeeper. Name: Wang Chen. Please come in. General Bai has already given instructions. Just walk straight to the first building and you'll find him. The gatekeeper opened the door and let Wang Chen in. They're all incredibly strong. After entering the base, Wang Chen noticed many soldiers moving around, each one extremely powerful. He couldn't imagine how formidable a unit of soldiers like these could be. General Bai, I never imagined that Senior Bai was actually a general. This was the first time Wang Chen had learned of Bai Zhi Yu's true identity, that he was a border guard general. It's important to understand that a general truly controls an entire beast taming legion, especially in such a crucial region as the North, where powerful beast tamers abound. This military base is significantly larger than some military bases in the interior, making it no easy task to manage such a base. After finding the building, Wang Chen walked straight in without anyone stopping him. He then navigated a maze of turns until he found Bai Zhi Yu's private office. Come in since you're here. Wang Chen was interrupted by the sound from inside the door before he could even knock. Senior Bai, I'm here. Wang Chen pushed the door open and entered. Good timing. I can introduce you to someone. Wang Chen then realized that there was more than one person. There was also a tall, strong, and robust man. You're Wang Chen? My name is Lei Ao, and I'm also one of the pioneers. Lei Ao extended his large right hand. Hello. Wang Chen shook hands with him. I've already told Lei Ao about your request. He's very interested in you and willing to help you break through to the overlord level, provided that the special place really has something that meets your requirements. That's right. I thought that place needed a beast master with a light elemental beast to explore it, and you just happened to come. It's fate, haha. Lei Ao laughed and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. Thank you for your help, Senior Lei. Wang Chen found Lei Ao to be exceptionally generous. Time waits for no one. We're ready to leave at any time. What do you think? Ready to go at any time. Wang Chen replied with a serious expression. Okay, I'll go get my teammates and introduce them to you in a bit, Lei Ao said before walking out the door. Soon, 4 people stood in front of Wang Chen, 3 men and 1 woman. With Lei Ao, there were 5 people in total, forming a classic 5-person team of beast tamers. The group introduced their strengths to each other, and Wang Chen roughly understood that Lei Ao was the captain, but he was a combat type and extremely good at close combat. A slightly chubby male member was good at defense, a tall and thin man was good at reconnaissance, which was very important in exploration and could sense danger in advance. A masked man was good at remote control, and finally, there was the female healer. A very versatile team. That was Wang Chen's first impression, and the level of each of them should be at the high level of the Overlord level, or even the peak level, just 1 step away from reaching the King level. Before we set off, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the work of the Pioneers, Lei Ao said with a smile. The Pioneers are there to explore as many unknown magical beast areas as possible. During this process, they will encounter many treasures, but the dangers are even greater. With magical energy everywhere, they not only have to resist the invasion of magical energy, but also deal with unknown magical beasts. Moreover, the deeper they go, the stronger the magical beasts become. Therefore, in order to maintain our strength at its peak at all times, we carry a device, which can also be considered a purification device, to reduce the concentration of demonic energy in the surrounding area. We usually activate the device to weaken the demonic energy before exploring. However, this process is dangerous. Monsters are highly sensitive to demonic energy, so they will attract nearby monsters. At this point, we just need to defeat them until the essence is complete. The Holy Dragon Dynasty stipulated that essence demonic energy could also be used to earn military points, so the main task of many pioneers was to accumulate essence demonic energy. Only a few pioneers were truly beast tamers who opened up new living areas. Wang Chen finally understood the mission of the pioneers. He didn't expect to get points. But then again, if they didn't give anything, they wouldn't attract so many people to participate in the pioneering mission. But you don't need to worry too much. We've already explored the place we're going to once before, and we didn't encounter any monsters. Our main purpose is to unravel the mystery of that light elemental power. Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm actually a little excited. Wang Chen found it quite interesting. Haha, this is the first time I've heard a newcomer say the trailblazers are interesting. Not bad, good lad. Lao was even happier. Let's set off. I'll explain everything to you in detail on the way. Entrance to the first Warcraft secret realm. The number 1 monster realm is probably the largest monster realm because it appeared early, experienced the most wars, contains countless treasures, and has a chance to encounter inheritances. Is this your first time here? Lao asked, noticing Wang Chen's curious gaze. This is indeed my first time here, but I went to the second monster dungeon a few days ago. I heard from General Bai that you also killed a hegemon-level magical beast. Lao's words also caught the attention of the other 4 members, who were slightly surprised. It seems that none of them understood why their captain had brought such a young man along. They only knew it was General Bai's order. Now they understood that the boy in front of them was likely extremely powerful in combat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to General Bai's suggestion. After all, the probability of something going wrong when bringing a stranger into the monster realm is quite high. Thank you for your help, Brother Lei. You're too kind. We're just asking for what we need. To save time, let's just run them over, Lao said with a grin, stretching his body. Captain, you're here again? The female team member was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Before Wang Chen could understand what was going on, he saw Lao summon a terrifying behemoth whose entire body was radiating lightning. Titan Thunder Beast, my destined pet beast, what do you think? Lao said proudly. What a powerful aura. Its physical body is also extremely terrifying. Although Wang Chen didn't know its specific stats, he still knew a lot about pet beasts like titans. Titans belong to a race that has differentiated into different types of titans with different attributes. But what remains constant is their terrifying physical bodies and enormous size. So what should we do? It's simple, just follow it, said the slightly overweight male team member. The group summoned their flying pets, and Wang Chen had no choice but to do the same. He summoned the divine illumination Azura, and the Titan Thunder Beast began to run forward on all 4s, releasing its powerful aura, the aura of a peak overlord. The Titan Thunder Beast's powerful aura swept across the entire area, crushing some low-level magical beasts into pieces of flesh and blood, while those of slightly higher level were so frightened that they lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. Captain Lei, your pet beast is far too powerful. Wang Chen swallowed hard, shocked. That's nothing. You've never seen the captain go all out. A teammate laughed. Yeah, the captain's pets are all incredibly irritable. If they were all summoned, it would be a disaster for the monsters. The team members joked with a grin. What do you know? This is a man's romance. Lao said proudly. Indeed, seeing all this makes me want to sign a pet. No problem. I remember the Titans have many suitable pets. As long as you can gain their approval, that's fine. I see. The group chatted casually, traveling at a very fast pace, and soon arrived at the strange place they had mentioned earlier. The Titan Thunder Beast's frenzied charge came to an abrupt halt. Ahead lay no longer a monotonous, dark forest tainted by demonic energy, but an extremely eerie scene. In a relatively open basin, light and darkness coexist in a way that defies logic. In one half, the dense, inky demonic energy is almost tangible, churning and surging, emanating a chilling aura of evil and death, as if swallowing up any light that shines through. In the other half, however, a gentle yet resilient holy light radiates, pure rays of light piercing the surrounding darkness like sharp swords, stubbornly resisting the erosion of the demonic energy, forming a luminous, pure land. The two are not clearly distinct, but rather constantly impact, annihilate, and permeate each other, forming a distorted and extremely unstable boundary line that emits a subtle yet teeth-grinding, sizzling sound. This is it. Lei Ao's joking expression vanished, replaced by a serious one. When we discovered this place last time, this area of light wasn't this large. It seemed to be slowly expanding, but it was constantly being eroded by demonic energy. The strangest thing is that the energy in this area is extremely pure, unlike anything left by any known light-type pets or treasures. Moreover, it has an extremely strong purifying effect on demonic energy, yet there are no signs of life here, and it doesn't attract any light-type or dark-type magical beasts. It's as if they are all instinctively afraid of this place. The tall, thin man, skilled in reconnaissance, closed his eyes and sensed for a moment before speaking. "Captain, the energy field is more unstable than last time. The intensity of the conflict between light and darkness is increasing, and there are abnormal spatial fluctuations at the center point. Wang Chen, it's up to you. We need you to use your light-type pet to contact that area of light, try to sense its core, and figure out its nature. It might be some kind of ancient relic, or it might be the inhabitants of some special secret realm." Lei Ao looked at Wang Chen. "We'll activate the purification device to set up a defensive line around the perimeter to prevent the energy surge from attracting the big guys. But the work of getting close to the core can only be done by you." "Understood." Wang Chen took a deep breath and summoned the Divine Illumination Azura. As soon as the Divine Illumination Azura appeared, the holy aura around it immediately resonated slightly with the bright area in the distance, and the light seemed to become even brighter. Wang Chen carefully controlled the Divine Illumination Azura, step by step approaching the boundary where light and darkness intertwined. The closer he got, the more he could feel the immense pressure brought by the collision of the two extreme energies. The light on the Divine Illumination Azura became a key. When it stepped into the area of light, that holy light seemed to be activated, suddenly becoming bright and active, gently enveloping the Divine Illumination Azura and spreading towards Wang Chen. At the same time, the dark demonic energy beside it seemed to be enraged, becoming even more violent and trying to extinguish the strengthened light. "There's a response," the female therapist exclaimed. Lei Ao clenched his fist. "Everyone on alert. Activate the highest level of purification barrier and stabilize the surrounding environment." The team members immediately took action, and a complex mechanical device was placed on the ground, unfolding to form a light blue energy shield, which barely separated the violent demonic energy on the outside, but they could not interfere with the battle between light and darkness in the center. Wang Chen concentrated all his energy, perceiving the core of the area of light through the Divine Illumination Azura. He sensed an ancient, vast, compassionate yet incredibly resilient will. At the center of that light, there seemed to be a seed, or core, calling forth the pure power of light. It seems to crave more light to sustain itself and fight against the darkness. Wang Chen murmured. Just then, something unexpected happened. Perhaps the power of light from Xinjiao Shura acted as a fuse, or perhaps the energy had reached a critical point. The core of that luminous region suddenly erupted with an indescribable suction force, aimed directly at Xinjiao Shura, who resonated most strongly with it, and his beast tamer, Wang Chen. "Not good." Lei Ao roared upon seeing this, and the Titan Thunder Beast roared as it tried to charge forward. But it was too late. The suction force wasn't a physical force. It was more like a pull at the level of spatial rules. The space around Wang Chen and Xinjiao Shilua instantly distorted, and a brilliant light enveloped them completely. "Brother Lei." Wang Chen only had time to shout before he and Xinjiao Shilua were engulfed by the intense light and vanished instantly. Then, the area of light that had erupted quickly dimmed and returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, leaving only the more turbulent and restless dark demonic energy on the outer perimeter. Lei Ao and the others were pushed away by a powerful energy shockwave and were unable to get close at all. "Captain, Wang Chen the chubby team member exclaimed in shock. Lei Ao's face was ashen as he stared at the now calm, yet still eerily dim and luminous place. he said in a deep voice, spatial teleportation, and an extremely ancient and powerful one-way teleportation array at that. That's not some natural wonder. It's an activated entrance to a secret realm. He clenched his fists, both annoyed and shocked. No wonder no magical beasts dared to approach. The person general by recommended was indeed extraordinary. This place only recognizes light elemental beast tamers like him. This is a huge problem. We've lost him. Report to the military and general by immediately. Lei Ao decisively ordered. An entrance to an unknown high-level secret realm has been discovered, suspected to be related to the ancient light heritage. One pioneer member has been sucked in. Their condition is unknown. Where am I? Young man, you finally arrived? Who? Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Someone was here? Don't be afraid. I am just a remnant soul. I may soon completely dissipate, and my legacy will be severed. But now you have come. Inheritance. Wang Chen didn't know whether to believe it or not. This was a magical beast secret realm. What if it was a trap set by some highly intelligent magical beast? Haha. Junior, you don't need to worry. The power of light is enough to prove my identity. Monsters don't have such a strong power of light. As soon as he finished speaking, a rich power of light emanated from him, and Shunjiao Shura let out a loud howl. Feeling extremely comfortable, Wang Chen felt a lot more relaxed as he experienced the joy of the divine illumination Azura. Senior, what's your name? What brings you here? I wonder if the world still remembers my honorific title. I am the Spirit King. As soon as he finished speaking, the world spun around him, and he was transported to an unknown place. When Wang Chen regained his senses, he found himself in a strange space woven from light and lightning. Here, there is no concept of heaven and earth, only flowing golden lightning and warm, holy light intertwine to create a scene reminiscent of the primordial chaos. The energy permeating the air causes the divine illumination Azura to emit a joyful low groan, its four wings unconsciously unfurling to absorb the dissipating power of light and lightning. At the center of the space, on a white crystal platform, lay a majestic figure. The remnant soul of the Qilin King retained its former Qilin form, its entire body covered in blue scales, with golden lightning patterns spreading along its spine to the tip of its tail. Its eyes were closed, as if it had been asleep for millions of years, with only the lightning crackling on its horns proving that its will had not yet dissipated. Juvenile. A gentle yet vast voice resounded directly in Wang Chen's consciousness. Qi Ling Wang slowly opened his eyes. His left pupil seemed to hold the blazing sun, while his right pupil seemed to conceal a thunderstorm. My time is short, so I'll get straight to the point. Its gaze fell on Shunjiao Shura, filled with scrutiny and expectation. Your arrival here is both fate and destiny. I will activate the consciousness inheritance, revealing to your pet all my lifelong insights into light and lightning, my memories of battle, and the essence of power. But King Qiling's voice suddenly turned serious. Inheritance is not about indoctrination or copying. What I demonstrate is merely possibility. How much it can comprehend, and what path it can forge from it, depends entirely on itself. Wang Chen nodded emphatically. This junior understands. Good. The lightning horn on King Qiling's forehead shone brightly. Then, let's begin. The entire space began to rotate and compress, finally transforming into a golden and white interwoven stream of light that surged into Shunjiao Shura's brow. Deep within consciousness, the inheritance begins. Shura found himself standing above an endless sea of clouds. Ahead, the phantom of the Qilin King stood proudly. There were no words, only demonstrations. The Qilin King roared to the sky, and suddenly thunderclouds gathered in the sky. These were not ordinary lightning bolts, but rather a golden color that devoured everything. As they moved, they tore apart the surrounding light energy, wind energy, and even the ripples of space itself, turning them into nourishment for the lightning. This is the true meaning of soul devouring. Thunder is not an inanimate object. It can devour all spirits to strengthen itself. A thought entered the Azura's consciousness. Immediately afterwards, a great light shone around Qilin King. The light particles did not float randomly, but wove themselves together like skillful craftsmen, transforming into pieces of translucent armor, each piece of armor inlaid with miniature lightning runes. The armor can transform at will. Sometimes it becomes a shield, as heavy as a mountain. Sometimes it becomes armor, as light and agile as a feather. And sometimes it transforms into a prison of light, imprisoning the enemy invisibly. This is the profound meaning of mysterious spirit. Light not only heals, but can also provide the most resilient protection. What is protected is determined by the heart. Finally, the figure of the Qiling king began to fade into ethereal form. Its left half radiated pure holy light, while its right half surged with violent lightning. The two forces did not repel each other. Instead, they began to merge, transform, and sublimate. The light became as sharp as thunder, and the thunder became as condensed as light. The two ultimately transformed into a constantly shifting energy core, silently suspended. It appeared calm, yet contained a terrifying potential capable of overturning the course of the battle, a mysterious power, born from the perfect balance of two extreme forces. This is the fusion I've sought my entire life. Light and lightning, purification and judgment, healing and destruction are two sides of the same coin. Find that balance, and you will create a power uniquely yours. The demonstration is over. The phantom of the Qiling king gradually faded away, leaving only a vast sea of clouds and the three true meaning imprints lingering in the Azura's consciousness. Instead of immediately trying to imitate it, Shura stood quietly in the sea of clouds, his four wings drooping slightly, lost in deep contemplation. It closed its eyes, and its consciousness began to simulate. Act 1. The soul-devouring thunder domain. In its imagination, it mobilized the newly awakened power of thunder within its body, mimicking that devouring characteristic. The first attempt resulted in scattered lightning. The second, it barely took shape but could not last. The third, the fourth. In the space of consciousness, time seemed to stretch out. It constantly adjusted the flow of energy, changing the sequence of thunder runes. Finally, during the 1300 simulation, a stable golden lightning domain, 3 meters in diameter, took shape in its consciousness. Each bolt of lightning within the domain carried a weak suction force, capable of stripping away a small amount of the power of hostile energy within the domain and replenishing itself. Wang Chen could see it clearly from a distance. The man and the beast were not far apart, yet they could not meet. Seeing Shura succeed, he was truly overjoyed. The soul-devouring thunder domain is powerful, incredibly powerful. It wasn't over yet. Shura continued to unleash his skills. Divine Illumination Azura. Wang Chen was a little worried. Could he really unleash such a high-intensity skill? Don't worry, this is my consciousness space. It won't consume energy each time I release a skill, and its proficiency will only increase. Wang Chen was no longer worried and sat down to meditate. He could feel his power rising. Although he had reached the peak of the domain lord level, his energy was still being compressed and condensed. The challenges Shura faces are getting bigger and bigger. It needs to simultaneously manipulate both light and lightning energies, allowing them to work together to weave a defense. Light is the main structure, and lightning is the network. It understands this concept, but putting it into practice is incredibly difficult. During the consciousness rehearsal, it failed tens of thousands of times. Either the light particles could not stabilize the structure, or the thunder runes destroyed the integrity of the light. But it was not impatient, because in the true meaning of the inheritance, it felt the patience that Qiling King had when he created this skill, the accumulation of thousands of attempts. Finally, at some point, it found that rhythm. The condensation of light particles and the embedding of thunder runes achieved a harmonious resonance. A set of semi-transparent light and thunder armor perfectly appeared in his consciousness and could change shape at will. Mystic spirit armor, complete. As for the last move, that's the most difficult to understand. It needs to find the balance point between light and thunder so that the two forces are no longer simply coexisting, but rather a fusion where each contains the other. Shura made tens of thousands of attempts in his consciousness. Each time, either the light devoured the lightning, or the lightning tore the light apart. It recalled the perfect harmony demonstrated by the king of Qiling, which was not just about the control of power, but also about understanding. Understanding that the flexibility of light could contain the rage of thunder, and understanding that the speed of thunder could amplify the penetration of light. Time loses its meaning in the space of consciousness. Perhaps 10 days have passed, or perhaps only a moment has elapsed. When Shura opened its eyes again, it extended one forepaw. A ball of golden and white light slowly appeared in the palm of its paw. Inside the sphere of light, light and lightning are indistinguishable. They transform into one another, forming a perfect energy cycle. Although this ball of light was only the size of a fist, and although it knew that performing this move in reality would require unimaginable energy support, it had indeed grasped the essence of fusion. This technique can turn the tide of battle. Shura transmitted this thought to Wang Chen. Wang Chen opened his eyes and suddenly felt a strong resonance coming from his sea of consciousness. He saw Shura's entire process of comprehension in the consciousness space, and saw the birth of those three skills. Reversal. Wang Chen repeated the name softly, a glint in his eyes. A good name. It'll be called reversal. The transmission of consciousness has come to an end. A golden lightning bolt mark appeared on Shunjiao Shura's forehead, the imprint of the Qiling King's legacy. Its aura began to rise steadily, from high-level domain lord to peak high-level, and finally, naturally, it stepped into the peak of the domain lord level. It's not a forced infusion of energy, but a natural breakthrough brought about by the sublimation of understanding. When Shura truly opened its eyes, its aura was completely different. Its feathers remained pure white, but each one subtly flowed with golden lightning patterns. The materialized golden patterns along the edges of its four wings were like blades, crackling with tiny sparks when they trembled slightly. Its pupils, the left one holy, the right one majestic, perfectly embodied the balance of light and lightning. The figure of Qiling King had become so transparent that it was almost invisible. Very good. Its voice was as ethereal as the wind. The path you have taken is different from mine, yet it leads to the same light. That is enough. Its gaze finally fell on Wang Chen. Young man, cherish this legacy. Future wars need more people who can reverse the tide. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qiling's body transformed into countless points of light, half as warm as fireflies and half as dazzling as lightning. The points of light swirled 3 times before finally disappearing into the mark on Shura's forehead. The space for inheritance is beginning to collapse. Wang Chen bowed solemnly in the direction where Qiling Wang had disappeared. The next moment, the world spun around. When Wang Chen regained his footing, he was back in the basin where light and darkness intertwined. Lei Ao and the others were gathered outside the dissipating light barrier, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him suddenly appear. Wang Chen. Lei Ao strode forward, but his gaze was immediately drawn to Xinjiao Shura. This aura, peak domain lord level, and this lightning power. Wang Chen looked back. The area of light had completely vanished, leaving only ordinary demonic land. The Qiling King and its legacy space, having fulfilled their mission, had forever returned to the world. I encountered a predecessor worthy of remembrance, Wang Chen said softly, patting Shura's head, and it has not failed that legacy. The divine illumination Azura raised its head and roared, its sound waves intertwining with light and thunder, echoing across the land. The strange phenomena at the site of the Qiling King's inheritance completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. However, the divine illumination Azura beside Wang Chen, who had transformed into a peak domain lord and whose body was covered in golden lightning patterns, silently testified that what had just happened was not an illusion. Lei Ao circled Shura twice, clicking his tongue in amazement. Dual attributes of light and lightning. I've never seen such a combination on the battlefield in over a decade. Kid, your pet beast is probably now capable of directly confronting an ordinary early-stage overlord-level magical beast. The team members behind him nodded in agreement. The tall, thin man, skilled in reconnaissance, squinted and sensed for a moment before whispering. Captain, it's not just the increased energy intensity. The nature of its energy has an extremely strong restraining effect on demonic energy. I just tried scanning it with my mental power, and the demonic energy within 3 meters of it dissipated on its own. Oh, Lei Ao's eyes lit up. This is a treasure. If only the military could mass-produce pets with this kind of attribute. It's impossible. Wang Chen shook his head, interrupting Lei Ao's reverie. The Azura's lightning attribute was awakened by receiving an ancient inheritance, and it needs to achieve a perfect balance with the light attribute. Forcibly imitating it will only cause the two forces to clash and backfire. He was only half telling the truth. The truth is that Shunzhao Shura's awakening of the lightning attribute is inseparable from the residual primordial power of Qilin King, and even more inseparable from Shura's own profound understanding of those three true meanings. This is an opportunity that cannot be replicated. Lei Ao wasn't disappointed and laughed loudly. I was just saying it offhand. Come on, now that you're out, let's get down to business. He pointed to the surging demonic energy around him. This area has attracted quite a few demonic beasts due to the energy fluctuations just now. According to the pioneer's procedure, we must first establish a purification base, using purification devices to reduce the concentration of demonic energy in an area to below a safe level before we can explore further. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to high concentrations of demonic energy will also corrupt our pets. Wang Chen nodded in understanding. For the next hour, the Leo team demonstrated the professionalism expected of the trailblazers. The 5 of them began clearing out the surrounding magical beasts, using the edge of the basin where Wang Chen was located as the center. Lei Ao's Titan Thunder Beast charged at the forefront, each stomp causing the ground to tremble and shaking out low-level magical beasts such as demonic worms and bone-spiky lizards lurking underground. The remaining team members each performed their duties. The tall, thin man's scouting pet, Wind Shadow Falcon, hovered in the air, marking all hidden targets. The chubby team members' giant mountain tortoise erected an earthen yellow barrier to block ranged attacks. The masked man's thousand-vine demon sprouted countless thorny vines from the ground, binding the monster's movements. The female healer then summoned the Pure Heart Lotus, showering down a rain of purifying light to weaken the activity of the demonic energy. Wang Chen did not intervene rashly, but instead observed and learned from the sidelines. This is a completely different way of fighting between regular troops and adventurers. It's not about pursuing individual bravery, but about efficient teamwork, where every action serves the ultimate goal. An hour later, all the monsters within a 300-meter radius were cleared out. Now, Lei Ao took out a fist-sized metal sphere from his pocket and slammed it hard onto the ground. The sphere instantly unfolded, extending 8 metal supports that embedded themselves in the ground, and pale blue runes lit up its surface. Immediately afterwards, a hemispherical pale blue energy shield expanded outwards from the sphere, enveloping the cleared area. The concentration of demonic energy within the protective shield began to decrease visibly. The demonic energy that was originally surging like black mist melted and was purified as quickly as ice and snow meeting fire when it came into contact with the inner wall of the shield. In just a few minutes, the air in the area became fresh. Although a faint smell of blood and scorched earth still lingered, at least the danger of demonic energy erosion was gone. The purification system can last for 12 hours, Lei Ao said, wiping away sweat. During that time, we can rest and recuperate, or... Before he could finish speaking, a series of dense roars suddenly came from afar. Wang Chen frowned. Through the gradually thinning demonic energy, he saw dark shadows surging in from all directions. These were hordes of demonic beasts attracted by the energy fluctuations of the purification device. While reducing the concentration of demonic energy, the purification device emits pure energy that acts like a lighthouse in the darkness for the magical beasts, both abhorring and driving them to a frenzy to destroy it. They're here so fast. Lei Ao spat. Prepare for battle. We can't let them attack the purification device. The 5 pet beasts immediately took their battle positions. But Lei Ao's expression was not good. The size of the beast tide exceeded expectations, with at least 100 of them, and he could even sense the auras of several overlords among them. Just then, Wang Chen took a step forward. Captain Lei, let me test it out. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Perfect, to test my newly acquired power. Lao was taken aback. Before he could speak, he saw Wang Chen standing side by side with Shenzhao Shila. The next moment, something shocking happened. Unlike ordinary pet beasts, Shenzhao Shura did not adopt a fighting stance. Instead, it transformed into a streak of interwoven gold and white light and crashed directly into Wang Chen's chest. Wang Chen, the female team member, exclaimed in surprise, thinking something had happened. But the light did not penetrate Wang Chen's body. Instead, it seeped into him as if they were blending together. In that instant, Wang Chen's eyes burst forth with two colors of light. His left eye radiated holy golden light, while his right eye surged with majestic lightning. The air around him began to distort, and fine golden arcs of electricity shot out from under his skin and danced across his body. Behind him, four illusory wings formed from pure light, and lightning energy slowly unfolded. Each wing is 3 meters long, with sharp, blade-like edges and ancient lightning runes flowing across its surface. When the wings flutter gently, they create not wind, but ripples of light dust and electric sparks. This was Wang Chen's first attempt to fuse with Shenzhao Shura after receiving the inheritance, and it was an extremely rare fusion with a non-natal pet. Unlike previous fusions that focused on physical enhancement, such as the one by Dark Sky Caesar, this fusion emphasizes resonance and control at the energy level. He uses himself as a vessel to bear the power of Azura's light and lightning, thereby gaining elemental control almost like that of a pet beast. I remember General Bai said that his natal pet should be a dark attribute pet, right? This pet should be a pet that was signed later. How did he manage to fuse and transform? The female team member was shocked. This had shattered her common sense. What kind of fusion form is this? The tall, thin man stared in disbelief. Lao stared intently at Wang Chen, his atoms apple bobbing. The unity of human and pet. This kid is truly a monster. To achieve unity with a non-natal pet, and to be able to contain completely opposite attribute energies, is unbelievable. The beast tide has approached within 100 meters. Leading the charge were more than 30 venomous demonic wolves. These Lord-level magical beasts were the vanguard, a suicide squad. Their bodies were covered in festering sores, and corrosive venom dripped from their mouths. Their scarlet eyes were filled with nothing but the desire for destruction. Wang Chen raised his right hand, his 5 fingers loosely clenched. There was no recitation of skill names, no complicated starting moves. It was simply a matter of intention. Soul-devouring thunder domain. Centered on him, within a 50-meter diameter area, the ground suddenly lit up with countless golden lightning patterns. These lightning patterns moved like living things, connecting with each other, and eventually forming a huge lightning array. The next second, a golden thunderstorm shot into the sky. It didn't strike down from the sky, but rather erupted from the ground array. Each bolt of lightning possessed a devouring quality. They leaped and darted among the demonic wolves, tearing away the demonic energy from the beasts' bodies with each contact, transforming it into even more lightning energy. The howls of the demon wolves blended together as their bodies rapidly carbonized and disintegrated in the lightning. Even the magic crystals within them were shattered and absorbed by the lightning. In just 3 seconds, all 30-odd domain Lord-level demonic wolves were wiped out. The array's light dimmed, but Wang Chen could sense that a tiny fraction of the demonic energy and life energy of the demonic beasts that had been devoured had, through some mysterious connection, returned to his body. Though minuscule, it was undeniably real. The soul-devouring true meaning is indeed domineering, Wang Chen thought to himself. The beast tide did not stop after the vanguard was defeated. Instead, it became even more frenzied. The second wave consisted of an endless horde of shadow-winged demon bats, their numbers difficult to estimate. They mainly lived in groups within this demon-beast secret realm, and were incredibly powerful, all of them being at the peak of the Domain Lord level. These Domain Lord level magical beasts possessed the ability to teleport in the shadows. They transformed into streaks of black lines and pounced on Wang Chen from different angles. The 4 lightning wings behind Wang Chen trembled slightly. Mysterious spirit armor. Light particles and lightning runes surged from his body, weaving into a set of close-fitting, semi-transparent armor in a fraction of a second. The armor was as thin as nothing, yet it exuded an aura of indestructibility. The demon bat's claws and fangs struck the armor, but couldn't even leave a scratch. Even more terrifying is that the lightning runes on the surface of the armor automatically retaliate. Each contact will unleash a tiny golden bolt of lightning that travels in the opposite direction of the attack and invades the demon bat's body. Squeak! With a shrill scream, 7 or 8 demonic bats convulsed and fell, their bodies emitting wisps of blue smoke. The remaining demon bats tried to create distance, but Wang Chen had already vanished from the spot. It's not teleportation, but rather a visual residual effect produced when speed explodes to its limit. His wings of light and lightning fully unfolded, each flap propelling his body beyond the sound barrier, leaving a trail of golden-white afterimages in the air. Heavenly God's winged sky slash. Wang Chen's right palm was held together like a knife, and the edges of the 4 lightning wings simultaneously lit up with a sharp light. He moved like a spinning golden-white lightning bolt, weaving through the swarm of demonic bats. The heavenly winged sky slash was originally a skill of the divine illumination Azura, belonging to the light-type skill, but now Wang Chen has added the lightning power of the Qilin King, making its power even more rapid. Each time they brushed past, a demonic bat was neatly sliced in two. Not severed, but purifying cut. The demonic energy instantly evaporated at the point where the wings struck, and the flesh vaporized directly under the power of light and lightning. 3 seconds later, Wang Chen hovered in midair, with hundreds of stiff, falling remains of demonic bats behind him. Below, the entire Lei Ao squad remained silent. This was no longer a battle, but a massacre, a crushing defeat achieved through perfect elemental advantage. Captain, the chubby team member swallowed hard. This power, it's already surpassed that of a typical mid-tier Overlord-level weapon, right? More than that, even ordinary Overlord-level powerhouses can't achieve this kill efficiency. Lei Ao did not answer, because the third wave of attacks had arrived. This time, it was the real main force. 5 Overlord-level magical beasts slowly approached from different directions. Leading the pack was a lava rhinoceros, a colossal creature standing 8 meters tall whose every step caused the ground to tremble. Its body was covered in cooled magma armor, with dark red demonic fire flowing through the cracks, and its single horn on its forehead was wreathed in twisted black and red energy. On the left, a shadow serpent slithered in the shadows, its body appearing and disappearing intermittently, its scarlet forked tongue creating ripples in the space. On the right, 2 earth-splitting demon apes walked side by side, their muscles bulging, their fists as big as millstones, and each breath they exhaled a corrosive black aura. At the very back, a demon spider with an evil eye hovered in midair, its huge single eye on its abdomen spinning wildly, brewing a mental shock. Wang Chen, back down. These are not people you can handle alone. Lei Ao roared, and the Titan Thunder Beast was ready to charge. But Wang Chen shook his head. Captain Lei, I'm confident. He hovered in the air, his 4 wings slowly folding back, his hands clasped together in front of his chest. The golden light from the left hand and the lightning from the right hand began to merge and rotate, forming a gradually expanding golden-white vortex. 5 Overlord-level magical beasts launched an attack simultaneously. The lava rhinoceros charged forward, its horn condensing into a penetrating beam of demonic flame. The shadow python sprang from the shadows, its fangs aimed at Wang Chen's nape. The earth-splitting ape slammed its fists into the ground, countless sharp stone spikes bursting forth. The evil eye spider's single eye shot out a twisted gray ray, a deadly move that directly attacked the very essence of the spirit. Surrounded on all sides, a hopeless situation. Wang Chen closed his eyes. Deep within his consciousness, his will was completely synchronized with that of Shura. The white-blue sphere of light, which had been practiced tens of thousands of times in the inheritance space, was now perfectly recreated in the real world. Energy is compressed to its limit. The balance is precise to the millimeter. Then, reverse. The white-blue vortex suddenly collapsed, transforming into a singularity the size of a fist. Immediately afterwards, the singularity exploded. There was no violent roar, no shockwave that made people tremble, only a light that made people unable to open their eyes. Only a soft, golden-white halo emanated from Wang Chen, spreading outwards in a spherical shape. Wherever the halo passed, what was once a life-or-death crisis was instantly reversed, and the world fell silent. The lava rhinoceros's beam of demonic flame vanished the instant it touched the halo. Before the rhinoceros's terrified eyes, white light enveloped its body before dissipating. The shadow serpent's fangs shattered when they were only 10 centimeters from the back of Wang Chen's neck, and its body disappeared along with them. The stone spikes summoned by the earth-splitting demon ape, along with the ape itself, dissolved into molecules the moment they broke through the ground. The evil eye spider's soul withering ray naturally couldn't escape the reversal. After hitting the halo, it silently disappeared. Instead, the spider's own spiritual core ignited in the holy light. The spiritual core is like the energy core of a beast tamer. Once it ignites, it cannot be extinguished until death. The halo dissipated quietly after spreading to a radius of 50 meters. All 5 Overlord-level magical beasts died by their own attacks in the very way they were best at. Silence. Even the low-level magical beasts that had not yet rushed into the battlefield stopped in their tracks, trembling with fear, driven by instinct. Wang Chen landed slowly. The light and lightning wings on his back turned into specks of light and dissipated, and the two-colored light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The deep fusion with Shura automatically dissipated. That move just now consumed a lot of energy, but its power was definitely strong. Xinjiao Shura reappeared beside him, his aura slightly weakened, but his fighting spirit remained high. Lei Ao opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. What was that move called? I call it a reversal. Wang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. This move was extremely energy-consuming, draining almost 70% of his and Shura's energy. It can turn the tide of battle and reverse the tide of war, but it can only be used once a day, and the consumption is enormous. He looked at the corpses of monsters scattered on the ground, then at the remaining remnants of the beast horde who dared not approach in the distance, and said softly, "That should be enough, right? That's more than enough." Within a 300-meter radius of the purification device, there was no longer a single living magical beast. Lei Ao took a deep breath and patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. "Kid, when we get back, I'll definitely recommend you to the military's special operations team. Your abilities are a strategic weapon on the Warcraft battlefield." Wang Chen smiled but didn't reply. He looked up at the surging demonic energy deep within the demon beast realm, feeling the natural restraint of the demonic energy by the light and lightning power within his body, and a premonition began to form in his heart. The road ahead will likely involve a long and arduous struggle with these monsters, but at least now, he has enough strength to face it. Saint Thunder Azura's first real battle ended perfectly. The cleanup work lasted a full day. After confirming that no new monster hordes were approaching, Lei Ao's team activated the second purification device, expanding the safe zone to a diameter of 500 meters. Following standard procedures, they collected valuable monster materials, sampled data on changes in monster energy concentration, marked the coordinates, and set up a simple warning barrier. Wang Chen was not idle during this process either. He commanded the Divine Illumination Azura to approach the edge of the still concentrated demonic energy, attempting to more precisely control the power of light and lightning for purification. The initial attempts were somewhat crude. While large-scale lightning bursts were highly effective, they also consumed a lot of energy. Through repeated practice, Shura gradually grasped the knack, combining the purifying properties of light power with the destructive and penetrating properties of thunder power to form a fine, needle-like energy net. These energy threads can precisely pierce the core of the demonic energy cluster, disintegrating its structure from the inside, increasing efficiency by more than 3 times. This kid's learning ability is terrifying, and his pet is freakish too. The tall, thin man muttered to himself as he processed the compound eye material from the demon spider. Back when I was a domain lord, I talked about fusing elemental powers, but I couldn't even develop the second element. It wasn't until I reached the initial stage of the overlord level that I finally succeeded. Sigh. Never mind. Lei Ao dug out a piece of the core of a lava rhinoceros horn without looking up. So he's a genius from the Holy Dragon Academy, and you're the scout for our team. Each has their own strengths. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. 2 days later, all tasks were completed. The 5 evacuated the area just before the purification device ran out of energy and began their journey back to Lingmu City. 3 days later, at the Lingmu City military base, in by Zhi Yu's office. Light and lightning fusion technique. Reversal, countering magical beasts. After listening to Lei Ao's report, Zhi Yu put down his teacup and looked sharply at Wang Chen standing to the side. Wang Chen nodded frankly, but it consumes a lot of energy and can only be used once a day at most. Moreover, it puts a great strain on mental strength, and it takes at least half an hour to recover basic combat power after use. Zhi Yu remained silent for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The office was so quiet that faint shouts could be heard coming from the training ground outside the window. Lei Ao and the others had already left, leaving only Wang Chen facing the border general. Xiang King. I remember that name. Zhi Yu finally spoke, pulling a thick, leather-bound book from the bookshelf behind him. He quickly flipped through the pages, finally stopping at a particular one. On the yellowed pages of the book is a slightly blurry illustration. A black qilin with blue and gold lightning patterns wrapped around its body, standing on lightning and roaring with its head held high. Even through the worn and tattered paintings, one can feel the ultimate power. Next to the image is a line of small ancient characters. Light and Thunder Saint Qiling, Qiling King. Active in the era of monsters, it seems to have been born to meet a calamity. Its innate power of thunder can suppress all evil spirits. After breaking through to the Overlord level, it awakened the light element. It killed countless monsters in its lifetime. After breaking through to the Emperor level, it was attacked by a group of demon gods and eventually died. The Spirit King. He stood up, walked to the window, and said with his back to Wang Chen, Wang Chen, receiving this inheritance is both an immense opportunity and a heavy responsibility. Wang Chen remained silent, waiting for what would follow. The Qiling King is an ancient being who fought directly against the demon god. Its choice of you as its successor indicates that it recognizes your potential to face that kind of enemy. Zhi Yu turned around, his gaze sharp. The anomalies deep within the demon beast realm are becoming increasingly frequent. According to reports from the border observation station, over the past year, there have been demon beast uprisings in various demon beast realms, both large and small. He walked back to the table, took out a dark gold metal token from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Wang Chen. The token is about the size of a palm. The front is embossed with a pattern of a sword and a shield crossed, while the back is engraved with the 2 ancient characters Lingmu. This is my recommendation letter. With this token, you can join the Northern Legion at any time without going through the regular recruit training and assessment. Zhi Yu's voice was calm. Of course, this is not an order, but simply giving you another option. With your current strength and potential, there's not much more the Academy can teach you. Wang Chen looked at the token but did not immediately take it. He understood Zhi Yu's meaning. Only on the battlefield could a beast tamer truly test and hone their limits, especially for someone like him with a unique power system. But, Uncle Bai, I need more time. Wang Chen finally raised his head and said sincerely, after all, I haven't graduated yet, and there's still a lot I need to learn. He paused, then continued, furthermore, my teachers, Dean Chu and Principal Cui, they are also working hard to break through to the Emperor level. I want to wait for them to return and hear their advice. Zhi Yu stared at Wang Chen for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. All right. He put the token back in the drawer. I was too impatient. Your composure is far superior to those so-called geniuses who are eager for quick success but leave behind hidden dangers. I'll keep the token for you. It's valid at any time. He sat back down in his chair, his tone more relaxed. What are your plans next? Continue training in the monster realm, or return to the academy? Wang Chen thought for a moment. I want to stay at the base for a while. It's close to the front lines, so I can get more practical experience with combat styles. Besides, he looked at his hands. I don't think blindly breaking through to the Overlord level is a wise choice. I want to integrate all my strength at the peak of the Domain Lord level. Ha ha, well done. Good lad. It's rare to see such composure and insight from you. You're a promising young man. This inheritance of the Qiling King also opened the door to a new world for Wang Chen. He had already reached the peak of the domain lord level, and thought that the only way to improve his strength was to break through to the overlord level. He thought that all he needed to do next was to let Dark Sky Caesar break through. However, the truth is that after Xinjiao Shura broke through to the peak of the domain lord level, although his own realm did not break through, his strength improved further, his body became more resilient. Caesar also received a certain physical enhancement, and he also completed the fusion and transformation with Shura. It has many benefits. From now on, Wang Chen will have double the combat power. After fusing and transforming with Caesar, you thought he'd run out of energy? No, he can transform again. For the following week, Wang Chen stayed at the Lingmu City military base. He did not accept any missions outside, nor did he continue hunting monsters. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the training ground. The independent training area on the east side of the base was temporarily allocated to him. Every morning, Wang Chen would appear there on time. In the morning, he engaged in energy exchange with Xinjiao Shua. Shura, let's begin. Wang Chen stood at one end of the training field, opposite 10 targets made of a special alloy. These targets were filled with an inert energy colloid that simulated demonic energy. The divine illumination Azura hovered beside his shoulder, its 4 wings fluttering slightly. Wang Chen closed his eyes, synchronizing his mental energy completely with Shura's. Merge, transform. Surrounded by light and lightning, tall and holy, with wings soaring in the air and runes swirling around him. In his perception, the world transformed into a pure energy flow diagram. Elemental particles drifting in the air, geomagnetism flowing deep within the Earth's veins, the undulating simulated demonic energy within the target. Everything was clearly visible. Ning? With a light tap of the fingertip, a thin, hair-like, blue and white interwoven energy thread appears out of thin air. The silk thread slowly drifted toward the first target. Upon contact with the target, it did not penetrate violently, but rather penetrated in like flowing water. The target's internal structure began to disintegrate, gradually transforming from its core into harmless, pure elements. The entire process was quiet and precise, leaving not even a trace on the target's surface. 1, 2, 3. The number of net lightning bolts controlled by Wang Chen gradually increased, from operating 1 thread initially, to 3, and then to 5 simultaneously. Each thread needs to independently maintain structural stability and energy output, requiring extremely high levels of mental finesse. On the 3rd day, he successfully manipulated dozens of energy threads simultaneously, like an interwoven spider web, and completed the purification of 10 targets without damage within 30 seconds. Very good. Wang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. But in actual combat, monsters won't stand still. Next, practice with moving targets. The training ground's intelligence system was activated, and the target began to move erratically at an increasingly faster speed. In the afternoon, he focused on physical intimacy with Dark Heaven Caesar. Unlike the precise control of light and lightning power, Caesar's dark and dragon attributes focus more on bursts and suppression, showcasing the ultimate physical strength. Caesar transform. Wang Chen stood in the center of the arena, and a deep darkness began to emanate from his body. Then, Dark Heaven Caesar appeared with a domineering aura amidst a series of low roars. Pure dark energy spread like a tide, enveloping half of the training ground. The towering body, the proud dragon head, the golden blade piercing the sky on its forehead, and the sky-covering black wings with red patterns provided mobility for the massive body. Ultimately, the human and the beast merged into one, their bestial nature subdued, and their humanity fully revealed, making them a terrifying weapon of war. Darkbloods, endless dark powers surged forth, forming a preliminary domain. Within this domain, Wang Chen could clearly feel that his control over the dark element had increased by at least 30%. Any non-dark attribute energy entering would be naturally repelled and weakened. Then came the continuous attacks of dragon devouring the 8 desolations. Wang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, black energy surges exploded simultaneously from 8 different directions around the training ground. Each impact was accompanied by the might of the dragon and the power of dark corrosion, easily tearing apart the reinforced alloy plates laid on the ground, leaving behind charred and corroded marks. If anyone were there, they would have seen 8 figures of Caesar appear in the air almost instantly. These were not clones, but rather afterimages of attacks left in the domain after reaching their maximum speed. Wang Chen's true form moved at high speed within it, launching a full-force attack with each pause. Dragon Step. The flapping of its 2 enormous black dragon wings could create hurricanes, propelling its body at high speeds and moving in a certain rhythmic pattern. Shadow Dragon Claw Fist. Each punch resembled a dragon's claw and carried the power of shadow, creating a booming sound as it struck the air, followed by endless black ripples that lingered for a long time. Shadow Imprisonment. 8 chains formed from dark power shot out from beneath his feet, tightly binding the target. With a thought, they rapidly contracted, naturally shattering the target. Dark Heaven's Soul Devour. Similar to Shadow Imprisonment, it emits a large amount of black clouds. If any living being is present, it will suffer mental confusion and physical disintegration upon being touched. Finally, there is the Endless Black Hole. Wang Chen gently raised his right palm. Buzz! All the dark energy within the area stagnated, drawn by some force to converge towards the center of the palm. The dark energy continuously compressed and collapsed, eventually forming a pitch-black sphere the size of a fist. The surface of the sphere was calm, but its interior emanated a terrifying, destructive energy. Even I can feel the terror of this attack. If it continues to collapse, even I will lose control. The power of the Endless Black Hole has far exceeded the scope of the Domain Lord level. With each increase in the condensation time, its power will increase exponentially. After a brief period of time, the black sphere quietly vanished without exploding, but it swallowed up all the air, light, and even sound within a 3-meter radius. Huff! Wang Chen knelt on one knee, panting heavily. This combo consumes even more energy than using reverse. But his eyes were very bright, because he could feel that each of these extreme training sessions made the junction point between the powers of darkness and dragons clearer. It was like groping in the fog, gradually outlining a path leading to a higher place. 1 week later, in the evening, Wang Chen finished training and met by Zhi Yu on the observation deck of the base. The setting sun painted the sky golden red, and the distant Warcraft battlefront looked particularly desolate in the twilight. Leaving tomorrow? Zhi Yu handed over a bottle of energy drink. Wang Chen took the drink, took a sip, and said, "It's been almost half a month since I left. It's time to go back to the academy. Besides, I'm a little worried about the teachers. Chu Lingfeng and Cui Zheng went to break through to the emperor level, and there has been no news of them since. Wang Chen doesn't know where they went, but he always feels a little uneasy." Zhi Yu nodded. "It's time to go back. Things at the academy haven't been peaceful lately either." Wang Chen looked at him. "The undercurrents in the direction of the capital have already affected the provinces." Zhi Yu lowered his voice. "The struggle between the princes is becoming increasingly fierce, and even the military has received probing offers from several forces. As the dynasty's premier academy, your Holy Dragon Academy cannot remain completely uninvolved." He patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. "Be careful when you get back. With your current strength and potential, you could easily become a pawn in someone else's eyes, or a threat." Wang Chen was silent for a moment, then solemnly said, "I understand." The following morning, Wang Chen bid farewell to Zhi Yu and Lei Ao's team and embarked on his journey back to Lingmu City. If there was nothing urgent, Wang Chen chose to fly back to school using his pet beast. When the familiar academy gates appeared before him, Wang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. In just half a month, from receiving the inheritance of the Qilin King to immersing himself in the real battle of the magical beast realm, and then to honing his skills at the military base, his strength did not break through the level, but his understanding of the essence of power was much deeper than when he left. The moment Wang Chen stepped into the Holy Dragon Academy, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere was completely different from half a month ago. The once relaxed and lively campus was now filled with an indescribable sense of tension. The students sparring on the training field displayed a more ruthless and probing style in their moves. The students walking on the tree-lined path often gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Even the manufacturing students who usually buried themselves in their research often gathered together at this time, exchanging certain information with solemn expressions. It seems Uncle Bai was right, Wang Chen muttered to himself, his vigilance growing even stronger. He didn't return to his dormitory immediately, but went to Chu Lingfeng's office first. The door was tightly closed, and a wooden sign on the door read, "The dean is away. Return date undetermined." He tried to contact him using a communication talisman, but received no response. "Teacher, where exactly are you making a breakthrough?" Wang Chen looked at the empty office, his unease deepening. After leaving the dean's building, he headed towards the dormitory. However, just as he reached the entrance to the dormitory area, a familiar figure emerged from a side path. Yizhuwei wasn't wearing her school uniform today, but rather a simple light blue long dress, with a jade pendant symbolizing her azure dragon bloodline tied around her waist. She had clearly been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Wang Chen, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. "Wang Chen, let's talk in private." Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. The two arrived at a secluded pavilion on the hill behind the college. The view from here was expansive, overlooking most of the campus, while ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Yizhuwei didn't speak immediately. Instead, she looked at the students hurrying by in the distance and sighed softly after a long while. "You can feel it, can't you? The atmosphere in the academy." "Yes." Wang Chen nodded. "The influence of the struggle for the princes has already permeated here. It's not just infiltration." Yizhuwei turned around and looked directly at Wang Chen. Yesterday, the third Prince Yi Xuance's trusted entourage arrived in Lingmu City and began openly recruiting elites from various academies. This morning, the sixth Prince Yi Chongyu's envoy visited Dean Su Jingchen of the manufacturing department. Tomorrow, the second Prince Yi Xiaoming's representative will hold a recruitment meeting in the academy's auditorium. With each word she spoke, Wang Chen's brows furrowed more deeply. The struggle for the throne has become this blatant? Yizhuwei smiled bitterly. Times have changed. This is not ancient times. Although our dynasty still retains the ancient hereditary system of the throne, the emperor's power is not actually that great. On the contrary, he has enormous responsibilities. I agree with that. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. For someone who grew up in a small town, the title of emperor might just be a symbol, and there would be no forceful seizure or plunder. The legal system was extremely well established. Of course, this excludes those arrogant scions of powerful families. You haven't experienced a change of the throne, and for most people, they wouldn't even know if the person on the throne changed. But for us, it's not like that. Every change of power in civilized times causes dramatic changes. Yizhuwei's brows were furrowed, and they hadn't relaxed since she started speaking. Indeed, I do know the plot from the TV series. It's about 9 princes vying for the throne, and the loser's fate is terrible. Haha, I didn't realize you were so funny. Yizhuwei chuckled. It's not that serious. The competition for the throne has clear rules. You can think of it as a high school competition among the princes, where the winner gets the throne. Is that so? Does that mean the princes will duel each other, and the winner will become king? That's not fair. Some are older and some are younger. You're absolutely right. This unfair struggle began the moment Father made that announcement. She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice even further. And the reason I came to you today is to ask you for a favor. Wang Chen didn't immediately agree, but calmly looked at her. Whom do you want to help? You, or a certain prince? Help my 10th brother, Yizhuwei. As Yizhuwei said this, a hint of tenderness and worry flashed in her eyes. He's only 16 years old this year, 3 years younger than us, and we share the same mother. He shouldn't be involved in this struggle. But, in the struggle for the throne, no one can truly stay out of it. She took a deep breath. The third prince has a violent temper. If he ascends the throne, my 10th brother's life will likely be in danger. The 6th prince seems gentle, but he is actually extremely cunning. If my 10th brother falls into his hands, the best outcome will be lifelong house arrest. As for the 2nd prince, a hint of apprehension flashed in Yizhuwei's eyes. He is the emperor's most favored son and the prince with the most supporters. But behind him stand the 4 great families, and every prince is no ordinary person. Can't we just admit defeat? It's not that simple. They'll just think my brother is hiding his true abilities. Ordinary people might not think a 16-year-old boy has any special skills, but this is the royal family. It's different. Moreover, voluntarily giving up this power is no different from sending oneself to one's death. It could be an assassination, a duel, or even a banquet, a silent death. Wang Chen fell silent. I thought the princes and princesses would have no worries about food and clothing, but now it seems there are crises everywhere. You really can't play this game without a brain. So you want me to help the 10th prince? Wang Chen asked. But I'm just a student at the domain lord level. What can I do? There's a lot you can do, Zhi Yu said earnestly. Your victory in the university championship, your outstanding contributions in the missing persons investigation, and your success in eradicating the cult and the monster dungeon all prove your combat abilities. You are now one of the most prestigious young people in the academy. Your attitude will influence the choices of many who are still observing. She took a step closer, her voice sincere. Wang Chen, I don't want you to risk your life for me, nor do I want you to participate in any conspiracies. I only hope, in the upcoming trials, that you can stand by 10th brother's side, protect him, and help him go further. Wang Chen did not answer immediately. To be honest, Wang Chen didn't want to get involved. The competition between the princes was too risky for him. And even if he were to participate, why should he join the 10th prince's camp? That would be the most unwise choice. He walked to the edge of the pavilion and looked at the students who were training hard on the training field in the distance. Of these people, how many have already been won over by various forces? How many are still sticking to their own path? And how many will be forced to make a choice in the coming storm? After a long while, he slowly turned around. Tell me first, what are the specific conditions for the competition between the princes? A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhi Yu's eyes, and she immediately explained, These are rules personally set by Father Emperor. All princes must participate, and the final selection will be based on their overall performance in the 3 trials. First challenge, choosing a leader from among the wise men. Zhi Yu held up one finger and continued. The test is the prince's ability to gather people. From the day of the announcement until 2 weeks before the opening of the Holy Dragon Realm, each prince may use any means that do not violate the law to recruit supporters in academies, the army, sects, and even among the common people. 1 month later, each prince must submit a list of advisors, and the number, strength, and background of the people on the list will be taken into account in the score. The list wasn't written arbitrarily, Zhi Yu added. All supporters included on the list must publicly pledge their loyalty and actually fight in the subsequent tests. If anyone is just a figurehead without contributing, or betrays their allegiance at the last minute, then that prince will be disqualified immediately. Wang Chen nodded. So this test assesses the prince's personal charm and his ability to judge character. That's right, Zhi Yu continued. The second round, martial arts competition to determine talent. She held up her second finger. It will be held after the first round at the Imperial City Martial Arts Arena. This round tests your strength. It's a best-of-7 match, with 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loser. The rules are a round-robin tournament, with the winner staying on the field and the loser being replaced until all 5 players on one side are eliminated. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. So this stage requires truly strong fighters. And they must be completely loyal and strong, Zhi Yu said with a wry smile. Because arena battles don't allow for holding back, serious injuries, or even death are commonplace. If any member of the staff harbors disloyalty, they might. She didn't finish her sentence, but Wang Chen understood. In a life-or-death battle, trust is more important than strength. Are there any restrictions on the level? What if a prince's supporter is a king-level expert? No, that won't happen. A king-level warrior is already a nation's high-end combat force, not something the princes can mobilize. Therefore, the cultivation level is limited to 2 levels, Domain Lord and Overlord. Domain Lord level represents potential, while Overlord level represents power. The battles between the two are separate. What about the 3rd level? Zhi Yu's expression turned serious. The 3rd trial, the battle in the secret realm. This is the most dangerous trial, testing your ability to govern. All the princes and their core advisors will be sent to a special secret realm, the Imperial Mausoleum Trial Grounds. That is the resting place of the past emperors of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, and also the largest trial realm for the royal family. Inside, there are not only various powerful pets and rare resources, but also countless legacies and trials left by the ancestors. The princes need to survive, explore, and compete in the realm for 15 days. The final scoring criteria are extremely complex. The quantity and quality of the heritage acquired, the value of the resources collected, the number of competitors defeated, teamwork performance, and even decision-making ability in a crisis. Everything will be recorded and evaluated. She paused, her voice even lower. But the cruelest part is that this trial allows princes to attack each other. As long as no one dies, serious injury, looting, and sieges are all permitted. So my 10th brother. Wang Chen understood. A 16-year-old prince, weak and alone, entering such a dog-eat-dog secret realm. His fate was predictable. Even if the other princes dared not kill him due to the rules, it would be far too easy to leave him severely injured, empty-handed, or even crippled. Silence fell over the pavilion. A mountain breeze blew by, carrying the chill of early autumn. After a long silence, Wang Chen finally spoke. How many supporters does the 10th prince have now? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Jiwei's face. Currently, it's just me and some influence from my mother's family. And their strength. Yi Jiwei sighed softly and shook her head. They were far inferior in both quantity and quality. The other princes were not just vying for one family, but for many aristocratic families, and even some super powerful ones. Wang Chen rubbed his temples. This was practically a situation where he had started from scratch. What about the other princes? The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, has the full support of the Su family and the Cui family, two of the 4 major families in the capital. He has recruited at least 30 experts at the domain lord level or above in the younger generation, and each of them represents a huge force. There are also quite a few overlord-level experts, but this has not been made public. The Su family? That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Jinyin will also participate, representing a domain lord-level expert. His brother may also make an appearance. He has probably already broken through to the overlord level. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, has the support of the military's hawks. His subordinates are mainly combat-oriented, and although they are fewer in number, they are stronger in combat. The sixth prince, Yi Chongyu, is backed by the Wang family, one of the 4 great families. His advisory group is the largest, with over 50 domain lord-level members alone, though their quality may not be very high. As for the 5th prince, Yi Dingyuan, it is still unclear, and he is very mysterious. The same goes for the 7th prince, Yi Haochen. He's not very old, about the same age as us, so it's somewhat difficult for him to win people's respect. With each number she announced, Wang Chen's brow furrowed more deeply. This was not a fair competition at all. The 10th prince, Yi Wuwei, was almost single-handedly fighting against the vested interest groups of the entire dynasty. Why did you choose me? Wang Chen suddenly asked. With your status, you should be able to find more powerful allies. Yi Jiwei looked directly into his eyes. Because I trust you. In the investigation of the missing persons case, and in the magical beast realm, you demonstrated not only strength, but also character. You were not afraid of the powerful, you did not bully the weak, and you upheld your principles. People like that are too rare these days. She paused, her voice trembling slightly. Besides, I have no other choice. Other capable and trustworthy people have either already been won over by various parties or are unwilling to get involved in this vortex. Wang Chen, I know this request is selfish, but I need to think about it. Yi Jiwei's eyes dimmed slightly. Wasn't this also a form of rejection? I hope you can understand that this is a difficult decision for me. After all, I really don't want to take sides like this. It's too dangerous. Actually, if you don't want to participate, joining my brother is the best option. What do you mean by that? Because my younger brother is the youngest, he poses no threat to them at all, and the talents under his command are insignificant to them, so naturally they won't target you too much. Wang Chen fell into deep thought. So that makes perfect sense. Okay, I promise you. Wang Chen then looked at her calmly and said, but I have a few conditions. You say it. Yi Jiwei said immediately. First, I will not participate in any conspiracies or schemes. I will only assist the 10th prince within the overt rules. Second, within the secret realm, I have the right to make tactical decisions based on the actual situation, and the 10th prince must respect my judgment. Third, Wang Chen's eyes sharpened. If I discover that the 10th prince was not forced into this as you claim, but also harbors ambitions for the throne and is even willing to use despicable means, I will immediately withdraw. Yi Jiwei nodded without hesitation. I agree to all these conditions on behalf of my 10th brother. He is kind-hearted by nature and would never want to fight for the throne unless forced to. As for the means, neither he nor I have the intention nor the ability to do so. She took out a cyan jade pendant with a dragon pattern from her bosom and handed it to Wang Chen. This is my 10th brother's token, and also the proof of being included in the list of chosen masters. Starting tomorrow, you can use this jade pendant to officially become a member of the 10th prince's camp. Wang Chen took the jade pendant. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and he could faintly sense the dragon aura contained within it, a very familiar feeling. What should we do next? I will contact him immediately, and he should arrive in Lingmu City in about 3 days, Yi Jiwei said. I'm not sure when the other princes will start recruiting talented people, but it will begin gradually in the next few days. Her eyes pleaded. Right now, the 10th brother's camp is weak and isolated. We need a first signboard of sufficient weight to attract more onlookers. And you are the most suitable candidate. Wang Chen understood what she meant. With his accolades as a champion in a university competition, the eradication of countless cult members, and a hero in the case of missing persons, his public statements certainly have a significant demonstrative effect. Let me know when the time comes. I'll be there. He carefully put the jade pendant away. By the way, what are the benefits of participating in this battle for the throne? Benefits? You mean resources? That's right. To be honest, I'm only one step away from becoming a hegemon. If I can break through during this period, the outcome might be different. Really? Yi Jiwei looked at him in disbelief, and after thinking for a moment, she said, if it's true, then it's definitely possible, and I can ask my brother to give you a back door. What's the meaning? Each prince is allocated a certain amount of treasures, which is equivalent to their publicly disclosed starting capital, which they can use to recruit subordinates. Yi Jiwei said excitedly. If you're willing, my brother will definitely be willing to help you. Besides, there are prizes for every victory in the second round of the competition. The winner can obtain a large amount of resources, energy blocks, pills, and all kinds of attribute treasures. If it weren't for such many rewards, those people wouldn't have helped the prince. Wang Chen was genuinely tempted. Once he broke through to the overlord level, he would have at least the confidence to stand on his own, and ordinary people would no longer be able to threaten him. Then there's no problem. I'll head back now and think about breaking through to the overlord level. Okay, you should get some rest. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Yes, it will. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Yi Jiwei slowly loosened her clenched fist, and a hint of tears welled up in her eyes. This battle, which was almost destined to fail, finally had a glimmer of hope. On his way back to the dormitory, Wang Chen was already rapidly considering whether his decision was correct, but unfortunately, the teacher couldn't offer any advice. What? You want to join the 10th prince's camp? Mu Feng and Fu Qian were shocked and exclaimed in unison. Back in the dorm, Wang Chen invited his best friend over. The three of them had been discussing this matter together. Mu Feng and Fu Qian's families had already found a direction, and now it was his turn. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? Wang Chen leaned back on the sofa, wanting to hear what the two of them thought. It's not that it's impossible, but you'll be in a very passive position. Mu Feng paced back and forth in the room, tossing an orange in his hand. With your strength, you can join any prince you want, and you'll be warmly received. But if you're under the 10th prince's command, you'll be restricted in every way. Fu Qian also asked innocently, Brother Wang, why did you choose the 10th prince? Idiot. What else could it be? Mu Feng gave him a hard flick on the forehead, then looked at Wang Chen with a lewd grin. Because of love. Get lost. Wang Chen made a move to kick him. Love? Could it be? Royal matters are not secrets. You can find out by asking around. The 10th prince and the 9th princess are siblings. Oh, I see. Fu Qian scratched his head, realizing that even he knew there was something fishy going on between Yi Zhiwei and Wang Chen. Mu Feng, you are knowledgeable and experienced. Tell me, what serious consequences would there be if I joined the 10th Prince's faction? It's uncertain. First, you need to understand that this situation involves taking sides, but the impact won't be significant. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Logically, all the forces in the dynasty should have developed under the emperor's management, but in reality, many forces had the power to rival the emperor, and there were many things that even the emperor couldn't control. The prince can only win over some people with potential. Most of them are talents cultivated by various forces. The prince will help them gain a voice in their families. In return, they will naturally have to support the prince unconditionally. If you misjudge the situation and the prince you choose doesn't become emperor, and you happen to have an enemy in the emperor's camp, then you're finished. If you don't have an enemy, then it's not a big deal. You can still pledge allegiance, but the emperor will be wary and will most likely not give you important responsibilities. Wang Chen remained silent. He was just an ordinary citizen, free from the intrigues and power struggles of other families. As for loyalty, that was utterly ridiculous. I don't care about any of that. What a real man. Yi Zhiwei was so moved, she offered herself to him. Stop fooling around. Since you've said that, as your brother, I can only support you. Good luck. Mu Feng put away his joking tone and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, Brother Wang, I support you too. Fu Qian also stood up to express his approval. And what about you? Do you want to participate? I don't get involved in royal affairs, and they can't do anything about it. Oh, you're so confident. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. But I can't control the others, Mu Feng said impatiently, and began to complain to the two. Although our Fengyu sect does not fight or compete, and does not concern itself with worldly affairs, it is still a sect after all. There are quite a few disciples, and some of the elders' descendants will always have their own ideas about who to replace. I estimate that many of them will join the prince's camp to seek power. Wang Chen asked, aren't you worried? What if you're not as skilled as others and end up being replaced as sect leader? Being a sect leader is no fun. Let whoever wants to be it be it. I'm a man as free as the wind. Fu Qian, what about you? Me? The one who went to my house was the 3rd prince. I don't know why, but I was a little scared of him. He doesn't even care about my abilities. He mainly came to talk to my father about cooperation, to get sponsorships and investments. He just treats us like money bags. Sigh, these princes are all cunning and unpredictable. No one knows what they're hiding in their hearts. Wang Chen sighed and said, that's right. One wrong move and you're doomed. As dawn broke, a dragon's roar came from the east, tearing through the thin mist above Ding'an City. The dragon's roar was clear and melodious, unlike the ferocity of ordinary dragons and beasts. Instead, it carried a sacred rhythm. The students of the Holy Dragon Academy all looked up and saw a golden light break through the clouds in the eastern sky, growing closer and closer, and a colossal creature looming over the Holy Dragon Academy. Dragon? No, that's a real dragon. Oh my God, I feel my body trembling, and I can't help but want to kneel down and submit. It's no wonder the students were so surprised, because this dragon was truly extraordinary. Although the Holy Dragon Academy was named after the Holy Dragon Academy, it actually had little to do with real dragons. Even if some students could sign contracts with dragon attribute pets, they were basically pseudo-dragons or fake dragons. It was a golden dragon. Its entire body is golden as gold. It was not a giant dragon. It had no wings, but a true totem dragon in the traditional sense. Its robust body coiled like a dragon, each scale shimmering with a pale golden halo. Its 4 claws, like golden hooks, gleamed coldly, poised to grasp. Its head was held high, hornless, yet a dazzling crystal on its forehead served as a 3rd eye. Its pupils were pure, shimmering gold, their gaze gentle yet imposing. Most astonishing was the aura that naturally emanated from its body. Wherever it passed, clouds parted, and the morning light seemed to gather, leaving a magnificent trail of light behind it. What kind of dragon is this? It's amazing. It feels so familiar. It's just like the azure dragon recorded in the totem. Sai, you're right. It's possible the emperor himself is coming. No, this is not the azure dragon. A professor with graying hair pushed up his glasses and said, "The Azure Dragon possesses the ultimate and purest light attribute. It is the power of nature and is proficient in all elemental forces." Let me think. This sounds familiar. Light, a light dragon. I know. This is the heavenly sacred dragon. The old professor exclaimed in shock. A descendant of the totem azure sky, sacred dragon. This is His Highness the Second Prince's natal pet. The Second Prince. The students were shocked and looked up at the sky. They seemed to understand the purpose of the visit. On the dragon's back, a man stood with his hands behind his back. Yi Xiaoming was not dressed in fine clothes today, but only in a plain white brocade robe with simple and elegant cloud patterns embroidered with silver thread. With a gentle and handsome face, his long hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin, and a few strands of hair fluttered in the wind, giving him a touch of the demeanor of a young emperor. He stood at the dragon's neck, his figure as steady as a mountain, with neither deliberately ostentatious domineering aura nor feigned approachability, calmly looking down at the academy that was getting closer and closer below. The heavenly dragon circled the Holy Dragon Academy once, seemingly announcing its arrival, before finally hovering slowly above the academy's central square and landing gracefully. When the enormous dragon claw touched the bluestone slab, it did not make a heavy impact sound, but rather touched the ground like a feather. This precise control of power made all the beast tamers present feel awe. The dragon lowered its body, and Yi Xiaoming slowly walked down. He raised his hand and gently patted the dragon's neck. The heavenly sacred dragon responded with a low groan, then transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. The entire process was seamless, demonstrating a natural and harmonious understanding between the person and their pet. It was only then that Zhou Xiling, the dean of the auxiliary department, and a group of instructors rushed to the square. The principal and the dean of the combat department were not there, so Zhou Xiling had to come and greet them. Behind her stood Su Jingchen, the dean of the manufacturing department, Su Biao, the dean of the liberal arts department, as well as a group of vice deans and instructors. Upon seeing this, several vice deans and mentors were about to bow, but Yi Xiaoming had already clasped his hands in greeting. "Vice deans, esteemed teachers, I apologize for the intrusion." His voice was clear and gentle, and his demeanor was humble, yet naturally exuded a noble air. "Your Highness is too kind." The instructors quickly returned the greeting. "I wonder what brings your Highness here today?" Zhou Xiling asked softly. "In order to seek out talented individuals," Yi Xiaoming smiled. "Since Father has opened 3 trials for selecting the heir, I, Xiaoming, will naturally follow them. Today, I have come alone to the Holy Dragon Academy, wishing to have an open and frank discussion with you young talents, to discuss the future together and to speak freely." As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over the growing number of students gathered in the square, before his voice boomed into the ears of every student. "Fellow students, please come to the Academy Auditorium for a discussion." The auditorium required no additional decorations. The space was exceptionally spacious. At the front was a podium, and at the back were tiered seats. Judging by its size, it could accommodate as many as 5,000 people. If more people were to stand around and at the back, it could easily hold 10,000. Once everyone was seated, Yi Xiaoming stood tall and straight, his eyes calm and sincere. "Xiaoming is 30 years old this year. After 12 years of cultivation, my strength has reached the peak of the overlord level." Wow! This single statement caused a huge uproar, demonstrating remarkable strength. Even among students admitted to prestigious universities, very few reach the peak of the overlord level by the age of 30. Of course, the resources enjoyed by the princes were unmatched by others. "Brother Wang, you're definitely stronger than him. You broke through to the peak of the domain lord level in just 2 years. You can definitely surpass him in speed," Fu Qian said in a low voice. Mu Feng, Wang Chen, and Fu Qian also came and found a seat at the back, wanting to see the second prince. "Not necessarily. It gets harder as you go further. The overlord level has stumped countless geniuses, and breaking through to the king level is even more difficult." Wang Chen shook his head, having to admit that Yi Xiaoming had used this move well, convincing everyone with absolute strength and maximizing his advantages. After all, Who would want to work under a weak prince? However, one person's strength is nothing. I served in the army to guard the northern border for 3 years, presided over the southern water management for 2 years, and managed the royal archives for 5 years. I dare not say that I have extensive experience, but I am somewhat knowledgeable in practical matters. All this was for the purpose of strengthening my holy dragon dynasty, so that every citizen can be like a dragon, driving out foreign races, eradicating evil cults, and slaying demonic beasts. If there are like-minded people who are willing to work with Xiaoming for the long term, let us meet here today to be frank. Good. His few words drew screams and applause from the audience. They were all young people, and his words about fighting the enemy and protecting the country resonated with them. However, at that moment, 2 other figures walked in through the side door. They were the other 2 princes who had arrived late. The leader, dressed in a black military uniform, exuded a sharp aura. His face was rugged and bronze, clearly showing signs of having weathered many storms. He was none other than the 3rd prince, Yishuanzi. He nodded slightly to his second brother and casually found a seat. Following behind was the 6th Prince Chu, who had already arrived. He was not so aloof, dressed casually and approachable, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, second brother. We've come to hear your opinion. You won't disagree, will you?" "How could that be? Please have a seat, my 2 brothers. You arrived much earlier than me, so you should have held your recruitment meeting before me." "No, second brother. How dare we open it if you don't?" Yishuanzi said with a serious face, showing no emotion whatsoever. Third brother's words are still so sharp. "Second brother, please continue and don't mind us." The 6th prince, acting as a mediator, eased the tension that was about to turn sour. "Then I'll continue." Yi Xiaoming nodded, facing the hall, and continued his speech. Wang Chen, Mu Feng, and Fu Qian sat to the side and witnessed the scene firsthand. "It seems that the 3 princes have very different personalities and don't get along very well," Wang Chen said softly. "More than that, these 3 are definitely the most competitive among the 6 princes. Most people would also think that the main competition for the throne is between these 3. It's already very good that they haven't started fighting together now that they're all together." Mu Feng had more information and knew this very well. "So who do you think has a higher probability?" "Judging solely from their apparent strength, the 2nd prince, Yi Xiaoming, has at least an 80% chance of success." 80%. Wang Chen thought the 3 of them were about the same, maybe 60 or 70% at most. Of course, that's only in terms of their apparent strength. We don't know about their true strength behind the scenes. But for those people, the most important thing is to be steady. Achieving 100% is ideal. They don't want any surprises. However, if you ask me, the 2nd prince has a much better chance of winning. Even if the others accumulate strength, it will be difficult for them to win. Why? The 3rd prince is a member of the military and is quite powerful. The 6th prince also seems confident. The most important thing is that light dragon, the heavenly sacred dragon, Mu Feng said in a low voice. "I've seen records of this in the sect's ancient texts. The descendants of the Azure Sky sacred dragon reach the peak of the overlord level upon adulthood and are considered supreme dragon species with the potential to break through to the emperor level. The 2nd prince was able to form a perfect contract with it, and so many years have passed. His strength is probably far beyond the peak of the overlord level." Fu Qian also asked in a low voice, "I've seen that dragon. It's terrifying. All my pets are too scared to come out. I'm fine. My Night Feather Wind has the blood of a dragon." Wang Chen looked at his pet beast, and it was completely unharmed. Azuras are particularly sensitive to light-based energy. The power of light flowing within Yi Xiaoming's body is pure and vast, like the ocean embracing all rivers, gentle yet powerful. But isn't the same true for Shura? Moreover, with the fusion of lightning attribute with it, its energy level has increased by another level, so it has even less to fear. As for Caesar, with his powerful dark attributes and the essence of the Azure Dragon, he should theoretically be suppressing the Celestial Dragon, and it should be the one obediently submitting. By the way, what are the other 2 princes' pet beasts? They're not purebred dragons either, are they? Fu Qian asked rhetorically. "That's for sure. All the royal family members are purebred dragons, which naturally suppresses other beast tamers." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was immediately puzzled. Why? Is it really about bloodline? Does every member of the royal family have a special bloodline? And can they all sign contracts with rare purebred dragons? How could that be? Mu Feng looked around and lowered his voice. I'm telling you this quietly, but don't tell anyone. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Could there be another hidden story? Mu Feng seemed to know something. Do you know what's most important for the continuation of a dynasty? It's legitimacy. The heavenly dragon is the legitimate dynasty. Does that mean that if someone awakens the heavenly dragon, they automatically become the emperor? Is it that casual? Wang Chen felt something was off. This wasn't ancient times. Do you think the royal family is that stupid? Holding so many dragon species, are they just going to let their descendants awaken beast taming abilities based on luck alone? Wang Chen's eyes widened, and a bold guess formed in his mind. You mean? The royal family has a secret awakening method. Every prince receives this method from a young age to enhance his physique. Once his spiritual power reaches the required level, he can choose a dragon species to sign as his natal pet beast. There is no need to summon a pet beast egg from the void. What? Wang Chen and Fu Qian were both shocked to hear this for the first time. Then, doesn't that mean they'd be invincible if they signed a contract with a powerful dragon as their natal pet? Fu Qian stammered. Don't you have common sense? If you force yourself to sign a pet that is far stronger than yourself, you won't be able to handle it mentally, and you'll turn into an idiot. Dragons have very long lifespans and long growth periods. Are there always suitable dragon species for them to sign contracts with? Wang Chen asked this question. No, they are dragon eggs. Dragon eggs are nurtured by them using secret methods, and only when they encounter a suitable disciple will they sign a contract and grow together with their master. Understood. It now seems that the lives of royal children are all prearranged. Brother Mu, you still haven't told me. What are the other two princes' natal beasts? I'm very curious. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, also possesses an extremely domineering natal beast, a pure-blooded fire attribute dragon named the Divine Flame King. Gulp. Fu Qian swallowed hard. Impressive. The name is indeed imposing. The Divine Flame King has completely inherited the fire of its father, the Azure Dragon, and its mother, the Fiery Phoenix, reaching an even more extreme level. Legend has it that it can burn everything and is extremely effective against magical beasts. It's just unknown how much of the bloodline the third prince's pet beast inherited. What's the meaning? Oh, I forgot to mention, the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon has existed for far too long, and its offspring are still very far removed from us. The bloodlines of the pets we have inherited are diluted, unless we can find another pet with a purer bloodline to mate with and produce offspring. The two nodded repeatedly, having learned quite a few secrets today. As for the sixth Prince Yu, his natal pet beast is also a descendant of the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon, named 8 Desolate Chaos. The names are all incredibly imposing. I really want to see them. Fu Qian silently made a mental note of them. The 8 Desolations Chaos is an Earth attribute pet beast with extreme defense and creativity, but to be honest, there is currently no record of it being used in actual combat. No combat record? Does that mean he's never fought? Yes, that's true. So far, there's been no information about his skills or combat details, and even information about his pet is scarce. Only vague details like earth-brown dragon wings, rock-like armor, and a heavy aura. As the three talked, Yi Xiaoming's speech was also coming to an end. Today, Xiaoming is here. We will not engage in empty talk about ideals, nor will we make empty promises of great benefits. I only have 3 questions for you. First question, you cultivate the way of beast taming. What is your purpose? Is it to reach the pinnacle for your own power, or to use this power to protect the peace of a region? Second question, if you were to hold a high position and wield resources in the future, would you monopolize them to secure your own position, or would you be willing to open them up for future generations and nurture those who come after you? The third question, Yi Xiaoming's gaze swept across the entire room, uttering each word slowly and deliberately. If you know the road ahead is fraught with peril and the odds of victory are slim, but this matter concerns the lives of millions, do you dare to shoulder this heavy responsibility? Yi Xiaoming paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, his aura fully unleashed, his white robes fluttering gently without wind. My answer has been witnessed and verified by everyone for the past 10 years. 17 times I ventured deep into the secret realms of magical beasts, slaying over 1,000 beasts and expanding my territory by 1,000 miles. We were the first to be hit by the cult's chaos, and we wiped out more than 10 strongholds and killed over 100 cult members at the domain lord level. And there are still those with wolfish ambitions who attempt to invade my holy dragon dynasty, leading 3,000 troops and slaughtering 10,000 in battle. A loud voice resounded throughout the auditorium, and the entire hall fell silent. After a moment of silence, even more enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted. Many young students were so excited their faces turned red, eager to rush forward and swear allegiance. However, Yi Xiaoming simply smiled and raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Thank you for your enthusiasm," he said gently, yet with an undeniable clarity. "I have come here sincerely to seek talent, but I also know the principle that quality is more important than quantity in military affairs. To be frank, the upcoming checkpoints are all quite dangerous, so I will impose restrictions, which is for everyone's benefit." He glanced at the eager crowd below and slowly said, "Firstly, it is strength. My recruitment this time is mainly to build up strength for the 2 stages of the martial arts competition and the secret realm contest. Therefore, those who wish to join my staff must have reached the peak of the domain lord level as beastmasters. Overlord level will be arranged separately and will not be publicly recruited here for the time being." Wow! A low gasp immediately rippled through the crowd. Peak of the domain lord level. This threshold directly shut out more than 90% of the students in the academy. Those who reach the peak of the domain lord level at this age are all top figures in their respective departments, true prodigies. Many senior students haven't even reached this level. Wang Chen and his 2 companions exchanged glances. Mu Feng clicked his tongue. That's ruthless. But this move is brilliant, directly selecting the most elite batch of combat power. Yeah, in our year, only you, Brother Wang, have reached the peak of the domain lord level. Fu Qian glanced at Wang Chen, noticing his unmoved expression. Secondly, the quota. Yi Xiaoming continued calmly. Our holy dragon dynasty has countless talents at the peak of the domain lord level. We can't gather all the young talents under one person's command. That would be irresponsible to you, and I can't afford to support so many people. Ha ha. This remark drew a burst of laughter. 30 people. This number caused another stir. Although there weren't many at the peak of the domain lord level below, this was mainly because most were freshmen and sophomores. The number of juniors and seniors who reached the peak of the domain lord level definitely exceeded 30. This means that not everyone who meets the skill threshold can join. The competition begins with registration. Now, those who meet the requirements and are interested can register in the side hall on the right side of the auditorium. I will review everyone's list one by one and vet them individually. Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, nodded slightly, and then, surrounded by his entourage, walked towards the lounge prepared for him at the back of the auditorium. He didn't look at the audience anymore, leaving the choice entirely to these proud and ambitious young geniuses. Su Jinyan. Wang Chen saw Su Jinyan stand up first, walking steadily towards the side hall with an air of confident composure, a confidence that few possessed. Who's that? He looks unfamiliar to me. Many senior students were puzzled, wondering where this confident young man had come from. Su Jinyan, a second-year student, I didn't expect his strength to have reached the peak of the domain lord level. It's terrifying. I remember now. I saw him in the high school championship. By the way, what about Wang Chen? I remember he was the top freshman back then. He won first place. I don't know. Maybe he didn't meet the requirements. Times change. Not everyone's cultivation speed can be so unstoppable. Sigh. What a pity. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be. After a brief silence, the crowd surged. The students who had reached the peak of the domain lord level, whether confident or slightly hesitant, rushed to the right side hall. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, even if it was just to try. Wang Chen watched silently and noticed several familiar faces. All of them were the academy's top students, including the 2 club presidents, Guo Feilong and Lu Yusen. TSK, what a lively scene. Mu Feng watched the show with his arms crossed. 30 spots. They'll probably be snapped up in less than half an hour, and there'll be a fight. Brother Wang, shall we go take a look? Fu Qian asked softly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Wang Chen shook his head. No need. We're here to observe the situation, not to register. He turned his gaze to the third prince and sixth prince, who were getting up to leave. The real show is probably just beginning. Yi Xiaoming's every move on his first day in Lingmu City was reported in the news, sparking widespread discussion in society, with many people strongly supporting him. Passerby, why did the second prince go to the Holy Dragon Academy first, instead of somewhere else? Passerby B. Nonsense. The Holy Dragon Academy gathers the elite of the entire dynasty's younger generation. If he doesn't recruit talents there, where else would he go? Passerby C. Great, we can see the prodigies compete again, so exciting. Passerby D. Yeah, we've got something to talk about. However, Yi Xiaoming's popularity waned after just one day, as the other two princes also began to take their own actions. November 20th, the second day after Yi Xiaoming arrived in Lingmu City. The third prince, Yi Xuanzi, didn't choose to hold the meeting in the auditorium, but instead went to the empty square. Flame King, come out. Roar. A roar, and the originally cool autumn day changed, as if the seasons had reversed, returning to the sweltering summer. What happened? Such dense fire element. It's unbearably hot. A dragon. That's a dragon. The Holy Dragon Academy Square, usually deserted and only used to accommodate all the students, now had a gigantic dragon beast standing there. Unlike yesterday's heavenly sacred dragon, the Divine Flame King was a giant dragon with all four limbs on the ground, its entire body composed of fiery red scales. Its thick limbs pounded the ground. Its raised head dominated the entire area. Two enormous bat wings on its back blotted out the sun, and its eyes emitted intense, inexhaustible flames. Heavens! The Divine Flame King. Another extremely domineering dragon beast. I must quickly record this. The gray-haired professor from the literature department yesterday hurriedly took notes. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem to be a pure-blood dragon. It looks different from the celestial sacred dragon. You know nothing. That's because the mother of the Divine Flame King is also an extremely domineering dragon beast, her bloodline power in no way inferior to the Azure Sky Sacred Dragon. So strong. I am Yi Xuanzi, and I have only one purpose here, to recruit talented individuals. However, I don't impose restrictions on cultivation levels. I only need warriors, true warriors, iron-blooded warriors who can fight on the battlefield and slay demonic beasts in secret realms. Of course, I won't mistreat any talent. Energy blocks, pills, breakthrough treasures, everything is available, as long as you dare to kill. Of course, I also impose restrictions. Those who can withstand the Flame King's aura for 1 minute can join my ranks. Yi Xuanzi's voice resounded throughout the entire square, even spreading, attracting the attention of the entire school's teachers and students. Many disciples who hadn't been recruited yesterday rushed over, hoping to try their luck. This style was a stark contrast to the second prince's orderly, high-threshold elite approach. Immediately, the eyes of many students who thought their strength had not reached the peak of the domain lord level, but who had rich practical experience or a fierce personality lit up. A burly, dark-skinned boy stepped forward first, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Third Prince, Lei Meng, a fourth-year student at the Battle Academy. Peak Lord level, please enlighten me." "Good. This is interesting." Yi Xuanzi grinned and patted the Flame King. Roar! The Flame King, a marvel of nature, exhaled scorching heat from his nostrils and glanced sideways at the person approaching from below. What followed was less of a test and more of a mini-fight. The Divine Flame King possessed an extremely powerful aura, clearly reaching the Overlord level. At Yi Xuanzi's instruction, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level. Otherwise, he could have killed the opponent with a single blow. The boy named Lei Meng was indeed brave. He was a weapon-type beast tamer. A thunder leopard, charging forward, leaped high into the air, transforming into a long spear. Purple lightning flashed, instantly annihilating the fireball flying through the air. Good. Pretty. Senior Lei, you're awesome. This shot was swift and decisive, demonstrating the penetrating power of lightning. Even the teachers nodded in approval, saying there was nothing more to say. Not bad. Yishuansa was slightly surprised, not expecting such a person to exist. Flame King, continue. Roar. A pillar of flames shot down from the sky, its target the tall and imposing Lei Meng. Lightning flash. A blinding light flashed, and before anyone could react, the pillar of flames was shattered. Lei Meng, on the other hand, was panting heavily and knelt on one knee. What happened? It's too fast. My eyes can't keep up with his speed at all. I can only see countless afterimages. Can anyone understand this and explain it? What a brilliant lightning flash. Swift as lightning, unleashing over 100 bolts of lightning in less than a second. Impressive, truly impressive. Yishuansa laughed heartily. Based on that one strike alone, you're accepted. Thank you. Lei Meng's previously dejected expression immediately turned to joy. He was about to admit defeat, knowing he definitely couldn't withstand the third move. When facing the Flame King's second attack, a soul-crushing fear washed over him. If he didn't use his ultimate move, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. So he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate attack ahead of time. Unexpectedly, he was directly admitted by Yishuansa, which was a pleasant surprise. My senior Lei Meng is very strong, and his realm has reached the peak of the domain lord level. Why wasn't he admitted by Yi Xiaoming yesterday? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that we arrived too late? Didn't Prince Yi Xiaoming say yesterday that he only needed 30? Fu Qian guessed. Naive, you're too naive. Mu Feng calmly interrupted their conversation, drawing their attention. Lei Meng has no illustrious family background, no connections, and no resources. That's why Yi Xiaoming rejected him. The competition among princes is not just about martial arts, but also about who has the most profound foundation. I see. It seems the second prince isn't as righteous as he claims. Wang Chen said with a hint of disdain. With role models in place, more students who were skilled or eager for practical experience flocked to the school. Yishuansa accepts all comers and tests them personally. He is ruthless but stops short of causing serious injury. He also has a keen eye and can judge an opponent's fighting spirit, resilience, and even potential within a few moves. His recruitment area quickly became bustling with activity, filled with shouts and the sounds of fists clashing, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in the auditorium the day before. The third prince is selecting elite soldiers, Mu Feng commented. He's not looking at rank, but at combat experience, especially offensive and valiant, which certainly suits his style. Following him will definitely be a life of constant danger, but the growth will be incredibly fast. Wang Chen nodded, having experienced this firsthand. The princes have no shortage of resources. As long as they select talented individuals who are brave, resourceful, and courageous, they will become stronger sooner or later. After that, Wang Chen stopped paying much attention and wouldn't try it himself. His gaze, however, was more focused on the still-sitting sixth prince, Yangcheng. The sixth prince didn't stand up until Yishuansa's side was engrossed in the battle. Instead of heading forward, he went to a place that was usually deserted, the results exhibition area. There are displays there of research project introductions from senior students, records of breeding special pets, and insights into developing niche skills, which are rarely looked at closely by anyone. Yangcheng casually picked up an observation record about low-level water-type pets generating weak lightning reactions through environmental induction, glanced at it a few times, and then whispered a few words to a student beside him. The student nodded and walked into the crowd of onlookers, his voice calm, yet clear. The sixth prince is also eager to find talented individuals. They don't necessarily need to be strong in battle, but they must have a special skill, a unique way of thinking, or an extraordinary ability. Anyone who feels their abilities are useful, interesting, or have potential but have not been recognized may bring relevant explanations or achievements to the exhibition area to speak with His Highness. These words are even more baffling than Yishuansa's claim of being good at fighting. Interesting, potential, but not being recognized. These selection criteria are even more abstract than the high threshold for the second prince. Many students looked at each other, completely unsure how to react. But a few people's eyes gradually brightened. Those are students who might not be valued by the combat department on a regular basis, but who have unique interests or talents in manufacturing, research, support, or even niche fields. A thin boy wearing thick glasses hesitated for a moment, then took out a thick notebook from his pocket and mustered up his courage to walk towards the exhibition area. He was a literature student, majoring in pet behavior. His thesis topic was guiding wild bird pets with simple, non-contractual commands through specific syllable combinations and mental energy fluctuations, which sounded impractical. But in front of Yangcheng, he only stammered a few words. Yangcheng flipped through his notes for a while, asked a few questions, and muttered, "Birds as pets, interference, interesting, perhaps with incredible results. You've been accepted." "Huh? Really? The frail-looking boy was incredulous. He didn't have the strength to back it up and could only watch others display their abilities with envy. He never expected that a prince would be willing to accept him. Another girl has a mutated elemental spirit as her natal pet, which has a natural fusion attribute. This is common among overlord-level creatures, but it is quite unusual at lower levels because level progression is very slow. She walked over timidly. Interesting. I should have come sooner, huh? You're accepted." Yangcheng sat on a chair in the exhibition area, calmly receiving each person who came. He doesn't talk much, but his questions often get straight to the point, and he even has a good understanding of many niche areas. His selection process was quiet and far less attention-grabbing than that of his two elder brothers, but gradually more than 10 people were chosen by him. These people had all sorts of abilities, some of which even sounded ridiculous, but when put together, they gave people a sense of comprehensiveness and even strangeness. This sixth prince. Fu Qian scratched his head. Why did he choose these people? They're no good at fighting, and they don't seem like they do research either. They're all so strange. Mu Feng stroked his chin, his eyes growing more serious. It's scary that people don't understand. The second prince is taking the elite and orthodox route, while the third prince is taking the practical and valiant route. These are all open strategies, and everyone can see them clearly. The sixth prince's strange approach is like collecting all sorts of unexpected parts. Who knows what he'll piece together? This kind of person is either fooling around or has something much bigger in mind. Wang Chen gave Yangcheng a deep look, calmly flipping through reports that were usually ignored, chatting with others with a smile. Every student who was admitted was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. The sixth prince struck him as more profound and unpredictable than the outspoken Yishuanzi. The three princes' recruitment meetings unfolded in three completely different ways, which also initially outlined their respective styles and the initial formation of their teams. The second prince, Yi Xiaoming, adopted a high-profile approach, attracting top elites with absolute strength and orthodox ideals, thus following the path of the king. The third prince, Yishuanzi, is down-to-earth and practical. He attracts brave and daring warriors with his ferocity and tangible benefits, and he follows a domineering path. The sixth prince, Yangcheng, takes an unconventional approach, recruits eccentric talents, is unconventional, and his intentions are unclear. He walks the path of treachery. These are the three most competitive princes, the enemies I will face next. There is really no hope of winning. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze and whispered to Mu Feng and Fu Qian, "It seems the struggle for the throne is more complicated than we imagined. The 10th prince is trying to survive in this precarious situation." He didn't finish speaking, but all three understood the difficulty involved. Just then, Wang Chen sensed someone approaching. He turned around and saw Yi Jiwei quietly arriving nearby. She glanced at the lively scene of her two brothers recruiting talents with a complicated look, then nodded slightly to Wang Chen, indicating that she wanted to speak to him privately. "Have you attended all three of your elder brothers' recruitment meetings?" How about it?" "Terrible," Wang Chen suddenly whispered. "What?" Yi Jiwei turned her head. "Each one is more terrifying than the last." "Is that so? I know my brothers well, but before this throne, they have all shown their talents and revealed a side of themselves that I have never seen before. It is indeed terrifying." Yi Jiwei sighed. Yi Jiwei gritted her teeth. "If you regret it, then pretend I never said this. Since I promised you, I will never regret it. Besides, that's what makes it interesting, isn't it?" Wang Chen looked at her, a smile on his face, along with a hint of fighting spirit. Yi Jiwei stared blankly for a moment, then smiled and said, "I really don't understand you, but thank you anyway. I'd like to hear your opinion on my three older brothers. The second prince is gentle and refined yet dignified, powerful yet not domineering, and of high status yet humble. If one did not know the cruelty of the struggle for the throne, anyone would think that the position of crown prince belongs to him. Strength, demeanor, reputation, methods. This second prince presented the image of a perfect crown prince. Wang Chen silently evaluated in his heart. However, to be this perfect, Wang Chen's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xiaoming. Is either a true saint or... He paused, then didn't continue. Or perhaps, they are extremely cunning and calculating. That's right. Although my second brother is perfect, all of us siblings are a little afraid of him. It's an indescribable feeling. The third prince is straightforward and doesn't have many tricks up his sleeve. He values martial prowess and his goals are simple. If he weren't a prince, he would definitely be a general. However, it's not like there haven't been emperors throughout history who came from military backgrounds. Yes, that's similar to my opinion. I really can't figure out this sixth prince. I can only vaguely sense that he is not simple. Perhaps he will produce some amazing achievement. Sixth brother is extraordinary. Don't underestimate him. He has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood and loves tinkering. He is proficient in all kinds of pets, energy, history, and so on. He has participated in many of the royal family's secret techniques, combat skills, and even legion attack formations. You can imagine how strong he is. That's troublesome. This is the most difficult opponent to deal with. He turned to look at Yi Jiwei and said in a low voice, if the 10th prince wants to compete with an elder brother like this. Yi Jiwei shook her head with a wry smile. That's why I said, the 10th brother has no intention of vying for the throne at all. He just had no choice but to enter the fray. Wang Chen remained silent. Over the next 2 days, the second prince and the third prince left in a hurry, as they had other targets to win over. Only the sixth prince remained in the academy, discussing things enthusiastically, as if he were completely absorbed. The 10th prince entered the city quietly, without any grand entrance or summoning of his pet beast. He was just one person, like an ordinary high school student visiting the city. Hello, do you have a student ID? No. Do you have an appointment? No. Sorry, non-students are not allowed to enter unless they have made an appointment. The gatekeeper stopped Yi Wuwei directly. He looked young, but was very polite. Yi Wuwei looked shy, somewhat reluctant to reveal his identity. Big brother, wait a minute, my sister is at school. I'll contact her and have her come pick me up. No problem. Yi Wuwei took out a jade pendant, fiddled with it for a while, and then waited silently. The gatekeeper, with his sharp eyes, sensed something was amiss. This jade pendant was no ordinary item. It seemed to be some kind of magical artifact. Its craftsmanship was extremely exquisite, and most importantly, its shape was a dragon pattern. This was no ordinary thing. Within minutes, a green light appeared, and the azure dragon soared into the sky. Compared to its appearance when it first entered the academy, the azure dragon now possessed a true dragon's majesty, surrounded by clouds and mist, brimming with vitality. Sister, Yi Wuwei jumped up excitedly with a smile on his face. Wuwei, why didn't you contact me before you arrived? And how old are you? You're still so childish. Yi Jiwei stepped through the school gate and patted Wuwei's hair, complaining. Oh dear, I've never traveled far from home before, so I wanted to go for a walk by myself and experience the charm of the Holy Dragon Academy. Will your mom let you go out alone? Hee. I lied to her and said you came to pick me up. You won't do it again, Yi Jiwei said, pulling Wu Wei's hand as they prepared to enter the school gate. Can I bring him in? Of course. The security guard did not stop them, so the students' family members were allowed to enter. Come on, let me introduce you to someone who will help you through this battle for the throne. Who is it? Could it be my brother-in-law? Thump. What nonsense are you talking about? He's my classmate. Yi Jiwei gave her younger brother a hard rap on the head. Okay, classmate. Yi Wuwei scratched his head. Who is it? Is it impressive? Wang Chen. Yi Wuwei was stunned for a moment, then immediately blocked Yi Jiwei's path and excitedly said, It really is Wang Chen, my idol. Yeah, I watched the inter-university competition every single match. Even Wang Mingho from the Royal Academy was no match for him. And most importantly, his summoned beast is so strong, so cool, so domineering. Seeing you like this, I'm not worried anymore. I was afraid you two wouldn't get along. Sister, brother Wang Chen is so amazing, yet he supports me. I'm scared. Yi Wuwei stammered and couldn't say anything coherent. What are you afraid of? Just do your best and protect yourself. Yi Jiwei comforted her softly. Dynasties have evolved over thousands of years and are no longer as cruel as they used to be, but one careless moment can still cost you your life. But Yi Wuwei was, after all, just a child who should still be in school. By the way, did you forget about repairing the chain? Of course not. My little Huido is working very hard, and I won't fall behind either. Yi Wuwei said as he summoned his natal pet beast, which he had just signed a contract with not long ago. A dragon, only the size of an infant, appeared, somewhat similar to the divine Flame King, but its entire body was golden yellow. Since it had only recently hatched, it was quite cute. Build a good relationship with it. Of course, it and I are very close. Woo-woo. Huido waved his paws and made a childish cry. Yi Jiwei also felt a sense of closeness. This was the connection between dragon-type pets. Huido has great potential, so keep an eye on him. Yi Jiwei kept giving instructions, and Yi Wuwei could only nod repeatedly to indicate that he understood. As the youngest prince, the 10th prince could only afford to sign pets that were basically leftovers, which naturally couldn't compare to those of his older brothers and sisters. You can wander around on your own today. Tomorrow's recruitment meeting will be up to you. But I hope you're mentally prepared. As you probably know, most of the best people in the school have already been recruited by your older brothers, and the rest probably won't join you. It's all right. I wasn't really expecting to recruit anyone anyway. It's just a formality. But if Brother Wang Chen really comes, I'll definitely give it my all. Well said, I support you too. The next morning, thanks to Yi Jiwei's publicity, many people in the academy knew that the 10th prince, Yi Wuwei, had quietly arrived. The 10th prince? Who's that? His name seems to be Yi Wuwei. That name sounds familiar, but since he's a prince, why isn't he as high profile as the previous ones? What? This 10th prince is only 16 years old, and we don't even know if he's awakened his powers yet, and he's already recruiting talents. What? This can't be a joke. Where did the 10th prince hold his talent recruitment meeting? It seems to be in the square. Let's go take a look. I really want to see if anyone has joined. As the crowd gathered, the discussion grew increasingly heated, though most people went there simply to watch the spectacle. Yi Wuwei stood alone in the center of the square, with only a few simple tables and chairs and a few notice boards. There are no imposing and majestic pets. They lack the overwhelming strength to dominate all the students. There aren't many achievements to publicize either. A somewhat forlorn figure stood there. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Wuwei. I've come to Shenglong Academy to recruit talented individuals. I know I'm young and not as good as my older brothers in many ways, but I'm not one to give up easily. I'll fight tooth and nail for what I can. I promise you all that I will do my best in everything I'm supposed to do. I hope someone can join my team and we can grow together. The immature words sounded like those of a student from who knows where, devoid of ambition or passion, containing only some bland, generic phrases. The atmosphere quickly turned awkward. The empty square was filled with onlookers, their eyes filled with disdain, their heads shaking and sighs. They saw no hope in this 10th prince and preferred to find a job on their own rather than join him. Yi Jiwei stood aside, wanting to say something, but held back. What use would her words be? She could only look at the crowd with a pleading gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of that figure. Clap, clap, clap. The applause from the crowd was unusually loud, clearing a path to reveal the person clapping. Wang Chen. His appearance was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly creating ripples. What does it mean that he's walking that way? No way he's going to. Amidst a multitude of astonished, bewildered, and even mocking gazes, Wang Chen walked straight to the long table. Yi Wuwei's eyes lit up, and Wang Chen's figure was reflected in the boy's clear eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't speak. He's really here. Wang Chen is really here. Brother Wang Chen, you. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, his gaze meeting Yi Wuwei's before turning to the solitary list of names. Haha, just call me Wang Chen. He didn't speak immediately, but instead reached out his finger, picked up the list, and gently wrote his name on it. No way. I understand everything. I'm really grateful that you've joined my camp. I have to call you brother. The boy's stubborn expression seemed a bit childish to Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen could also see his sincerity. Then just call me Brother Wang. That's what all my brothers call me. Brother. Yi Wuwei understood that Wang Chen had acknowledged him and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Brother Wang. Wang Chen, second-year student at the Combat Academy, Peak Domain Lord level. Wang Chen held up the list, took out the dragon-shaped jade pendant he had prepared beforehand, and said in a loud voice, applying to join the 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp. It would be my pleasure, my honor. Yi Wuwei finally felt confident. What? Peak Domain Lord level. He really chose the 10th Prince. Peak of the Domain Lord level. He was definitely qualified even by the 2nd Prince's standards yesterday. What was he thinking? Was he ruining his future? This incident caused a huge stir. Many people spend 4 years trying to reach this level, yet a student who has only been here for less than 2 years has already reached the peak of the Domain Lord level. It is truly astonishing. But more than my cultivation level, I'm curious about what that jade pendant is. That's a jade pendant for identification, someone said, adjusting their glasses. Yes, it's an identification document that only genuine contestants can obtain. Is there any explanation for this? Nonsense. When the 2nd Prince and 3rd Prince were recruiting people a few days ago, did you see them directly give out jade pendants? It's not that simple. Do you think our academy is the only one in the entire Holy Dragon dynasty with talent? There are countless young talents, so naturally we have to be carefully selected, and there are even private assessments to choose those who can proceed to the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Therefore, those who possess the prince's jade pendant are the true talents. What about Wang Chen? He has already secured his ticket to the next round of the competition and has truly joined the fight for the throne. But he went to the 10th Prince's palace. What's the use? The 10th Prince would have given a jade pendant to anyone who went. I don't know, but the 10th Prince's camp should be the weakest camp, with little hope of winning. I don't know why Wang Chen would choose to join them. Did you know that the 9th Princess and the 10th Prince are from the same parents? As far as I know, the 9th Princess and Wang Chen are classmates and have a very good relationship. They might even be boyfriend and girlfriend. I see, that makes sense then. If that's true, then Wang Chen is a real man. Wang Chen, you're ruining your future. A furious roar rang out, and the newcomer was none other than Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan is here. This is going to be interesting. Hee hee, everyone has their own ambitions, Wang Chen said with a smile. You have great talent, but you can't unleash your full potential here with the 10th Prince, Su Jinyan kindly advised. The two were in the same cohort. Both possessed exceptional talent, and both reached the peak of the Domain Lord level. Perhaps, due to a single choice, they would embark on drastically different paths. There's no time like the present. I want to see just how strong you really are today. Su Jinyan had been diligently cultivating his skills, constantly venturing into the demon beast realm to increase his combat abilities. There hadn't been a match, and the two hadn't faced off in a long time. Wang Chen had previously outmaneuvered him, so now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to see his strength. Wow, this is going to be a real show. A duel between two prodigies. Quickly call someone to record it. I've already bought the snacks. They'll be delivered right away. In an instant, the original square was transformed into a bustling sports stadium, with many people sitting directly on the ground. Roar, crack. A dragon roar accompanied by lightning and thunder transformed the clear sky into dark clouds and lightning. A blue magic circle appeared, and the storm dragon burst out of the clouds, its wings flapping with the power of thunder, its proud dragon head staring at Wang Chen. Storm dragon, is this the storm dragon? It's much more impressive than what I saw on the big screen. A student next to me exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Back then, he was only at the Lord level, but now he has reached the peak of the Domain Lord level, which is much stronger than before. Is this what a genius is? I feel like he's even more freakish than Lei Meng before. Many senior students exclaimed in amazement. In terms of sheer thunderous power, the storm dragon completely overwhelms the thunder leopard. Don't forget, Su Jinyan is only in 2nd grade. What about Wang Chen? Wang Chen is also at the peak of the Domain Lord level. He shouldn't be weak, right? Roar. As soon as the words were spoken, the power of darkness surged forth, obscuring the ground from light and leaving only endless darkness. Then, a colossal beast appeared, resembling a dragon but not quite. Its thick legs stood upright on the ground, and its 4 dragon wings were spread wide. A golden blade pierced the sky atop its dragon-like head, confronting the storm dragon. "Go on, it's been a long time since you fought. Let's have a battle in the air," Wang Chen said. "Roar." With a roar, its 4 wings shook, and it soared into the sky as the storm dragon clashed with Dark Sky Caesar. Full force attack, universe-shattering storm. Su Jinyan seemed to have no intention of holding back, and directly unleashed his ultimate move. Sizzle. A piercing sound rang out, and a huge vortex of thunder rose in the sky, containing boundless thunderous power that could erupt at any moment. "If you want a quick victory, then I'll only use one move." Looking at Su Jinyan's confident demeanor, Wang Chen couldn't bear to shatter his confidence. However, appropriately showcasing one's strength might attract some people. "Caesar, use that one." With the gift of telepathic connection, a pet can understand any words spoken by its owner with just a thought. An endless black hole. After several days of focused practice, Wang Chen has mastered this powerful weapon to a higher level, and it will no longer be difficult to control. "Storm Dragon, smash it." Su Jinyan seized the opportunity. This move required energy accumulation, and once it was complete, he would strike immediately. A whoa! The terrifying lightning contained within the storm struck down, and pillars of lightning as thick as buckets hurtled toward Dark Sky Caesar at incredible speed. Why isn't it dodging? The power of that lightning is terrifying. Oh my God, is it burnt? The spectators in the square craned their necks to watch the battle between the 2 giant beasts in the air, and even many teachers were watching from a distance. Su Jinyan's Storm Dragon is indeed impressive, having inherited the bloodline of the Thunder Lord. Given time, it could even reach the king level. With Chu Lingfeng absent, the vice dean naturally had to keep an eye on all the battles taking place at the academy. Wang Chen Caesar is no ordinary creature either. His physical body is incredibly powerful and has been imbued with dragon blood, making him completely unafraid of the storm dragon. After a deafening clap of thunder, the noise gradually subsided, and the appearances of the 2 pet beasts were revealed. How could this be? Even Su Jinyan's calm heart was stirred. Caesar was completely unharmed. "It's over, go." Not only was Caesar unharmed, but he also condensed an extremely terrifying ball of darkness in his hand, which distorted light, absorbed lightning, and even distorted space, causing cracks to appear. What kind of supernatural power is that? It even absorbed lightning. Dark power. I have a pet beast that is also dark type. I can sense that it is a mass of dark energy compressed to the extreme. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. With this move, wouldn't it be able to absorb anything? What's the point? You still can't beat them, can you? Go. With a flick of his claw, Caesar unleashed the power of the black hole, causing a massive energy burst that instantly enveloped the storm dragon. "Damn it!" Su Jinyan exclaimed in shock, unable to sense the storm dragon's state anymore. Thump! The next moment, a huge figure crashed to the ground. It was none other than the storm dragon, but it was no longer as domineering and majestic as before. It was covered in wounds, with dark power clinging to it and corroding its wounds. It let out a hoarse roar. "Come back, I lost." Su Jinyan had no choice but to give up. "That's enough for now. I look forward to our next duel." Wang Chen understood that neither of them had used their full strength, and that there were no other pets or beasts that hadn't made a move or undergone fusion or transformation. "I thought I had surpassed you, but I didn't expect. But you're right, this is not our full strength. There's still a long time ahead. I hope to have another battle with you in the Imperial City Martial Arts competition." Su Jinyan turned and left. "However, that's on the condition that you can recruit more talent." He left with those words before departing. The battle came quickly and ended just as quickly, but the duel between the 2 made everyone see a clear meaning. One represented the second prince, and the other represented the 10th prince. The clash between the 2 also had the implication of 2 princes facing off. The key point is that Wang Chen actually won. With such a talented person joining the 10th prince, it's not impossible for him to cause some waves. Yes, Su Jinyan is right. Even if Wang Chen is strong, he's just one person. What good is that? Who said there's only one person? We want to join the 10th Prince too? Little brother, do you agree? Against the light, two figures walked side by side, their steps firm, shattering the silence and embarrassment that had enveloped him. It was Mu Feng and Fu Qian. Wang Chen watched the two of them trying to look cool in a serious but somewhat comical way, and a smile appeared on his face. Mu Feng toyed with a blue feather in his hand, a signature, slightly cynical smile playing on his lips. Fu Qian seemed a little nervous, glancing around from time to time. Hey, don't be nervous, show some spirit. Mu Feng bumped into Fu Qian hard. I know, it's just that it's the first time I've been stared at by so many people, and I'm still not used to it, Fu Qian said softly. Mu Feng, a second-year student at the Combat Academy and a high-level domain lord, is applying to join the 10th Prince's camp. Mu Feng shouted loudly, his face radiating extreme confidence. Whoosh! A murmur of surprise rang out, and Mu Feng had finally made a name for himself. He had been incredibly envious of Wang Chen's impressive performance in the university competition last year. Although he still had a chance this year, how could it compare to the Imperial City Martial Arts Tournament? Your turn, speak louder. Mu Feng nudged Fu Qian. Fu Qian, a second-year student at the Battle Academy, a high-level domain lord, is applying to join the 10th Prince's camp. Fu Qian's face flushed slightly, whether from shouting loudly or from some embarrassment, it was hard to tell. How are you feeling? Not bad, he. Good brother. When will you break through to the peak? Wang Chen put his arm around the two of them. Haha, it'll be soon. At most a month, I'll definitely break through. Let me tell you, my strength is completely different now. It will absolutely surprise you all. Mu Feng patted his chest and assured them. Me too. That's good, Wu Wei. These two are my brothers. Greetings, brothers. Thank you for joining us. I will certainly not let you down. Yi Wu Wei was overjoyed. There were two more people, and judging from their words, these two were very likely to achieve a breakthrough before the martial arts competition. This gives us an even greater chance of winning the battle at the domain lord level. The battle between Wang Chen and Su Jinyan was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples throughout the Holy Dragon Academy and even the entire Ding'an City. The name of the 10th Prince, Yi Wu Wei, was mentioned for the first time not because of his young age or weakness, but because it was linked to Wang Chen's choice. That stubborn glimmer of light that stubbornly shone in the square was finally brought into the view of more people, even though most of them were still scrutinizing and questioning it. For the next 2 months, Ding'an City became the center of the dynasty's young generation's rise to prominence. Recruiting talent has become the hottest topic. The stage, reserved for domain lords, was bustling with activity, where everyone displayed their unique talents. Although the second prince Yi Xiaoming has been removed, his recruitment efforts have never ceased. His students frequently interact with academy mentors and celebrities from all walks of life, and a mature and efficient selection mechanism is quietly in operation. Those chosen are all exceptional individuals, some from illustrious families, others possessing extraordinary talent, or both. They know each other and have formed a close-knit, resource-sharing high-end circle. They maintain a low profile in their daily lives, but their occasional collective appearances on special occasions always draw gasps of amazement. The most talked-about event was the addition of the two heirs of the Su family. Su Jinyan was selected as a candidate for the domain lord level, and his brother Su Jini also made a brief appearance, displaying his hegemonic strength, and announced his joining the second prince. The brothers Su Jini and Su Jinyan are undoubtedly the core representatives. They represent the second prince's camp, and their strength and family background are both overwhelming. The third prince Yi Xuance's recruitment of talent through martial arts has been carried out in many places, resembling a small testing ground, regardless of family background, cultivation level, or social standing. This has attracted many talented young people to give it a try. He doesn't mince words. He believes that true knowledge comes from practical experience. Every day, young beast tamers from all over the world, eager to prove themselves, come here to hone their skills and compete, creating a lively and direct atmosphere. Yi Xuance and his talented subordinates frequently appeared, recruiting anyone they deemed suitable. His ranks were filled with fierce, brave, and experienced sharp-edged individuals, much like his own personality, sharp, aggressive, and full of ruthlessness. Lei Meng, a tough guy from an ordinary background, found a home here. The sixth prince Yi Chongyu's talent pool continues to collect eccentric geniuses. He rarely makes public appearances, but the exhibition area and the several special contact points he set up are always open to those with unconventional abilities or niche research interests. Those absorbed were a diverse bunch, some skilled at using sound waves to interfere with the minds of pets, some researching the possibility of combining ancient formations with modern energy, and some even specializing in breeding edible pets to improve their physical condition. These individuals may not be strong in the traditional sense of combat, but when they come together, they form an unpredictable and comprehensive soft power. Yi Chongyu's camp was like a forest shrouded in mist, seemingly quiet, yet no one knew how many strange things were hidden within. However, some people have noticed that Yi Chongyu did not only recruit prodigies, but also went to great lengths to recruit students with extremely strong combat power from various remote areas of the dynasty. No one knows how he found them. The fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan, remained indifferent, as if he had never cared about it. He merely wandered around symbolically, recruiting anyone he saw who was suitable. Similar to the 10th prince, the 7th prince Yi Haochen had few people willing to go there. Only a handful of his former subordinates from related families were present to maintain the scene. With the addition of Wang Chen, Mu Feng, and Fu Qian, the camp of the 10th prince Yi Wuwei was no longer a blank slate. Although their teams were smaller than those of their older brothers, which often consisted of dozens or even hundreds of people, some were moved by Wang Chen's performance that day or by Yi Wuwei's composure and sincerity that belied his age and chose to join. Somewhat surprisingly, Lu Yi and Sun Mengqi, who knew Wang Chen and the others, also joined in. "Why do you want to participate?" Wang Chen asked curiously. "What? You're looking down on us? Our strength has caught up with you too," Sun Mengqi said playfully. "How could that be? Welcome, welcome. We also want to compete with others, but we lack opportunities to learn from others while studying at school," Lu Yi explained. "Let's work hard together then." The number of people was small, even negligible. Apart from Wang Chen and his group of 5, no one else from Holy Dragon Academy chose to join, and it was even less likely that other schools would. Adding his mother's side and some others, the total number was just over a dozen. As for the Overlord level, there was only one newcomer, just there to maintain appearances. This team was small in number and lacked experience, appearing to be a hastily assembled ragtag group, and thus failed to attract much attention. Unlike the high-profile and almost public recruitment of domain lords, the struggle for hegemony-level positions has entered a completely different dimension, secret, intense, and silent. A hegemon-level entity is an absolute backbone force regardless of which faction it belongs to, and is a strategic resource capable of influencing the outcome of a key battle. Beast Masters at this level are no longer easily recruited through a public speech or arena competition. Their choices are matters concerning their own faction, resource allocation, future path, and even their lives, so they are extremely cautious. There were no announcements and no gatherings. There were only shadowy negotiations in a secluded room late at night, secret meetings known only to the key figures on both sides, draft contracts with astonishingly generous terms delivered through the most trusted intermediaries, and various promises and exchanges, whether explicit or implicit. It's worth mentioning that there are actually very strict age limits for the Overlord level. Otherwise, if some beast tamers in their 40s or 50s had the advantage of having cultivated their chains for more than 10 years, then this martial arts competition would lose its meaning. All candidates must be under 30 years old, a very strict requirement. They are basically the future successors of each faction, so the selection of leaders is even more cautious. With his legitimate status, abundant resources, and bright future, the second prince was naturally the first choice for the Overlord-level powerhouses. The third prince, on the other hand, attracted those who admired military might and longed to achieve great things by offering the military's iron-fisted style and tangible battlefield benefits. Some fierce generals on the northern frontier, as well as some powerful figures from military families, were close to him. Their style meant that there might not be many of them, but once they acted, it would be with overwhelming force. The sixth prince's faction is the most mysterious. No one knows exactly which powerful figures he has recruited, and some even doubt whether he is truly capable of recruiting enough influential figures. This uncertainty makes his opponents even more vigilant. As for the other princes, including the 10th Prince Yi Wuwei, they remained virtually silent in the struggle for supremacy. This wasn't because they didn't want to, but because their resources and leverage were simply too far apart. Yi Wuwei's meager initial resources were far from enough to pay the signing fee for an ordinary overlord-level powerhouse. For the time being, all they could rely on was Wang Chen, a peak domain lord who had not yet broken through but possessed terrifying potential, and that faint yet steadfast hope. 2 months flew by amidst intense recruitment, secret meetings, training, and the alliances and rivalries among various factions. The various factions have been basically locked in, and the list has naturally been submitted to the royal family. Someone will evaluate it, but the specific evaluation mainly depends on your performance in the second stage. The higher the value you demonstrate, the higher your score will be. The smell of gunpowder in the air of Lingmu City grew stronger and stronger. On the streets and in the alleys, during leisure time, people no longer talk about ordinary trivial matters, but about which genius has joined which camp, and which reclusive overlord seems to be making moves. The atmosphere in the academy has also subtly changed. The students are more subtle and tentative due to their different factions, and the sparring on the training ground has taken on a more practical and targeted character. Finally, on a clear early winter morning, a grand imperial decree was issued from Holy Dragon City, spreading throughout the entire Holy Dragon dynasty via communication arrays and official channels that covered all major cities of the dynasty. The Imperial Martial Arts Tournament is scheduled to be held in 10 days at the central arena of Holy Dragon City. At that time, the dynasty's Vision Sky screen will be fully operational, with simultaneous video transmission to the central squares of various provinces and cities, to uphold fairness and encourage outstanding talents from all over the world. The Imperial Martial Arts competition will be broadcast live throughout the entire dynasty. The news caused a nationwide uproar. This was no longer just a contest between a few princes, but a grand event to showcase the power of the new generation and demonstrate the prestige of the nation to the entire dynasty. This is far more prestigious than any university competition. This time, the elites of the entire dynasty have gathered here. Countless people eagerly awaited the match, and viewing points were set up in various places. Tickets for the viewing points were snapped up, and betting odds on the outcome were running at full speed. The princes' camps also entered the final sprint and adjustment phase, secretly training, rehearsing tactics, and allocating resources. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed like it could ignite at any moment. Wang Chen stood by the window of his dormitory at the Holy Dragon Academy, watching the occasional flashes of energy light in the distant sky, used to test the transmission effect of the Spirit Vision Sky curtain, while stroking the warm, smooth cyan jade pendant with dragon patterns in his hand. Mu Feng was tending to his fingernails, while Fu Qian was repeatedly checking the various supplies and emergency items he had prepared for the team. "It's finally about to begin," Wang Chen said softly, his eyes showing no tension, only a calm flame burning within them. "Wang Chen, it's time to set off. This time, it's our turn to shine." Ha ha! Mu Feng was radiant and exceptionally confident. "Here it comes. After the breakthrough comes confidence. That's right, I'm terrifyingly strong now. By the way, Wang Chen, where's your luggage? I put it in my storage space. This is so convenient. When I have money, I want to get one to play with." "Huh? Brother Mu, you don't have one? Do you want me to give you one? I have several here." "You rich bastard." With everything prepared, there was no need to continue attending school courses and no need to ask for leave. The 5 of them left Lingmu City directly. However, to avoid drawing attention and to make things easier, they did not choose to ride their own beasts, but instead opted to rent flying pets and exchange information about their pets along the way. After all, although the 10th prince is the leader of this martial arts exercise, Wang Chen is the main figure. Knowing more about his teammates will allow him to make more reasonable arrangements. Wang Chen, Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, and Sun Mingxi rode on a rented giant falcon. These lord-level flying pets are enormous, with a carriage on their backs that can accommodate more than 10 people. They move at a steady speed and are a common inter-city long-distance transportation tool within the dynasty. Besides the three of them, there were several other beast tamers in the carriage who were also heading to the Imperial City to attend the ceremony or handle some business. Their conversations mostly revolved around the upcoming martial arts competition in the Imperial City. I heard that this time the Spirit Vision Sky Screen will cover all cities of level 3 and above in the entire dynasty, and the scale is even bigger than the last college championship. That's for sure. The struggle for the crown prince is a matter of national importance. It's said that even Chu Haoyu and Kanglin might send observers over. Which prince do you think has the best chance? I think the second prince has the best chance. It's hard to say. The third prince has deep roots in the army, and I always feel like there's something hidden on the sixth prince's side. Mu Feng, meanwhile, chatted enthusiastically with a merchant from Huiyao province sitting next to him, subtly extracting bits and pieces of information about the recent developments in the capital. He simply enjoyed inquiring about such news. Wang Chen and Fu Qian were talking in a corner, mainly about Fu Qian's pet. Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi were resting together nearby. Martial arts training requires one-on-one combat. I'm not worried about your defense. Do you have any suitable offensive methods? Wang Chen asked. Don't worry, Brother Wang. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Although I don't have many attack methods, I can definitely catch my opponent off guard. All right, just don't be careless. This opponent is no ordinary one. I just don't know if the list of participants for this competition is prearranged or if they are just randomly selected. If it's the former, then it's not good, and it will be difficult to make arrangements. By the way, Brother Wang, besides the 5 of us, do you know anything about the others? Pretty much. Yi Wuwei sent me everyone's information a few days ago. The situation is not optimistic. How so? They only have 10 people in total, which means we only have 15 people. According to the rules, it's a best-of-7 series against 5 teams. The worst-case scenario is that we'll have to play 35 games, which means each person will have to play 2 to 3 games on average. This is really difficult. If anything else goes wrong, we'll be wiped out in the second round. Only now did Wang Chen truly feel the immense pressure. What about the Overlord level ones? Don't even think about it. You're lucky if you win even 1 game. 1 game? That's all right. As long as I don't get shut out, Fu Qian consoled himself. I was referring to a small round. Oh, is it that bad? What do you think? There are only 2 Overlord-level players on the list, and their levels aren't high either, just beginners. Sigh. Fu Qian was also somewhat disappointed. Don't overthink it, just give it your all. The rewards for this competition are generous. There will be a reward for every match. As long as you have the strength, you'll be winning prizes left and right. I'm starting to look forward to it. The giant falcon was extremely fast, and within a morning it reached the nearest landing point outside the Imperial City. Flying into the Imperial City was prohibited unless a pass could be obtained. As we landed slowly, a magnificent scene, indescribable in words, gradually came into view through the windows of the cabin. Holy Dragon City, the heart of the dynasty, is one of the most magnificent and splendid cities on the Beast Taming continent. It's still as magnificent as ever. Wang Chen had a very deep impression of it. The last time he came here was during a college competition a year ago, while Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi looked out of the private room and were shocked by what they saw. A magnificent scene came into view. From afar, the dragon vein is clearly visible. The majestic city wall, winding around the continuous mountain range like a giant dragon, seems like a powerful golden dragon guarding the lifeline of this dynasty. The towering buildings reflected golden light under the sun, and dragon shadows could be seen darting through the sea of clouds from time to time. Through the clouds, the ground was covered with densely packed houses. This was the city with the largest population, the most beast tamers, and the strongest power. If you look closely, you can also see a huge light curtain covering the entire Imperial City, which can block all air attack threats. The Windfly did not fly directly into the city, but instead followed air traffic control instructions and landed on a large platform to the southeast of the city walls. That is the Imperial City Airport. All foreign flying pets must stop here and undergo inspection before personnel enter the city through the ground passage. The airport platform was as large as a small town, filled with all sorts of flying pets and a few exquisitely crafted airships. The city guards, dressed in uniform light armor and accompanied by keen-nosed listening dogs and sharp-eyed eagles, were meticulously checking each group of arrivals, creating a solemn and tense atmosphere. "We're here." Mu Feng leaned closer to the window, his eyes filled with amazement. "Every time I come here, I feel that this place is ridiculously big and frighteningly powerful. Please show your identification, state your purpose, and undergo an energy test." A stern-faced city guard officer stopped Wang Chen and his two companions. The patterns on his epaulets indicated that he possessed the strength of a domain lord, and the listening hound beside him also exuded the aura of a peak lord, sniffing him warily. "It's terrifying. Even a guard responsible for inspections has the strength of a domain lord." Wang Chen and his two companions were prepared and handed over their student IDs and identity jade tokens from the Holy Dragon Academy. The officer carefully checked their information and then swept a palm-sized magical artifact inlaid with a transparent crystal over them. The crystal flashed with a green light that signified safety. A student from the Holy Dragon Academy, wearing the 10th Prince's jade pendant, going to participate in the Imperial City martial arts competition. The officer looked up at the three of them, his gaze lingering on Wang Chen for a moment longer, clearly recognizing him. "Go in." Private duels are strictly prohibited within the city, especially during martial arts training. Violators will be severely punished. Also, your main area of activity is the global arena in the outer city and central district. You are not allowed to trespass into the inner city or the northern area without permission, understand? "Understood, thank you." Wang Chen nodded. After passing through a long, heavily guarded entrance passage, the three of them walked out of the airport and finally set foot on the land of the Imperial City. "What's in the inner city and the north? Why won't they let us in?" Sun Mingqi asked curiously. "I know that," Mu Feng quickly replied. "The inner city is the private territory of the Emperor's family. It has many restrictions and is heavily guarded. Even if you were a royal-level expert, you might not be able to force your way in, let alone accidentally wander in. As for the northern urban area, it should also be related to the Holy Dragon's secret realm." "A secret realm?" Except for Wang Chen, the three of them were very surprised. "Well, actually I'm not too sure either. I've never been there. Think about it. The royal family is so powerful, with so many dragon beasts. Do you think those things are all outside? They're most likely in some secret realm." Mu Feng is right. The Dragon Blood secret realm I visited last year is also there. That matches up. I've heard that it's where the royal heritage of thousands of years is concentrated. Every time a powerful person dies, they turn into a secret realm, and the bloodline of their pets is preserved. There are even space-type experts who can move the location of the secret realm. Nobody knows exactly how many resources are gathered there. "It's so intriguing to listen to this," Fu Qian remarked after finishing the story. "It's just a tickle, but if anything happens, you'll need more than 100 lives." Mu Feng patted his shoulder. "I know. Wow, look. What's that?" Sun Mingqi exclaimed excitedly, as it was her first time there. The four looked over and saw a huge, pale golden energy shield suddenly appear, standing there and separating the inner and outer spaces. "The Imperial Dragon Sky Curtain," Mu Feng said calmly, "is part of the Imperial City's ultimate defense system, capable of blocking most energy attacks. This is the light screen we saw in the air just now, right?" Lu Yi had a good memory and remembered. "That's right. Once you walk in, you've entered the Imperial City area." "Huh? This airport isn't within the Imperial City's boundaries." "Of course, maintaining the light barrier requires a lot of resources, so it's impossible to spread it over a large area. Come on, let's go. I can't wait to go inside and take a look." Sun Mingqi grabbed Lu Yi's hand and rushed inside. The five people stepped into the light screen, and a completely different scene came into view. "It's so magnificent. Is this the capital?" After more than a year of learning how to repair chains, Lu Yi gradually shed her shyness and inferiority complex. Sun Mingqi remained silent for a long time as she watched this scene, but her trembling arms revealed her excitement. Inside the light curtain, buildings stand side by side, each with a different style. There is a vast Beastmaster association with a simple and grand design, where many people come and go. There are well-planned and lively residential areas for ordinary people or beast tamers to settle down. There are also bustling commercial streets with lots of people and the sounds of broadcasts and hawkers everywhere. What's even more eye-catching is that the sky above the city isn't empty. Small flying boats can be seen shuttling by from time to time, or powerful beast tamers riding various flying pets across the sky, leaving behind trails of text. Upon closer inspection, they turn out to be advertisements. All sorts of information exploded in the air, each one a major news story. Don't just stand there. We're still quite a distance from the capital. We have plenty of time. Let's walk. Last time I came in a rush, I didn't get a chance to properly experience the local customs and culture. Okay, let's go. The five of them merged into the huge crowd. Wow, look. I've never seen those magical treasures before. They're so beautiful. The priceless magic weapon was hanging on the mannequin at the entrance, and someone was explaining and demonstrating how to use it. It occasionally drew gasps of amazement from those around them. Hey, look, there's a pet store. Let's go check it out. Lu Yi's gaze swept around and finally settled on a huge storefront. A pet shop? Do you have pet cubs or pet eggs? I wonder if you have any powerful ones. We can take a look in advance and see if you have any pets suitable for signing as a top-tier pet. Sun Mingqi's words actually made the group quite interested. All five of them had broken through to the peak of the domain lord level, especially Wang Chen, who had been stuck there for a long time. Even Yu Wei had already found all the treasures suitable for his breakthrough, but the biggest reason was that he didn't have a suitable pet beast. Let's go take a look. The five of them turned and entered the shop. Stepping into the store, you are greeted by a warm atmosphere brimming with vibrant life energy. The interior space is much more spacious than it appears from the outside. The lobby on the first floor is bright and clean, and various pet cubs or pet eggs are displayed in semi-transparent crystal domes or energy cages. Next to them, there are light screens displaying basic information: name, attributes, current level, estimated potential, skill inclinations, and price. Wearing uniforms and having undergone training, the shop assistants, with professional smiles on their faces, come forward to greet customers. Seeing the five people's extraordinary demeanor, he abandoned his disdain and became even more enthusiastic. Handsome men and beautiful women, are you looking to choose a pet beast? Our shop has pet beasts of all types and attributes, from common to lord level, and even quite a few rare ones with the potential to become domain lords. May I ask what your needs are? Mu Feng waved his hand. Let's take a look ourselves first. The five of them then began browsing the hall. As expected of a top-tier shop in the Imperial City, the variety of pets was dazzling. Knock knock. A majestic yet adorably clumsy golden-armored war rhinoceros cub, covered in pale golden armor, huffed and puffed as it rammed against the energy shield. Metal attribute, racial potential, domain lord level. With proper nurturing, a race's potential can be unlocked and eventually break through to the domain lord level. This one's pretty good. It has a lot of potential. Sun Mingqi pointed to the cub that was still hitting the glass cover. I don't need the metal element. Fu Qian shook his head repeatedly. I want one that can fly. Mu Feng also refused. It doesn't suit my fighting style. Wang Chen also declined, mainly because he felt it was lacking. Whether it's the Ice Princess, the Spirit Wood, or the Azura, they are all extraordinary, and they complement each other perfectly. This golden-armored war rhinoceros's defense isn't outstanding, and its attack is definitely inferior to Caesar's. What about you? Me? Let me think about it some more. Clearly, Lu Yi wasn't entirely satisfied either. Looking further back, the agile azure water cat, its body as green as jade and its eyes like sapphires, leaps lightly in the bubbles formed by water energy. Water attribute, racial potential, peak of lord level. Note: breakthrough to domain lord level can be achieved by using a water attribute treasure. This one is a bit short, only reaching the lord level. However, as long as the beast tamer is properly trained and willing to invest resources, the racial restrictions can be broken. There was also an unidentified cocoon hanging inside the net, emitting a soft white light, and this area had the most onlookers. Mutation, wood and light dual attributes, racial potential, mid-level lord. A mutated pet. Lu Yi's gaze was drawn to it. The glowing butterfly is a mutation of the psychedelic butterfly. In addition to being able to use wood-type skills, it can also use light-type skills. It is a rare, dual-attribute pet. Its disadvantage is also obvious, which is that its racial potential value is low, making it difficult to break through this limitation. The shop assistant next to him quickly explained after seeing this. The service was excellent. They explained the pros and cons very clearly. All five shook their heads. The potential value was too low. They might consider it if the potential value was at the domain lord level. In addition, there is the plant-based iron wire vine, whose roots are tightly wrapped around the ground and remain motionless, exhibiting extremely strong parasitic properties. The juvenile spirits of the elemental type are highly malleable and have a very high potential. They can contain all kinds of energy, and as long as you are willing to invest, they can be transformed into any pet you can imagine. Fu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. As expected of the imperial city, these pet beasts are all very rare. Sun Mingqi carefully read the information about some auxiliary pets, such as the tranquil flower fairy that can release a tranquil aura, or the thousand-eyed insect that can share vision. Lu Yi was more interested in the more aggressive pets, lingering for a long time in front of a windblade falcon cub with sharp eyes and feathers like knives. Wang Chen and Mu Feng, however, had a much broader perspective. They skipped those whose potential only reached the peak of the Lord level and focused on finding those marked with the potential to reach the domain Lord level or even higher. However, after looking around, both of them frowned slightly. There are indeed pets marked with the potential to reach the domain Lord level, but they are few and far between, and most of them are marked as having a small probability of breaking through to the domain Lord level. Moreover, the prices are outrageously high, often requiring millions or even tens of millions of dollars. With that money, you could buy a lot of rare materials and magical treasures. Shall we go upstairs and take a look? Mu Feng suggested. A shop assistant stepped forward at the opportune moment, beaming. Distinguished guests, the second floor is our boutique area, mainly displaying rare pets with the potential to reach the domain Lord level, as well as some special pet eggs. However, you need to verify your identity or have certain qualifications to enter. Wang Chen showed the jade pendant that the 10th prince had given him, and the shop assistant's eyes lit up. He became even more respectful and led them up the spiral staircase covered with a soft carpet without saying a word. The second floor has a more elegant environment, with precise temperature and humidity control, fewer people, and each person exudes extraordinary charm. There are fewer items on display here, but each crystal dome or incubator is more exquisite, and the energy fluctuations emitted by the pet cubs and pet eggs inside are significantly stronger than those on the first floor. These are indeed top-quality items. There are basically no beings below the domain Lord level. The first thing Wang Chen saw when he went upstairs was an unusual pet. Shadow Panther Cub, Dark Attribute, Speed Specialized, Shadow Travel. Racial Potential, Mid-Level Domain Lord. Lava Turtle Egg, Fire and Earth Attributes, Excellent Defense, Extremely Strong Destructive Power. Racial Potential, High-Level Domain Lord. Thunder Falcon, Lightning Attribute, Aerial Overlord. Currently at the peak of the Lord level, its potential has been damaged due to old injuries. It is estimated that it can reach the early stage of the domain Lord level after recovery. The patient must bear the risks of treatment. Pure Lotus Seed, Mutated, with dual attributes of wood and water, powerful healing and purification, racial potential, early stage of domain Lord level. They were indeed all good items, and their potential was clearly marked as reaching the domain Lord level. However, Wang Chen and his group of 5 exchanged glances, all seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Not enough. They are already at the peak of the domain Lord level, and their goal is to break through to the Overlord level. The 5th pet, if it cannot keep up with their growth pace, must at least have the potential to reach the Overlord level. Otherwise, it will soon become a weakness, wasting a precious contract slot. Excuse me, do you have any with even higher potential? For example, those with the potential to become overlords. Mu Feng asked the accompanying shop assistant directly. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant gave a slightly embarrassed yet knowing smile. You distinguished guests certainly have discerning taste. However, pets with the potential to become overlords are extremely rare. Such pets are either core descendants of powerful races closely protected by their clans, or individuals that have undergone rare benign mutations, making them extremely difficult to find, or remnants of certain ancient or special bloodlines. Therefore, our shop doesn't have any pet cubs with the potential to reach the overlord level. The shop assistant scratched his head and said in a low voice, "To be honest, these kinds of items are mostly not openly sold with marked prices. They are usually obtained through auctions, barter, or special channels and connections. Moreover, even if such a contest arises, the contenders will inevitably be scions of top aristocratic families, powerful sects, or core figures under the command of the princes. Their wealth is simply unimaginable. The implication is that, given their current status and financial resources, acquiring a pet beast with the potential to become a hegemon would be an extremely difficult task. Sigh, I was hoping to snag a bargain, but it seems I was just being delusional." Mu Feng sighed. A bargain. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant thought for a moment and then said, "We also offer a service on the 3rd floor, egg gambling. Every time the Beast Tamer team goes on a mission or enters a secret realm, they bring back many pet eggs with unknown conditions. For various reasons, no information can be identified from these eggs. They may be from brand new pets, or they may be the result of a first mutation. No one knows what will hatch from them, nor does anyone know their potential, so..." Wang Chen understood. This was gambling on eggs, and everything was unknown. "That's interesting. I've never seen Lingmu City before. Let's go check it out." Mu Feng became interested. "That's right. Gambling eggs are basically only available near the Imperial City, since not many shops can afford to operate them." The shop assistant understood that the two were from Lingmu City, so they must be students of the Holy Dragon Academy. He quickly led the two up to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, as soon as I went upstairs, I heard noises coming from the 3rd floor. "Hey, I didn't expect the soundproofing to be so good. I can't hear anything on the 2nd floor. 1 million? I'll take it." As soon as the two went upstairs, they heard a roar, but they didn't know who had shouted the high price. "Let's go check it out. It looks interesting." Mu Feng got interested and squeezed into the crowd. The huge tabletop was covered with soft haystacks, on which were placed 10 pet eggs of different colors and shapes. The person who just made the bid was a middle-aged man. Winter is almost here, but he was still only wearing a vest, revealing his muscular arms. He was a strong, muscular man. "TCH, you've got money, here you go." There was another man standing opposite, but he clearly couldn't raise the price, so he had to hand over the pet egg to someone else. Wang Chen and Mu Feng looked over. It was a peculiar giant egg, with a dividing line in the middle. The left side was entirely crimson, with slowly flowing flame patterns on its surface, while the right side was filled with lightning and thunder, with dense blue lightning patterns, thus forming a strange phenomenon with a clear distinction between the two sides. "Haha, then this egg is mine. Such rich fire and lightning elements. It must be a good dual elemental creature." The muscular man laughed heartily. "A dual element of lightning and fire. I can't imagine what kind of pet it would be if it hatched." Wang Chen became interested. A pet with a natural dual element of lightning and fire is destined to be extremely aggressive. I think he's a deadbeat. Mu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but many people heard it. "What? You brat, you dare to curse me?" The muscular man glared at Mu Feng, pushing through the crowd. So angry, yet you won't let others have their opinions? Mu Feng's eyes were sharp as he looked away from the pet egg and pulled out a feather fan from somewhere, separating the two of them. I spent 1 million to buy this, and you insist on calling it a dead egg. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" "Alas, you're mistaken. What this young man said is also possible. Otherwise, why would he put it here for me to gamble on?" The man who had just lost the bid gloated. "Get lost. Don't stand here watching the spectacle." The muscular man cursed. "Kid, if you don't give me a straight answer today, don't even think about leaving this store." "What? You still want to make a move? This is the Imperial City." Wang Chen retorted without flinching. "The Imperial City? Haha, so you know this is the Imperial City? Let me tell you, my surname is Liu, and my name is Lu Chuan." "Lu Chuan? He's from the Liu family. Oh no, we've run into trouble." The onlookers understood. Giving your name might not be of much use elsewhere, but this is the capital city, and the 4 major surnames definitely have an effect. "Surname Liu? No wonder. But daring to make a move here is utterly shameful. I think the Lu family is a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Wang Chen still remembered his grudge. It was Lu Jun who tried to assassinate him before. His methods were dirty, and he instigated the students. To be honest, I didn't really hate Yi Xian and the Li brothers that much, but Lu Jun really lowered the bar. Holy crap, who is this guy? So arrogant. Many people have already stood far away. It looks like a fight is about to break out. You're asking for death. Without warning, Lu Chuan threw a punch, which flew through the air and was already in front of Wang Chen. Bang! Wang Chen slightly turned his head, gently raised his palm, and subdued him, then exerted force with his wrist. Ouch! That hurts. The muscular man was kneeling on the ground, his wrist twisted by Wang Chen, sweating profusely from the pain. Let go. Let go. Who are you? Dare to tell me your name? You wait. The Lu family will never let you go. Lu Chuan was used to being arrogant, and even when he was being manipulated, he continued to shout. Wang Chen. Wang Chen. His surname is Wang. Wait, there doesn't seem to be anyone named Wang Chen in the Wang family. You're right. I'm not from the Wang family. I'm just a nobody. Haha. Then you'd better let me go right now, or you'll lose your life. Lu Chuan was sweating profusely, his smile sinister. I'd really like to see if anyone in the Lu family dares to be so audacious as to disregard even the emperor. The emperor? What does the emperor have to do with you? Don't try to fool me. Let me go right now, or I'll show you what I'll do to you when we get back. I hope you'll still be this arrogant in a little while. Wang Chen took out the jade pendant and placed it in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. Jade pendant, Imperial Martial Arts drills you. What did you just say? Wang Chen also let go of her hand. Lu Chuan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, I was just talking nonsense, haha. Clerk, check out. He dashed downstairs in a flash and disappeared from the spot. Wang Chen, I remember now. Isn't this the 10th prince's subordinate, the champion of last year's college competition? Really? It does look like it, though. However, Wang Chen's fame was not prominent in the capital, and not many people gathered around him. After all, many talented young people from all over the country had emerged in the capital in the past few days, so it was nothing unusual. Lu Chuan was just unlucky. He ran into a tough opponent. Brother Wang, is it resolved? Let's go. Move phone, what's this? After dealing with this person, Wang Chen turned around and saw that Move phone was holding an unremarkable pet egg. I'll buy this. Move phone casually tossed it around. Bought it. Move phone, are you sure you can handle it? Wang Chen didn't expect that he would actually buy it. It wasn't cheap, and it all depended on luck. Definitely. I just looked around, and this is the only egg that seems to have something. There's a live one inside, and it meets my requirements perfectly. See? You can see. Hey, what are you doing here? We've been looking for you everywhere. Their conversation was interrupted. Looking over, they saw that Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, and Fu Qian had also come up to the 3rd floor and walked over. Betting on eggs. That sounds interesting. All 3 of them found it very amusing. It all depends on luck. Muji, are you sure? Besides, most of the things placed here are defective. Fu Qian thought it was unreliable, as his family had taught him not to gamble since he was a child. Hee, you're right, but I can see it. Mu Feng pointed to his eyes. Go on. I was just asking Mu Feng a question when you guys interrupted me. Wang Chen asked curiously. Ahem. This is related to my talent when I broke through to the domain lord level, so you don't have to say if it's inconvenient. Everyone understands that while the pets and fighting style can be figured out by others, talents are kept secret because they are a beast tamer's trump card. We're classmates and comrades in arms, and I have nothing to hide. My awakened talent is called Divine Eye. Divine Eye? Could it be X-ray vision? Fu Qian's eyes lit up. Ah. Sun Mingqi and Lu Yi were shocked and covered their chests in fear. Damn it, you pervert. I don't have X-ray vision. Mu Feng punched Fu Qian directly. Although I wish I had it too. All right, stop fooling around. Listen to Mu Feng. Divine Eye, as the name suggests, is a talent that increases pupil power. As long as you concentrate your mental power, you can not only see farther and more clearly, but also perceive some hidden energy fluctuations. It suits you perfectly. A sharpshooter needs eyes like this. Wang Chen patted Mu Feng on the shoulder, giving another assessment of his abilities. That's right. and the effects of the divine eye are constantly increasing as my level goes up. So, can you see the life fluctuations inside these pet eggs? Yes, I could tell at a glance that the pet egg that Lu Chuan bought was just an inanimate object, without a trace of life inside. Haha, he's really at a loss. He's wasted 1,000,000. Wang Chen felt very satisfied. Not really. Cracking the eggshell can also replenish some energy, ha. So, Mu Feng, is there anything different about the pet egg you bought? Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi were both very curious. Come with me. Mu Feng led the 4 of them to examine all the eggs. I just checked them all. Only 3 out of 10 eggs showed signs of life. The rest have virtually no chance of hatching into any living organisms. Then, of these 3 eggs, the one I'm holding is a wind type, but I'm not sure what kind of pet it is. I just think it might suit me. And the key is that it's not expensive at all, less than a fraction of the price of the other pets below. Hey, Brother Mu, could you help me see what the other 2 are? I'd like to snag a bargain. Sun Mingqi glanced at the prices and quickly ran over to whisper. Apart from the Thunderfire egg, the other items here aren't expensive, all around 100,000. Hey, do you see that dark egg? There are dark energy fluctuations inside. It's very likely a dark-type pet. Is he as powerful as Brother Wang's Caesar? Cough, cough. You really dare to think that? I think it's highly unlikely. Mu Feng almost choked to death. Brother Wang, are dark-type pets powerful? That's pretty impressive. It has a lot of attack methods and is very versatile. We can take a gamble, Wang Chen sincerely suggested. Do you want it? Since you've taken a liking to it, go ahead and buy it. I don't need any more offensive pets for the time being. Okay, I'll buy it then. Next, ask me if I need the pieces to complete the damage output puzzle. I can't just keep supporting others, can I? Mu Feng, what's the other one? If it's suitable, I'd like to buy it too. Lu Yi watched Sun Mingqi pay and became somewhat interested as well, since it wasn't expensive anyway. Let me see. Mu Feng pondered for a moment, then became increasingly surprised as he looked, realizing that he couldn't see through it at all. I can only see a constantly changing ball of energy, and I can't sense what its specific attributes are, but it has a very strong vitality, so I think it's worth buying. Then I'll buy it. The odds of winning at egg gambling are small, and only the newly arrived wind and thunder eggs attracted a lot of attention. The rest were ordinary, and no one paid any attention to them. The shop assistant was very happy after the 2 women bought them. Stepping out of the store, the bustling street remained the same, but the 5 men had a clearer understanding. The threshold for top-tier resources was higher than they had imagined. The struggle for the throne is not only a contest of strength and wisdom, but also a comprehensive competition of resources, foundation, and opportunities. It seems that not only will resources be scarce in the future, but even pets will be hard to come by. Sun Mingqi looked somewhat dejected. It's all right. Wang Chen smiled as he looked at his companions, whose expressions varied. What we're about to do will win us what we need. His gaze fell upon the center of the imperial city, towards the majestic palace. Yi Wei has already told me that the spoils of war this time cover everything that beast tamers need, including rare pets, and even those dragon blood pets are not impossible to obtain. Many people will also engage in barter. Upon hearing this, the 5 were no longer disappointed and became hopeful again, their steps becoming much lighter. It took the 5 of them 30 minutes to walk that short distance to reach the city gate. Wow, it was already spectacular from the sky, but now that I'm standing at the foot of the city wall, it's truly awe-inspiring. Even Mu Feng, who was used to seeing all sorts of things, couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. The walls are made of dark blue boulders with a metallic sheen and are over 100 meters high. Every so often, there are towering towers, and at the top of the towers, you can vaguely see huge energy devices and the figures of patrolling flying beasts. Holy Dragon City. 3 enormous characters hung on the 100-meter-high city wall, faintly radiating dragon might. Upon closer inspection, a phantom of a 4-clawed golden dragon loomed over the area, its golden eyes scanning everyone present. This is the Holy Dragon City, hailed as the most magnificent city on the entire continent. Do you see that phantom? Mu Feng began to explain. The 4 nodded. That is the remnant of our totem, the celestial dragon. It can sweep away all beast tamers with ill intentions and demonic energy. At that time, golden light will descend to cleanse the filth. Wow, No wonder it's known as the safest city. You might feel a little uncomfortable the first time you go in. Don't be nervous, Mu Feng kindly reminded her. The massive city gates were open, and a great many people were coming and going. As soon as the five of them stepped through the gates, they felt a deadly pressure that penetrated their spiritual world, as if their entire bodies were being seen through. How terrifying! Sun Mingqi gasped for breath. When she crossed the city gate, all her pets had lost contact with her in fear. Lu Yi's face also turned pale. The feeling of being seen through and suppressed was too unbearable. Mu Feng chuckled and said, "Don't resist. This is a normal inspection, just to prevent anyone from hoarding dangerous materials." I was terrified. The first time I came here, I wasn't awakened yet, and I didn't feel anything then. Now I realize how terrifying this city gate is. Fu Qian also staggered out. If ordinary people haven't awakened, then naturally they're fine. Seeing Wang Chen still standing under the city gate, not coming out for a long time, Mu Feng asked with a smile, "Wang Chen, are you all right? You're not so scared that you can't move, are you?" "Oh, it's all right. I'm coming right now." Wang Chen withdrew his gaze, strode across the city gate, and entered the city. Recalling what just happened, Caesar and Shura were truly brave. In the spiritual world, the eyes of the Azure Dragon were projected onto them, which actually aroused their fighting spirit. They confronted the Phantom head-on, refusing to give an inch. Fortunately, the Phantom finally shifted its gaze. Stepping into the city, the scenery was even more breathtaking. Wang Chen was secretly amazed. Last time he went there in too much of a hurry, and he rode Chu Lingfeng's rock straight to the rest area, so he had never been to the outer city. What hit them was an energy of heaven and earth several times stronger than that of Ding'an City, as well as an indescribable, magnificent aura that had been accumulated over countless years. If a beast tamer or their pet had lived here since childhood, their bodies would definitely be much stronger and healthier than people from other regions, simply by breathing. The streets were wide and clean, paved with specially made bluish-gray flagstones with fine, unidentified patterns that faintly shone. Holy Dragon City is not only a region overflowing with beast tamers, but also the area with the most advanced beast taming technology. Many places here are equipped with energy devices that can be activated with just energy blocks, saving a great deal of human resources. The buildings on both sides are grand and magnificent, with signs and flags everywhere, selling rare treasures, pet materials, energy blocks and elixirs from all over the dynasty and even other countries. Pedestrians came and went in an endless stream, many of them dressed smartly and possessing powerful auras. Domain lords didn't seem particularly conspicuous here, and occasionally one could feel the obscure yet powerful fluctuations of overlords. "How are you feeling, Wang Chen? How does it feel compared to when you came to participate in the university competition last time?" Mu Feng asked, acting as a guide as they walked. More grand and more oppressive. Wang Chen felt the invisible pressure in the air and said slowly. This pressure came not only from the hidden aura of the powerful figures, but also from the supreme authority and strict order that the city itself represented, as well as the upcoming battle for the throne. Of course, this is the power center of the dynasty. Mu Feng lowered his voice and began to explain to the group. After all, they were about to clash with various forces. Look at this street. It seems bustling and ordinary, but there are actually undercurrents. We are currently in the outer city area, which is relatively free. The real core is the inner city, where the imperial city is located. That's where the real big shots gather. He pointed to the distant, even more majestic and magnificent outline of the palace walls. The royal Yi family is naturally the most powerful force, possessing the strongest power and the most core secrets. For example, the Imperial Dragon Sky Curtain. No one knows how it was formed or how it operates. For example, the legendary Holy Dragon Inheritance Hall. No one knows how many king-level or even emperor-level inheritances are hidden inside. No one knows how many beast tamers and pets of the king level or above are loyal to the royal family. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor himself is one of the strongest figures in the dynasty on the surface. Besides the royal family? Fu Qian asked curiously. Although his family was wealthy, they didn't have a deep understanding of the power structure at the top of the imperial city. Next are the four great families, Mu Feng said, listing them off with familiarity. Su, Cui, Wang, and Lu. They have protected the royal family for thousands of years. Their roots are deep and their influence is intricate. Look over there. He pointed to a fork in the road, where a magnificent mansion stood with the golden character Su engraved on its gate plaque. That's one of the Su family's main mansions in the capital. Wow, it's so ancient style. It really has that feeling of ancient times. Standing on tiptoe to look, the walls separated the inside from the outside, and you could only peek at the interior style through the protruding buildings. This building is at least 1,000 years old, and it has taken on this style through continuous renovations. Those four great families must have something special to have survived for so long. Lu Yi also knew that history changes and tides rise and fall, and those that have survived must have their own way of survival. Sai, you've hit the nail on the head. The four great families control the four directions of the dynasty, and no other force can surpass them. The four of them pricked up their ears to listen. The four major families each have their own focus. The Su family is good at politics and has produced many officials. They have become a system, and it is unlikely that the emperor would want to eliminate them. The Cui family holds partial military power. Partial military control? Doesn't that mean one entity has absolute power? How is that possible? The military is a place where strength is absolutely the most important factor. It's unlikely that one party can become the dominant force. However, they do have a way. They recruit strong and talented soldiers into their faction. The Wang family has many scholars. There are many members of the Wang family in our academy alone. They explore history, study pets, upgrade and evolve them, develop weapons and combat techniques, and hold countless patents. Finally, the Lu family is in business. Putting everything else aside, they have a lot of money. With so much money, they like to invest in all sorts of industries, which has led to their snobbishness and distorted mentality. Look at Lu Jun and Lu Chuan, whom we just met. They're the same. Of course, these are the four most famous families in the capital. There are also other families that, while not as powerful as them, are still quite strong. There are also very powerful families in other provinces. In this struggle for the throne, almost all four major families have entered the fray. The Su and Cui families clearly support the second prince. The Wang family leans towards the sixth prince, and the Lu family's intentions are unclear, but they have most likely invested in the other families. And then there's the military. Mu Feng continued. The military system is vast and complex, and can be roughly divided into the Dragon Knights who guard the Imperial City, the garrison troops who guard the four directions, and the border troops who face the monster front in the north and west. There are factions within the military, but they are generally relatively independent and loyal to the royal family. The third prince's support mainly comes from the hawks and younger officers in the border troops, who are quite radical. You've already been exposed to the law enforcement system. The 12 zodiac animals represent the pinnacle of combat power, reporting directly to the emperor. Below them are various levels of law enforcement teams and guards, maintaining order in the dynasty. You're already quite familiar with the Ministry of Education and the Beast Tamer Association. That's about all I know. From now on, you'll know which faction they belong to just by looking at their names. They all have their own unique characteristics. He paused, then concluded, in short, Holy Dragon City is a giant power chessboard. The royal family is the player. The four major families, the military, and various institutions are the most important pieces on the chessboard, and we are now barely considered a small pebble that has just been placed on the edge of the chessboard. By the way, Mu Feng, Wang Chen suddenly asked, you just said that the four major families and the military all have a tendency to support different princes, so His Majesty the Emperor. Is he just going to watch them take sides like this? Mu Feng shrugged, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. That's the most subtle part. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't explicitly stopped it. In fact, he's tacitly approved and even encouraged this competition through the three-stage selection process for the heir. Why? Perhaps it's to choose the successor who can best balance the power of all parties, or perhaps there are other, deeper motives. Who can fathom the mind of an emperor? Wang Chen seemed to be deep in thought. As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, the scene above Holy Dragon City suddenly changed. Above the once clear blue sky, layers of clouds moved without wind, beginning to rotate and converge around the center of the imperial city. Golden points of light rose from the direction of the palace, becoming more numerous and denser, like a river of stars flowing backward. "It's starting," someone shouted in the street. All pedestrians stopped and looked up, and the hustle and bustle of the city fell silent at that moment. Golden specks of light intertwined and combined in the air, eventually transforming into a colossal light curtain stretching across the sky, its grandeur encompassing almost half of the Holy Dragon City. Dragon patterns danced along the edges of the light curtain, while clear golden characters slowly emerged in its center. Roar! The roars of dragons echoed through the sky, seemingly reminding everyone to look up. The 3 months have passed, and the first stage of the selection of lords by the wise men has been completed. Now, we announce the list of talented individuals submitted by the 6 princes, as well as those who have been granted permission to participate in the second stage, the martial arts competition. The voice came from nowhere, its powerful tone resounding in everyone's ears. Everyone on the street was shocked. Such strength was unfathomable. All those whose names are on the register will participate in a martial arts competition at the global arena in 10 days. The text on the light screen was powerful and majestic, and the voice was awe-inspiring. Every word and every sentence seemed to contain the might of a dragon, inspiring awe in those who looked up at it. Immediately afterwards, the content on the screen began to scroll, listing in detail the names submitted by the 6 princes. Second Prince Yi Xiaoming recruited 81 talented individuals. The 8 dominant figures are listed below: Su Jini, Cui Jingming, Cui Qingyu, Wei Fenghua. 73 domain lords. The list is as follows: Su Jinyan, Shui Bingyun, Lu Qing, Zhao Yuanhao, Bai Yuqing, Zhou Yin, Han Yi, Lin Pujuan. The third prince, Yi Xuance's camp, recruited 53 talented individuals. 6 overlord-level individuals. The list of members is as follows: Qin Fenglei, Tai Gang. 47 individuals at the domain lord level. The list is as follows: Lei Meng, Wu Lai, Fang Qing, Shi Gandang, Yan Jin, Lung Feng, Tu Baijian, Hong Tao. 5th Prince Yi Dingyuan's camp. Recruit 35 talented individuals. The 6 overlord-level individuals are listed below by you. The following is a list of 29 domain lord-level individuals. Hua Ruming, Ning Ziyuan. The 6th Prince Yi Chongyu's camp recruited 109 talented individuals. The 7th Prince Yi Haochen's camp recruit 30 talented individuals. The 10th Prince Yi Wuwei's camp recruit 20 talented individuals. The list scrolled across the screen, and each name sparked heated discussions on the street. Look, the second prince's camp, 1, 2, 3, wow, 8 overlord-level figures. Su Jini, Cui Jingming. My god, what a lineup! The third prince's side is no weakling either. Lei Bao and Tai Gang are both renowned fierce generals in the border army. Their combat prowess is absolutely terrifying. 6th prince. Why is this list so strange? Wang Xuanze, that genius from the Wang family who disappeared for 3 years, has actually reappeared? And there's Moism, music, formations, medicine. Is he opening a general store? The 5th prince and the 7th prince. They are indeed weak. But Lu Jun actually went up against the 7th prince? Didn't he lose to Wang Chen in Lingmu City? The 10th prince, Sai, what a dismal situation. Only Wang Chen is passable, and I've heard Mu Feng and Fu Qian are also quite good, but the others, Chen Mu and Li Yan? Never heard of them. 2 overlord-level figures, Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu. How come they're on the overlord-level list? I've never even heard of them. Wang Chen actually chose the 10th prince. I didn't believe the rumors before. What a pity. Such a genius would have shone brightly if he had gone to the 2nd prince or the 3rd prince's side. But here with the 10th prince, he'll probably have to fight a tough battle in the very first round. Just as the people were discussing this, a dignified voice rang out again. Each prince will have an initial score for the talents he recruits. The score can increase or decrease as the competition progresses, and the one with the most points at the end will win the throne. Upon hearing this, the light screen changed again, and a huge number appeared behind each prince. 2nd prince, 153. 3rd prince, 107. 5th prince, 89. Sixth Prince, 163. Seventh Prince, 48. 10th Prince, 38. Really? The sixth prince got the highest score? That's unbelievable. Looking at the scores now is not very useful. Winning matches will also add points, and eventually a person's scores will accumulate to a very high level. Right now, the sixth prince is only temporarily ahead because of the sheer number of players. I see, that makes sense. Hey, who are you supporting? I definitely support the second prince. Just think about it. 8 overlords. Each of them is a well-established and influential figure. I can't imagine such a group of people getting together. It's terrifying. If you ask me, the third prince is no less than the city god. Look at all those people. They are all military generals. You should watch the news more often. These names often appear in the news. Wherever there are magical beasts or dangerous secret realms, you will see their names. Hiss. You're right. Those who can rise to the rank of officer in the Legion are no ordinary people. Actually, what I'm most concerned about is whether the 7th prince or the 10th prince will be eliminated first, haha. It's hard to say, both sides are equally bad. Let's go check out the casino. They've definitely started betting now. How about we try our luck? Let's go take a look. Wang Chen and his 4 companions stood on the street, also gazing up at the names flashing with golden light on the screen. The pressure, like tangible ice water, slowly spread down their spines. Many of the names on the list were unfamiliar to them, but the sheer weight of the list was palpable from the gasps and comments of the onlookers. Mu Feng frowned, quickly memorizing the key names. Let's not talk about the overlord level ones. Look at the domain lord level ones. Those whose names I can pronounce are all-star players. I've never heard of many of the rest. The intelligence gap is too big. The crowd was somewhat heavy-hearted, and they had no desire to go shopping. They just stared at the list in silence, only now realizing how unfair this competition had been. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All 5 of them were stunned at the same time. It was a jade pendant. The jade pendant is vibrating, which means news is spreading. Yi Wuwei. Everyone has arrived in Holy Dragon City. You can enter the Huido Villa in the West District with your jade pendant to discuss the martial arts competition. Looks like there's no time for us to play. It's time to get to know our teammates and discuss tactics. That night, many in Holy Dragon City were destined to be sleepless, digesting the list that heralded a new phase in the Game of Thrones. Huido Villa, West District of Holy Dragon City. Wow, this is truly magnificent. Is this the royal villa? The 5 were shocked. Villas were like dog kennels in his eyes. The endless courtyards, the soldiers who patrolled at all times, and the architectural style that combined luxury and antiquity all showcased understated luxury. If I'm not mistaken, these potted plants are all spiritual plants. Their life force is definitely not low. Liu Yi was very familiar with the life attribute of wood and was immediately attracted by the trees in front of the door. And this gate, I can't even tell what material it's made of. Fu Qian was also very surprised and almost leaned over the gate. Ahem, watch your step. Don't make us look like country bumpkins. Mu Feng was embarrassed and grabbed Fu Qian, dragging her back. Hello, I'm Wang Chen. These are our jade pendants. Wang Chen stepped forward, handed over his jade pendant, and turned to the others, asking, Where are your jade pendants? The soldiers were highly disciplined and did not mock the others for their strange behavior. Check passed. Please come in. The 10th young master has been waiting for a long time. The soldier led a few people into the villa, where someone was already waiting. The person immediately led the 5 people around the layers of buildings to the depths of the courtyard. Brother Wang Chen, Brother Mu, Brother Fu, and the 2 older sisters, come here. Yi Wuwei had been waiting for a long time and rushed out of the council hall in a hurry. Wuwei, watch your step. Yi Jiwei's voice rang out. Her graceful figure gently stepped out of the door, waved to the crowd, and finally looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, you've finally arrived. Sorry to have kept you waiting. No, we hope you won't be angry with us. I didn't even go to pick you up to come into the city, Yi Wuwei said apologetically. Some of my cousins came, so it's all right. We're not children ourselves. It's our first time in the capital, so it's a good opportunity to experience the local customs and culture. So how are you all feeling? Yi Wuwei led the 5 people as they walked and talked, and he was extremely happy about Wang Chen's arrival. Overall, it's not bad, except there are quite a few arrogant, and domineering young masters. Oh, which family offended you? The Lu family, speaking of which, I seem to have quite a connection with them. First it was Lu Jun, then Lu Chuan, and I think I saw Lu Jun's name on the list just now. I wonder if I'll run into him this time. I know Lu Jun, he's not very popular. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go into the council chamber, everyone's here. Wang Chen, wait a minute. Before entering, Yi Jiwei suddenly pulled Wang Chen aside and whispered a few words to him. Wang Chen's expression then became somewhat indescribable. They hadn't even started talking to outsiders yet, and there were already conflicts among their own people. The five followed Yi Wuwei and Yi Jiwei into the council hall, and the atmosphere immediately changed. The long wooden table was filled with people on both sides, exactly 15 people. Adding their own 5 people, that made 20 people in total. Everyone was present. Yi Wuwei naturally took the main seat. Yi Jiwei wasn't a contestant, but rather an advisor, so she sat right next to Yi Wuwei, taking charge of the situation. However, there was an old man standing behind her with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. It was unclear who he was. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. This seating arrangement was interesting. The 15 seats seemed chaotic, but they were mainly occupied by 2 older people. If he wasn't mistaken, they were the only 2 dominant players. The rest of the people were basically sitting down from the 2 older ones. What a show of force. You're only arriving now? You've made so many of us wait, haven't you? Brother Zhou, what are you saying? It's not too late now. Yi Wuwei looked nervous and quickly explained to Zhou Hao on his right. Oh, isn't Wuwei the prince? You're so arrogant. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the prince. Wang Chen shook his head. Yi Jiwei had just reminded him that these cousins were all very troublesome and lacked ambition. They argued fiercely among themselves and even harbored a lot of resentment towards Yi Wuwei, since they had no choice but to support the 10th prince. Especially the 2 overlords, who had very bad tempers and didn't take Yi Wuwei seriously at all, let alone Wang Chen and the other 5 outsiders. Wang Chen's words were very clear. He wanted to confront you head-on. For a moment, everyone's expressions were different. Mu Feng and his group of 4 were slightly surprised, while the dozen or so people who had arrived earlier had a joking look on their faces, purely watching the show. Yi Jiwei also did not expect Wang Chen to be so bold, and was somewhat surprised. The old man behind him also slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at Wang Chen again. I see you don't know your place. You, a mere domain lord, dare to talk back to me. Zhou Hao was furious and stood up, releasing his aura. Are you trying to suppress me with your cultivation level? Wang Chen remained unmoved and continued to move forward, confronting Zhou Hao from a distance. Zhou Hao smirked. So what? Strength is everything. Can I, a hegemon-level expert, say a few words to you? Let me tell you, for this martial arts competition, all arrangements will be made by me and Uncle Wu. What if I don't listen? The 2 were on the verge of a fight, the air thick with tension. Everyone could sense the ominous atmosphere. Were they about to come to blows? Cough, cough. Cousin and Wang Chen were teammates. Calm down. Yi Wuwei tried to pull the 2 of them away, but Yi Jiwei pushed him back. Yi Jiwei sighed. Yi Wuwei's words really carried no weight, and it was unlikely that either of them would calm down. She was somewhat worried about Wang Chen. In fact, she hadn't figured out what to do about what she had just said to Wang Chen. Kid, I need to teach you a lesson. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some fame. In my eyes, you're nothing unless you reach the overlord level. You're still far from it. Zhou Hao said domineeringly, grabbing Wang Chen by the collar and about to punch him. Ah, the girl screamed. Yi Jiwei was too late and helpless, and could only look to the old man behind her for help. The old man glanced at it and shook his head, his meaning unclear. Smack! The expected scene did not occur. Instead of being hit, Wang Chen blocked Zhou Hao's incoming punch. Click. However, the contest between the 2 is not over yet. You're quite strong, but I'm a dominator after all. Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed. He had only intended to teach Wang Chen a lesson with a casual punch, but he seemed to have underestimated his opponent and was actually blocked. Moreover, Wang Chen's punches were quite powerful. His own hand bones were cracking as he was being squeezed. You're just too weak. Are you a dominator? You don't seem like it. Lie down. Zhou Hao roared, no longer holding back his strength. Old Lin, please stop them. Yi Wei could only anxiously tug at the old man's sleeve behind her. The younger generation is truly formidable, Xiao Wei. There's no need to worry. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the council chamber felt an indescribable fear. A soft laugh followed, and then the power of light and shadow erupted, filling the entire room with chaotic energy flows. As for the center of the energy, it was none other than Wang Chen. Zhou Hao's pupils dilated in shock. Through his eyes, he saw two gigantic beast phantoms appear behind Wang Chen. Darkness and light combined perfectly, creating a chilling energy fluctuation that surged toward Zhou Hao. Overlord level? That's all you've got. Get lost. 10 minutes later, the council meeting resumed. This time, no one caused trouble, and the seating arrangements had changed slightly. Yi Wei sat in the head seat, looking at everyone with a silly grin. Yi Wei sat to the side, but her eyes were all on Wang Chen. As for Zhou Hao on the right, he had disappeared and gone to sit with Uncle Wu on the left, giving his seat to Wang Chen. Mu Feng and the other three followed closely behind, leaving the others behind them. Ahem, as the host, let me introduce myself. Yi Wei stood up, looking ahead, still somewhat excited, and tried to keep his voice calm. This is Wang Chen. You've all met him before. He's from the Holy Dragon Academy, and he's the core of our domain lord-level battle in this martial arts exercise. Everyone has to listen to him. Everyone immediately applauded, and no one dared to disobey. It was terrifying. He had forced Zhou Hao back with just his aura. He was a hegemon-level being, and it was like a dream. Zhou Hao clapped with a displeased expression, but Uncle Wu didn't underestimate him. He valued this person highly. He then introduced Mu Feng and the other three in turn. Uncle Wu was a tall, thin man, just 30 years old, with a more effeminate air. He simply nodded. The remaining 13 domain lords introduced themselves one by one, but it seemed more like they were introducing themselves to Wang Chen, waiting for him to nod in approval. It's worth mentioning that among those present, Wang Chen and his group of 5 were actually the youngest, yet their strength was in no way inferior to the others. We've already given a brief introduction. Our purpose today is to discuss the martial arts demonstration. The main goal is to help everyone understand each other's fighting styles so that we can make the right decisions during the demonstration. Yi Wei also adopted the air of a host. A young man dressed in brocade robes, with a hint of arrogance on his face, spoke first. His name was Chun Mu. This martial arts competition is not a sparring match within the academy. Our opponents are the true elites under the command of various princes, many of whom are ruthless characters who have experienced life and death battles and trials in secret realms. I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Defeat was inevitable. Li Yan's tone was dejected. Brother Chun is right. Everyone saw the list in the sky just now. On the second prince's side, Su Jinyan, Shui Bingyun, Bai Yuqing. Aren't they all prodigies? On the third prince's side, Lei Ming, Wu Lai, Fang Qing are all elite soldiers. And us? In terms of numbers. His voice grew softer as he spoke, and the atmosphere within the team became even more somber. Several people involuntarily lowered their heads, and even Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu's expressions turned grim. Faced with reality, despair was inevitable. Yi Wei opened his mouth, as if to say something, but Yi Wei gently tugged at his sleeve. She knew that empty encouragement would be useless at this moment. Mu Feng shook his fan and said with a grin, "Hey, Brother Chun, brotherly, you can't say that. A long list doesn't mean we can win, and a large number of people doesn't mean we're united." He pointed at Wang Chen. "Besides, haven't you seen our brother Wang's strength? In Ding'an City, Su Jinyan suffered at his hands. The others are not worth mentioning." Fu Qian added in a deep voice, "That's right, Brother Wang is amazing. And us, we're just as good. We have certainly witnessed this. Brother Wang Chen's strength is beyond our reach, but after all, there is only one of him." Chen Mu was still somewhat worried. Wang Chen couldn't just stand by and watch. He needed someone to say a few words. He stood up and calmly swept his gaze over every dejected or hesitant face. "Senior Chen is right. This martial arts competition is no child's play." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Our opponents are very strong, and their lineup overwhelms us. That's a fact." His frank acknowledgement of the gap actually made some people hold their heads high. However, Wang Chen's tone shifted, his eyes suddenly sharpening. The competition hasn't even started, so the outcome is uncertain. Just because they're strong, does that mean we have to be weak? Just because they outnumber us, does that mean we should back down before the battle even begins? If we're only looking at numbers, then we might as well just declare the sixth prince the winner. He left his seat and began pacing around the table, observing each slightly anxious face. I know that you all joined the 10th prince's camp for different reasons. Some did it out of friendship, some had no other choice, and some may just be trying to seize an opportunity. I'm the same as you. Everyone looked up and listened attentively to Wang Chen's words. However, I think this is just an opportunity. The result doesn't mean anything. What's important is being able to compete against so many geniuses. Isn't that enough? Besides, the rewards for this martial arts competition are so generous. Even if we just win one round, what's the harm? Now, the opportunity has arrived, but the risks are also unprecedented. Fear and the desire to withdraw are only natural. Wang Chen turned around, facing everyone directly. I can tell you all now that if anyone wants to withdraw, His Highness the 10th Prince will not stop them, nor will he pursue the matter. The jade pendant can be returned, and you are free to come and go. With just the few of us left, or even just one person, that's enough. After these words were spoken, the council chamber fell silent. Yi Wuwei's lips moved, but Yi Jiwei pressed them down forcefully. She knew that Wang Chen was forcing everyone to make a choice. Eliminating teammates who lacked willpower and were prone to collapse was far better than bringing a bunch of burdens onto the field. Chun Mu's expression changed, while Li Yin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu exchanged a glance, but remained silent. They represented their families and could not back down. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. The silence lasted for a long time. Wang Chen is right. Let's give it our all. It's no big deal. The list has already been submitted. To flee before even engaging in battle. I can't afford to lose face like that. Yeah, winning even one game is a win. Wang Chen's words were indeed useful. Thinking about it carefully, they made sense. Was the throne really that important to these people? Wang Chen looked at the remaining people and nodded. Okay, since you've chosen to stay, then completely discard the thoughts of impossibility and defeat from your minds. Over the next 10 days, we only need to do 3 things. First, understand our opponents, gather intelligence, and obtain as much information as possible about the fighting styles, pets, and common tactics of all key opponents. Second, get to know the team. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct live-fire drills to improve our skills through combat. During this period, we will record our shortcomings, get to know each other, and understand our teammates' strengths. Third, improve yourselves. His Highness the 10th Prince will do his best to provide us with the training resources and targeted guidance we need. If you have any questions or needs regarding the repair process, please raise them now. His words were clear and logical, with a clear objective. There were no grand pronouncements, yet they possessed a convincing power. Even Zhou Hao and Uncle Wu looked at him with less doubt and more seriousness. Yi Wuwei finally couldn't help but speak, his voice filled with gratitude and determination. Brother Wang is right. Don't worry about resources. Mother has given me all the available reserves. Although it's not as much as my brother's, it's enough to support our full-fledged chain repair efforts for this period. Moreover, as long as we win a battle, we'll receive generous spoils and rewards. Even the faintest hope needs a spark to ignite it. Wang Chen's calm analysis and Yi Wuwei's promise barely managed to stabilize the morale of this weak team, which was on the verge of collapse. However, reality always throws cold water at you, one wave after another. The next morning, Wang Chen and the others had just finished their morning exercise and hadn't even had time to eat when Yi Wuwei called them over, saying that something big was about to happen. The Holy Dragon rankings? Wang Chen looked at the exquisitely crafted list, which appeared to be printed on special energy paper, with a strange expression. Where did it come from? It's gone viral. I received a notification when it was released last night and immediately made dozens of copies. Yi Wuwei was exhausted and was woken up in the middle of the night. The others arrived one after another, confused, until they received a photocopy of the list and realized the seriousness of the matter. They then began to read it with grave expressions. The list is divided into two parts: the Overlord level heroes list and the Domain Lord level prodigies list. Of the top 10 on the list of Hegemon level heroes, 4 are from the 2nd Prince's faction, 4 from the 3rd Prince's faction, 1 from the 6th Prince's faction, 1 from the 5th Prince's faction, none from the 7th Prince's faction, and naturally none from the 10th Prince's faction either. Zhou Hao and Wu Bo are basically at the bottom of the rankings. That's utter nonsense. Zhou Hao clenched his fists, feeling utterly humiliated. Uncle Wu glanced at him and said something unusual. Although it's unclear who released this list, the information on it is crucial and may even affect the outcome of this martial arts competition. Don't worry about the rankings. They're just for reference. After all, no one can be certain without having fought each other. Yes, the prodigies from various regions haven't even fought each other in person, so how can we be sure? Is what's written here real or fake? Su Genie, peak overlord level this. Chenmu couldn't believe it, unable to understand why these people were so abnormal. Does that mean the overlord level is completely out of the question? Thump. Damn it. Zhou Hao had to admit that the reality was just that cruel. Alright, let's stop discussing the overlord level. It's pointless. Let's analyze the domain lord level instead, Uncle Wu said with a wry smile. Even among geniuses, there are differences. Just take a look at the top-tier rankings. They're not their concern. The main thing is the rankings of the domain lords. Everyone's hearts sank as they looked at the domain lord-level prodigies ranking. First place, Lu Qingfeng. Who is this? This name is unfamiliar. Most people have never heard of it. He is the young sect master of the Sword Sect. Mu Feng sighed. Sword Sect. Wang Chen was hearing this for the first time and almost thought he had misheard. There really was such a sect as the Sword Sect. They're basically like a hermit sect, a bit out of touch with modern life, but their strength is top-notch in any era. They're known for their aggressiveness, capable of breaking through all defenses with a single sword strike. One sword, shattering all laws. That's a bit domineering. And who is the second place Xue Bingyan? I only remember that he seems to be one of the 2nd Prince's subordinates. Xue Bingyun, from the Xue family of Lingxi, is also a family with a long history. Yi Zhuwei probably hadn't slept all night either, as she held a lot of documents in her hand. Aside from some basic background information, all we know is that his natal pet is a frost-wing Yuan bird, which has dragon blood and can control ice and snow. It's very powerful. Third place, Zhao Yuanhao, from the Zhao family of Jinan, whose innate form is the golden armored dragon beast, which is both offensive and defensive. Fourth place. Fifth place. The crowd finally breathed a slight sigh of relief when they reached the 10th place. 10th place, Wang Chen. Yi Zhiwei stopped talking, looked at Wang Chen, and there was no need to introduce him further. Of the top 10, 5 are subordinates of the 2nd Prince, and without exception, they are all scions of aristocratic families. 3 are subordinates of the 3rd Prince, and they are mostly border army generals. The remaining 1 is a subordinate of the 5th Prince. The atmosphere in the council chamber quickly turned somber, with only the sound of pages turning. The names on the list were neatly arranged, but each name was described in just a few words. What kind of unofficial ranking is this? Where did I end up in this list? Mu Feng slammed his hand on the table in anger, and only found his name after searching all the way to the 100th place. Brother Mu, I'm right behind you. Fu Qian pointed to the 2 names next to each other with a silly grin. Shut up. The top 30 on the list are basically all well-known star contestants, and the 2nd Prince and 3rd Prince's subordinates make up a large proportion of them. As for the names of Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, and others, they appear sporadically outside the top 100. Although it is disheartening, it is the truth. Moreover, those ranked after them are basically research and development talents recruited by the 6th Prince, who will not participate in the martial arts competition at all. Actually, this list is beneficial to us. Wang Chen smiled slightly. Everyone looked at him. Being ranked higher on the list will naturally attract more attention, and their information will soon be fully exposed. Let them fight like dogs. We're ranked lower, which will allow us to hide. I believe you are definitely no weaker than them. Haha, definitely. How dare they underestimate me? When the competition starts, I'll chase them down and shoot them until they're covered in thorns. Mu Feng laughed heartily. Me too, but I let them hit me all they want. If they can even hurt me, I'll admit defeat. Fu Qian chuckled sheepishly. We won't give up either. Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi smiled at each other. Chen Mu, Li Yan, and the others were also surprised and felt somewhat ashamed of themselves. The 5 of them were not intimidated by the list. On the contrary, it aroused their fighting spirit. Haha, Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi. I admit I underestimated you guys before, but now it seems you're much stronger than us, and I won't admit defeat. Chen Mu looked at the 4 of them, feeling a little embarrassed, but he mustered up his courage and said, And me. But I must say, I've never looked down on anyone, Li Yan said with a smile. Don't worry, leave the information gathering to me. I'll send everyone's information to you in a timely manner. You just need to focus on training. Yi Jiwei also provided technical support and took care of the logistical work. Inside the Imperial City, in a secluded courtyard. Mr. Lin, how is things in Wuwei? A wealthy woman sat at her dressing table, fiddling with her jewelry. Through the huge mirror, one can see that the noblewoman looks very young, and her appearance vaguely resembles that of Yi Jiwei and Yi Wuwei. The young master and the others are doing all right. Old Lin still kept his eyelids slightly closed, looking as if it were none of his business. What about those talented individuals we recruited? Have they had any conflicts? The noblewoman asked casually, occasionally fiddling with her hair ornaments. Most of the young master's subordinates were recruited by you, miss, and they are fairly united. However, there were some minor conflicts after Wang Chen and the others recruited by Miss Jiwei arrived yesterday. A minor conflict? Could it be Chen Mu or Li Yan? Did they fight? The noblewoman knew very well that old Master Lin would not get involved in the conflicts of the younger generation, provided that no one was killed. Neither of them. It's Zhou Hao and Wang Chen. Zhou Hao, Wang Chen. The lady put down her hands, placed them on her lap, and continued looking at herself in the mirror. After thinking for a moment, she said, Isn't Zhou Hao a hegemon-level expert? How could he have a conflict with Wang Chen? After all, Wang Chen is from the Holy Dragon Academy. It wouldn't be good if he got injured. We could send him some tonics. No need. Wang Chen repelled Zhou Hao. The lady's smile froze, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She then turned to look at Old Lin. Old Lin, you're not joking with me, are you? I would never lie. Unbelievable, peak domain lord level. The noblewoman muttered to herself, then her eyes lit up. Elder Lin, do you think Wang Chen is about to break through? A mere sheet of paper separates us, but it can be broken at any time. No wonder Wu Wei insisted on giving Wang Chen some treasure a few days ago. I hadn't agreed yet, afraid that he would be deceived. I didn't expect that Wang Chen really has such strength. If Wang Chen breaks through in the next few days, wouldn't that mean we'll have another overlord-level expert? The noblewoman was delighted and immediately stood up. Miss, don't get excited. If Wang Chen breaks through, he won't be able to participate in the domain lord-level competition. That would be a loss. Yes, that makes sense. Mr. Lin, please pass on a message to him for me. I understand, but Wang Chen is a smart kid. I think he has a lot of potential and might surprise everyone in this martial arts competition. Oh, Mr. Lin, your evaluation is so high. The lady was quite surprised, knowing that Mr. Lin didn't praise people easily. Then you'll have to make sure Jiwei keeps up the good work. Cough, cough. Old Master Lin really didn't expect his young lady's thought process. The popularity rankings were like a thought storm sweeping through the dynasty, continuously stirring everyone's hearts for the next 10 days. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers slam their gavels and begin to analyze the list of prodigies and which prince would win the championship, their spittle flying as they speak. On the streets and alleys, office workers, students, and vendors were also having heated discussions about whether Lu Qingfeng was really as powerful as the rankings suggested, or whether there was a dark horse vying for his position, arguing until their faces turned red. The academies, sects, mentors, disciples, associations, and families compared the rankings to the most intuitive teaching materials on combat strength and held heated discussions on tactics and countermeasures. The betting odds in the black market casino fluctuate every second, with the enormous sums involved captivating countless people. As long as the betting remains open, people continue to pour money in. Finally, the day of the martial arts competition arrived amidst the anxious anticipation of the entire nation. Before dawn, At the junction of the inner and outer cities of Holy Dragon City, the colossal structure that stands as majestic as a divine mountain and as ancient as a historical record, the Universal Arena, has already awakened. The arena is constructed entirely of a dark blue metal called meteorite steel mixed with ancient megaliths. It stands hundreds of meters tall, is perfectly circular, and occupies a vast area. Its outer wall is engraved with countless intricate dragon reliefs and mysterious runes, which faintly flow with a dark luster in the deepest night before dawn, like a lurking ancient beast. At this moment, all 108 giant archways of the arena opened wide, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Outside the archway, there was already a vast sea of people. People with admission tickets formed an endless queue, slowly and orderly pouring in under the watchful eyes of the royal guards, whose menacing presence and gleaming armor kept them in check. Tickets were sold out months ago, and the price of a regular seat on the black market has been inflated to the equivalent of several years' income for an average family. Yet there are still no available seats. Those who were unable to enter gathered around the hundreds of giant spiritual light screens set up outside the arena, craning their necks in anticipation. Their shouts converged and soared into the sky, seemingly dispersing some of the thick clouds. When the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness and illuminated the lifelike statue of the azure dragon atop the highest point of the arena, the entire building seemed to come alive. The runes on the outer wall lit up one after another, flowing with golden and red light. The huge dome slowly became transparent, and the brilliant lights inside intertwined with the sunlight outside. Inside the arena, the scene is even more breathtaking. At the center is a super alloy arena with a diameter of 1,500 meters. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, yet it is covered with fine energy patterns that are difficult to detect with the naked eye, and it is faintly connected to the protective array of the entire arena. At the edge of the arena, 6 distinct areas correspond to the 6 princes and their respective factions, each with simple seating and a preparation area. Surrounding the arena were rows of densely packed spectator seats, rising like a ring mountain, all of which were now full. The excited chatter and shouts of over 600,000 spectators merged into a massive wave of sound, echoing beneath the unique architectural structure, a truly awe-inspiring experience. The air was thick with fervor, anticipation, tension, and a complex atmosphere intertwined with money and power. At the highest point of the audience seating area, dozens of independent viewing platforms, separated by nearly transparent energy barriers, floated like celestial pavilions in the clouds, overlooking the entire venue. Due north, the most magnificent royal grandstand. Dragon flags fluttered in the wind, and canopies stretched like clouds. Accompanied by deep ceremonial music, processions of imperial guards solemnly entered. Then, under the spotlight of countless eyes, the current emperor of the Holy Dragon Dynasty made a grand entrance. His Majesty the Emperor was not wearing elaborate imperial robes, but only a black casual robe embroidered with dark gold dragon patterns. He stood tall and straight, his face dignified yet slightly weary, but when his deep eyes swept across the entire room, they still carried an awe-inspiring majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. After the emperor took his seat, several elderly men with auras as deep as an abyss and faces shrouded in a faint halo silently appeared in the shadows behind him. They were the true foundation of the royal family. Subsequently, several adult princes and princesses took their seats one after another. Their expressions varied. Some watched the ceremony calmly, while others smiled and chatted quietly with their neighbors. However, their eyes involuntarily drifted towards the 6 areas below. The royal stand is flanked by the areas for the 4 major families and other top powers. On the left, the Su family's grandstand was decorated in deep purple. The patriarch and several elders sat upright, their expressions reserved and confident. Occasionally, they exchanged a knowing glance with the Chui family's grandstand not far away. The Chui family's grandstand was filled with the atmosphere of military might, with several generals standing upright with gleaming epaulets and sharp eyes like eagles. The atmosphere at the Wang family's viewing platform was distinctly scholarly, with several elderly men holding jade slips, seemingly recording and analyzing them. The Liu family's viewing platform was the most lively, adorned with jewels and precious stones. Several leaders were all smiles, frequently greeting various parties. To the right was the viewing platform for the military, the Beast Tamer Association, the 12 Zodiacs, and representatives from various provinces. Generals from the northern and western border armies were prominently present, subtly differentiating themselves from the military figures on the Chui family's platform. Several members of the 12 Zodiacs were present, and even with their auras concealed, they still drew frequent glances from those around them. The time has come. A deep, resounding announcement, like the tolling of an ancient bell, drowned out all the clamor. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Above the arena, the simulated starry sky at the center of the dome suddenly expanded, transforming into a deep vortex. Within the vortex, 6 thick golden beams of light crashed down, precisely enveloping the 6 princes' areas at the edge of the arena. Within the beam of light, the figure solidified from its ethereal form. The 6 princes and all the prodigies made their appearance, their expressions serious, their postures upright, looking up at the huge arena and the densely packed audience that came into view. This scene is absolutely stunning. Compared to this, the inter-college competition is like children playing house. Wang Chen's usually calm demeanor couldn't help but stir with excitement. Who wouldn't be excited to showcase themselves in front of so many people? Everyone be quiet. An old man slowly walked out of the platform. It was none other than Principal Yi of the Royal Academy, who was qualified enough to preside over this competition. The arena fell silent. Everyone sitting there was either highly respected or of high status and rank, and they were all of extremely high quality. The Imperial Martial Arts exercise officially begins. His Majesty the Emperor sat on the high platform. Looking into the distance, he could barely see the figures, but his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. His solemn and dignified voice rang out. With just 8 words, the long-awaited martial arts competition was officially announced. The prince has arrived, Principal Yi shouted. The projection screen shifted its perspective, cutting away from the emperor and turning its light to the prince's preparation area. Then, Principal Yi's figure flashed, disappearing from the emperor's viewing platform and reappearing atop a flying pet in the air, a high-altitude commentary platform offering a clear, all-around view of the battle and providing commentary. In addition, 2 commentators, a man and a woman, were already on the platform, ready to provide information. They were not ordinary people who could do this job. They needed extensive knowledge and keen eyesight. Of course, there would inevitably be scenes that were difficult to explain, in which case Principal Yi would have to explain them. The first team is the second Prince Yi Xiaoming's team. They are all the most outstanding heirs from various noble families. Let's welcome them. The male commentator chuckled, and his hearty laughter rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the first light screen. Yi Xiaoming stepped out slowly, his plain white brocade robe spotless, his hair tied up with a jade hairpin, exuding a gentle and refined air, resembling a young emperor. His mere presence seemed to draw all the attention of the entire audience. Behind them stood an elite team, each member exuding composure and discipline, their ranks as imposing as a mountain, their noble elegance silently showcasing absolute strength and orthodox authority. Wah! Yi Xiaoming! Yi Xiaoming! Yi Xiaoming! Cheers and screams shattered the peace. The deafening screams revealed just how many supporters there were. Next up is the third prince. As the second light curtain descended, Yi Xuanzi stepped out, his black military uniform standing straight, his face cold and hard, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene like a blade. The men behind him all stood with perfect posture, exuding a fierce aura, carrying the iron will and bravery unique to the border troops. The fifth prince, Yi Dingyuan, had a detached demeanor, as if strolling leisurely, like a dashing and carefree prince. The entourage behind him was also quite quiet, their style quite different from others. The sixth prince, Yi Chongyu, was still dressed casually, curiously looking around, waving from time to time, with an innocent smile. But the group of over 100 eccentric geniuses behind him was eerily quiet. Many of them had their heads down or were fiddling with strange objects in their hands, creating an indescribable and bizarre atmosphere. The seventh prince, Haochen walked out with a gentle smile. The team behind him was well organized, but their spirit was slightly inferior to the teams in front of them, and many of them lacked real sharpness in their eyes. Finally, it's the 10th prince. Yi Wuwei took a deep breath and stepped out first. His dark blue outfit made him look a little thin. He tried to look like an adult, but he couldn't hide his childishness. He could only muster his courage and try to keep his eyes calm. Wang Chen followed closely behind, dressed in black, his expression calm as a still well, though a sharp glint seemed to flash deep within his eyes. Mu Feng, Fu Qian, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi. The 12 appeared one after another, standing in 2 rows, like arrows about to be released from a bow, silent yet brimming with power. After all 6 princes and their factions had made their appearances, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak, with cheers and applause lingering for a long time. In the stands, the cheers of the crowd, the shouts of different supporters, the fluttering of flags. All the sounds converged into an irresistible torrent, soaring into the sky, as if to completely tear off the dome of the arena of the universe. At the same time, within the territory of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, tens of thousands of spirit vision sky screens lit up simultaneously above all city squares and important landmarks. The crystal-clear images transmitted this magnificent and thrilling scene in the arena of heaven to every corner of the dynasty in real time. At the central square of Lingmu City, when Wang Chen and his group appeared on the sky, a deafening cheer erupted from the direction of the Holy Dragon Academy. At the northern beacon tower, the border guards looked at Yi Xuanzi and his comrades behind him, letting out rough battle roars, their blood boiling. In a water town in southern China, people gathered on the riverbank under the sky, pointing at the extraordinary princes and prodigies, marveling at their appearance. In a remote mountain village, an old man with a child looked up at the small screen of light at the entrance of the town, his eyes filled with longing for power and legend. The entire nation, with hundreds of millions of eyes, crossed mountains and rivers to focus on this arena that would determine the future of the dynasty. The emperor, seated in the main royal grandstand, slowly raised his hand to signal the start of the next segment. Principal Ye's voice rang out again. The martial arts competition begins. The contest will be a best-of-7 series, with the winner receiving 2 points, the draw receiving 1 point each, and the loser receiving no points. All scores will be added to the total score of the prince's camp to determine the final ranking. Furthermore, each match will reward the victor with a domain lord-level treasure, and the first player to achieve 5 wins will receive an overlord-level treasure as encouragement. Along with the shouts, a series of treasures flashed across the large screen in the air: rare energy blocks, fruits that enhance mental power, essence blood, colorful pet eggs and cubs, and magical artifacts. Wow, wow, wow. It was breathtaking. Hundreds of treasures were neatly arranged together, radiating a magnificent glow. You could feel the immense wealth of this treasure even through the large screen. The Domain Master stage begins now. Round 1. The Draw Ceremony. 6 princes and hundreds of prodigies await, eagerly anticipating the draw that will determine their first-round opponents. In the center of the arena, runes lit up, forming a huge battle light pattern. All eyes were focused on the light chart that would determine the opponent in the first match, and the tense atmosphere almost froze. Ding, ding, ding. The portraits of the 6 princes flashed by one on the light screen, then flickered back and forth like a scrolling screen. 3 seconds later, the scrolling stopped, and the selected prince was none other than the second prince. Wow, the first one is the second prince. Haha, I wonder which prince is so unlucky as to run into the second prince. Yes, here it comes, the second one is coming. Ding, ding, ding. The second prince's opponent is... The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena, and instantly, everyone's hearts tightened. The 10th prince. Sigh, it seems I drew the worst possible lot, Mu Feng said with a wry smile. No one refuted his statement. That was the truth. Huh? It's the 10th prince? What's so interesting about that? He's completely outmatched. Yes, I most want to see the second prince and the third prince fight. The showdown between the aristocratic families and the military is much more exciting than the 10th prince's fight. That's right. The The royal grandstand is a source of joy for some and sorrow for others. The second prince's family and subordinates were overjoyed. No, I have to go take a look. Yi couldn't sit still and was about to stand up and run downstairs to discuss strategies with Wang Chen. Zhi, sit down. How did I teach you? The noblewoman's voice came from behind. Mother, aren't you worried? Yi asked in a rare, coquettish tone. Worried? What's the use of worrying? If we can win, we'll fight. If we can't, it's not shameful. Besides, didn't you already give them the information? This is the first match. Let's see their true strength first. Well, Mother, you're so thoughtful. Both sides are ready. 7 players may be selected to enter the preparation area. The first match will begin in 10 minutes. The 2 princes exchanged glances. The second prince nodded slightly, and then casually called out 7 people. Yi waved in response, then looked at his few subordinates with a troubled expression. However, while everyone's attention was focused on the ring, in a hidden underground chamber outside Holy Dragon City, several other light screens were also displaying the grand spectacle inside the universal arena. The dim light illuminated a figure dressed in a dark red robe, his face shrouded in shadow. It was none other than Han Fengyuan, the leader of the cult. He sat quietly on the stone chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. His deep gaze swept over the figures of each prince and each prodigy on the light screen, lingering for a moment on Wang Chen, Yi Xiaoming, Yi Xuanzi, and others. A cold and cruel smile slowly curved the corners of his mouth. The feast has begun, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse like a viper's hiss. Let them fight it out, and let me choose the most suitable test subject. Ha! Dear viewers, thank you for your patience. The 2 princes have selected their respective teams. Please turn to the big screen. The huge light screen above the arena clearly displayed the list of 7 people selected by the second prince and the 10th prince. The second prince has sent out Lu Feng, Chen Mo, Bai Yuqing, Zhou Yan, Han Yi, Lin Pajuan, and Zhao Yuanhao. It seems the second prince hasn't gone all out. Many strong players haven't been sent out, the commentator said with a chuckle. This roster does not include all of the main forces. Top fighters such as Su Jinyin, Xue Bingyun, and Lu Qingfeng did not appear immediately, which is obviously intended to preserve strength and play steadily with a sufficiently deep lineup. Next up is the 10th prince. Their contestants are Chun Mu, Li Yan, Mu Feng, Lu Yi, Sun Mingqi, Fu Qian, and Wang Chen. Upon seeing the list, a murmur arose from the audience, mostly expressing sympathy for the 10th prince's camp and pessimism about the outcome. Chun Mu, Li Yan. I haven't heard of them much. I do know about Mu Feng and the other students from Holy Dragon Academy, but their rankings are all outside the top 100. Is Wang Chen supposed to be the final scorer? Are they trying to salvage some face by having him score a point or two? It's difficult. Zhao Yuanhao is definitely third on the second prince's side, and Bai Yuqing's support and control are even more troublesome. The overall strength is too far behind. Both sides should send their first fighter to the arena simultaneously. The winner can defend their title and continue the fight. The loser can freely replace the person in the preparation area and does not need to follow the order on the roster. Principal Ye's voice echoed throughout the arena, making everyone understand the rules of this martial arts competition. Wow, this rule is really interesting. It's different from the college competition and the national Beast Tamer competition. You can freely replace the players. This not only tests the strength of the Beast Tamers, but also their information gathering, tactical planning, and attribute counters. It really tests the prince's strategic decision-making. The 2 commentators were no ordinary people either, and they immediately understood the advantages and disadvantages of this rule. The audience suddenly realized what was going on and became even more excited. Inside the preparation area, Yi Wuwei's face was tense as he looked at Chun Mu. First match. Chun Mu, I'm counting on you. This was a tactic they had been discussing for a long time, but it wasn't really a tactic. Chun Mu, who was fairly strong, would go first to test the opponent's strength, while Wang Chen would hold the line. As for how far they could go, that was up to fate. All right, both sides have sent out their first contestants. The second prince's side has Lu Feng, and the 10th prince's side has Chun Mu. It seems that both sides are trying to test each other and are being rather conservative in their selections. Chun Mu took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, walked out of the preparation area, and leaped onto the vast arena. On the opposite side, a person from the second prince's camp also stepped forward. Lu Feng was slender with bright eyes, and he did not show the slightest contempt for his opponent despite his lower ranking. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle blew, and the two stood in their respective areas, while the referee stood in the middle, checking whether they were carrying any illegal magical artifacts. Magic items can be used in this competition, but there are level and quantity restrictions. Each pet can only carry one magic item that is no higher than its level. Both sides are ready. The referee confirmed. The two men were tense and ready for battle. Battle begins. At a command, the void behind them appeared, and both sides simultaneously summoned their pets, which rushed onto the field. Chunmu roared and summoned his main pet beast, the golden tiger, a peak domain lord-level beast. With its four paws on the ground, radiating endless beastly aura and metal elemental power, it roared and pounced on its opponent, covering 100 meters in almost an instant, its sharp metal elemental energy tearing through the air. Lu Feng remained calm, summoning his pet beast, the wind-chasing falcon, to soar through the sky, stirring up gusts of wind. His figure was elusive, easily dodging the golden tiger's pounce. He then launched continuous attacks from tricky angles in the air, his wind blades precisely slicing into the golden tiger's relatively weak joints and waist. Golden tiger, use the power of the earth to knock him down, Chunmu shouted. The golden tiger roared and stomped its forepaws on the ground, attempting to restrict the wind chaser falcon's movement with an area of effect earth-type skill. Haha, the battle between the two is quite exciting. Chunmu sent out the golden tiger, but it's not a metal-type pet. It's an earth-type pet with extremely strong attack power. And judging from the situation, neither of them has used their natal pet transformation yet. The battle situation is still unclear. The commentator explained the battle situation while also interspersing information about the contestants. The Wind Chaser Falcon has an extremely refined control over wind-based abilities, always able to dodge precisely and sees the tiny gaps in the transitions between the Golden Tiger's skills to launch a counterattack. Despite its powerful attack, the Golden Tiger seemed to be hitting cotton, constantly being worn down and suffering increasing injuries. In the first match, I was unlucky. I didn't expect the opponent to send out Lu Feng. I was completely countered. Mu Feng's style was similar to Lu Feng's, so he naturally knew how troublesome flying-type pets were. In just 3 minutes, Lai Jinhu's movements became sluggish. Lu Feng pressed his advantage, and the void behind him rippled again, clearly indicating that he was preparing to activate his second pet beast. A loud cry rang out, revealing the second flying pet. It seems Lu Feng is eager to subdue the Golden Tiger and has summoned a second pet, the Swift Lightning Eagle. Its speed surpasses even the wind-chasing falcon. It looks like Chen Mu is in danger. A yellow flash of light flew through the air. It was a small eagle-shaped pet beast, but its entire body was enveloped in dense lightning, making crackling sounds. A glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Lightning Eagle, Thunder Slash. Wind-chasing falcon, wind blade combo. Lu Feng's goal was simple. Since you don't want to reveal your strength first, then I'll just kill you instantly. 2 orders were issued in quick succession, and the attack came swiftly. The Golden Tiger was in grave danger. Damn it, they're not playing by the rules. Chenmu cursed. Ironwood Guardian, transform. By the time Chenmu realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only transform immediately. A cyan light shone brightly, illuminating the sky, and a colossal phantom nearly 4 meters tall appeared, then merged with Chenmu. It's here. It's here. Chenmu has summoned his natal pet and quickly transformed. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Ironwood Guardian. Don't let the name fool you. Its defensive capabilities are top-notch, and it's a rare wood-type pet that's immune to fire. Not afraid of fire? Really? Yeah. And there are even wood-type pets that aren't afraid of fire? The audience members discussed among themselves, curiously watching the enormous object on the field. The Ironwood Guardian is like a giant beast made of plants, with hands and feet, standing on all 4s in the posture of a gorilla. The 2 aerial attacks also struck the Ironwood Guardian, but not a single branch was broken. He remained completely unharmed. Oh, that's interesting, but unfortunately, You've made the wrong bet. I don't have any fire-type pets. Lu Feng knew that if the Ironwood Guardian wasn't afraid of fire, then his opponent would naturally have one less pet. Griffin, come out. Lu Feng leaped high into the air and shouted. Roar! A golden figure flew out from the ground, summoning a ray, steadily supporting Lu Feng, and then flew into the air. With an eagle's head, a lion's body, and wings that blotted out the sky, it finally made its appearance before the audience. Lu Feng held a rein in his left hand, which was connected to Griffin's neck. His entire body was covered in golden armor, revealing only a fierce look in his eyes. A golden energy spear appeared in his right hand, which was extremely eye-catching. Griffin, it's here. It turns out that Lu Feng's natal pet is a griffin. It's a gold-type pet with strong lion-like limbs and sharp eagle claws. It also has flight attributes and can attack from a distance or fight in close combat. It's extremely fierce. The male commentator was full of emotion, slamming his hand on the table. Calm down. I think Lu Feng's transformation form is more noteworthy. It's a rare knight form. Our Holy Dragon Dynasty once had an invincible Griffin Knight Legion, which was extremely powerful. Not only can it establish a mental connection with all its pets and command them at will, but it can also use the Griffin's metal energy, the female commentator added. Principal Yi nodded slightly, agreeing with what the two had said. Lu Feng rode his Griffin high above, with the Wind Chaser Falcon and the Swift Lightning Eagle by his side, the three pets forming a triangle. It seems Chen Mu is in danger. Lu Feng's three pets are all flying type, so he has no chance against them and can only take the beating. The male commentator said with regret. With a thought, Lu Feng summoned his three pet beasts, who then moved simultaneously. Flying Dagger, Thunderbolt Slash, Wind Blade Combo. The Wind Chaser Falcon and the Lightning Eagle flew out from both sides and unleashed their skills to attack Chen Mu. As for Lu Feng himself, he pulled on the reins, golden light emanating from his hand, and swooped down from the air, heading straight for Chen Mu's face. An impregnable fortress. Chen Mu roared, and the branches all over his body began to writhe. His left and right hands each formed a wooden shield to block attacks from the left and right sides, while a thick wooden helmet formed on his face. Hiss! This attack was even more ferocious. The Wind Chaser Falcon and the Swift Lightning Eagle attacked without regard for cost, with lightning and thunder and wind blades flying all at once. In just a few rounds, the wooden shield was smashed to pieces. Roar! Ironwood Frenzy! Chen Mu roared, switching from defense to offense, raising his arms high, and countless vines extending from his arms to try to wrap around Lu Feng's body. Oh dear, Chen Mu is completely outmatched. Wood-type Pokemon have a hard time outspeeding flying-type Pokemon, and even the most basic skills are hard to land. The commentator shook his head repeatedly, making his assessment of the duel between the two. Lu Feng continued to attack, but not fatally, seemingly waiting for Chen Mu's next move. What is Chen Mu doing? Why isn't he summoning all his pets to attack? Oh dear, you're so dense. Didn't you see Lu Feng only has flying pets? What good would it do you even if you summon them? That's true, but it looks so frustrating. As the person involved, Chen Mu was under immense pressure. This was a complete dead end for him, and he was utterly helpless. The attacks of the rending Golden Tiger posed no threat, and although the Ironwood Guard could withstand the attacks, they still couldn't break the deadlock. Lu Feng turned around and looked at the second prince on the preparation stand, seemingly having made up his mind. Chen Mu raised his spear and swung it. His two pet beasts seemed to receive some command, changing their attack strategy and circling around Chen Mu, while also launching attacks. Chen Mu vaguely sensed something was wrong. The opponent might be about to unleash a powerful attack, but he didn't know what would happen, so he could only raise his wooden shield to defend himself. Griffin's Claw. Lu Feng clung tightly to the Griffin, swooping down with his four sharp claws gleaming golden as he charged forward like a meteor. Here it comes, Griffin's Claw. This is one of the Griffin Rider's strongest skills. It combines his own strength with the metal element, plus the inertia of high-altitude pursuit, to achieve a perfect state of unity. It seems he's about to break through the Ironwood Guardian's defenses. The male commentator stood up again and explained to the audience. No, the female commentator suddenly shouted, pointing at the field. His target isn't the Ironwood Guard, but before the commentator could finish speaking, the griffin had already fallen to the ground, and a mournful roar rang out, which was enough to prove how serious its injuries were. The golden tiger. The narrator's voice slowly drifted over. The audience was stunned. They had thought it was a clash between spear and shield, but Lu Feng changed direction and launched a surprise attack, directly hitting the golden tiger. It pierced through the outer armor of the rending gold tiger in an instant, penetrating its flesh, internal organs, and bones, leaving only the rending gold tiger's mournful cry. Golden tiger, Shenmue shouted. As its master, he could feel the golden tiger's life force draining away. If it wasn't treated soon, it would definitely die. Damn it, I never expected this. I never expected this. So Lu Feng's target was the golden tiger. What a brilliant feint. It seems the golden tiger's injuries are extremely serious. If it doesn't receive timely treatment, it will definitely suffer long-term consequences. The commentator exclaimed in admiration. Damn it, they went all out to eliminate Shenmue. Now, Li Jinhu won't have a chance to participate in this martial arts competition. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Perhaps this will completely change the nature of this martial arts exercise. In order to eliminate and weaken their opponents, they are all going all out, and the upcoming matches are likely to see pets die. I surrender. Yi Wuwei stood up, his small frame rising, and raised his right hand to signal to the referee. The referee intervened immediately, declaring Lu Feng the winner and instantly sending Li Jinhu to the medical area. The medical teams for such large-scale competitions are absolutely top-notch. They can save everyone except those who die on the field. The second prince wins the first match. Score 1-0. The second prince is in the lead. Second prince. Second prince. Second prince. Shouts and cheers came from the audience. Although Lu Feng's behavior was cruel, it was a competition and within the rules, so he couldn't be blamed. Even the audience cheered and praised him for his tactics and ideas. Shenmue also left the scene dejectedly, his face pale. It was unclear whether it was because the injury of the golden tiger had affected him or because he had exhausted himself. Back in the preparation area, Shenmue said with a wry smile, "Everyone, I'm leaving it to you. I'm so useless. Don't say that. There's nothing we can do about it. Luckily, none of your other pets are hurt, or it would have been really dangerous." Yi Wuwei comforted him. "Wuwei, I'll go check on Li Jinhu's injuries first. You guys keep going. Go quickly." Shenmue left, leaving behind only somber expressions on everyone's faces. "Should we continue fighting?" "Yes." Lu Feng replied without any pressure, as hitting Shenmue did not require much effort. "Please send out your second participant, 10th Prince." The referee signaled to the 10th Prince to send out another participant. "I'll handle it. I'm good at aerial combat," Mu Feng said, getting up on his own initiative. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Yi Wuwei nodded vigorously. "Our second contestant is Mu Feng." "All right. Viewers, I'm sure you didn't get enough of the first match, but the second one will definitely be a treat for you. The 10th Prince has sent Mu Feng, who is not only a student of the Holy Dragon Academy, but also a disciple of the Wind Feather sect. He is especially skilled in aerial combat, so it seems we're in for a top-notch aerial battle. As the commentator spoke, Mu Feng slowly entered the arena, standing in the battle zone, awaiting the referee's instructions. "Lu Feng, is it? You just wait. I'm ready anytime, but I'm afraid you're all talk and no action." Lu Feng smiled slightly. The match begins. The referee left the field. "Phew, great. With Mu Feng making his move, we should be able to win." In the stands, Yi Jiwei watched the first match with bated breath and only breathed a slight sigh of relief when Mu Feng appeared. "Is this person very strong? I remember he was ranked quite low," the wealthy woman asked, glancing at her daughter with a puzzled look. "Mu Feng is still very strong. I believe in him." Wind Feather Sect, Holy Dragon Academy. Interesting. The battle had already begun while they were talking. Without any probing, both sides went all out, because they were both very clear about their opponent's situation. They were evenly matched. If you hold back, you will miss the opportunity. Griffin, transform. And my children, Wind Chaser Falcon, Lightning Eagle, Giant Winged Rock, come forth. All four pet beasts made their appearance, their peak domain Lord-level strength filling the arena, forming a battle formation in the air with three of them surrounding one. White Peacock, Sky Chariot, Fierce Warrior, emerge. Also, Yura no Jinpu, transform. Mu Feng was enveloped in bursts of purple light, and 4 different pet beasts appeared one after another. The White Peacock was elegant and self-satisfied. The Cloud Sky War Rider was an elf-type pet beast, holding a spear and shield, with its wings flapping behind it, standing in the air, and the Fierce Battle was a peculiar pet beast, neither deer nor horse, with 2 legs on its head and 4 metal hooves. Instead of wings, there was a fountain of energy that kept gushing out. Mu Feng stood atop the White Peacock, holding a massive longbow that was a full 1.6 meters tall. The bow's limbs were adorned with dragon patterns and purple feathers, and a small hole in the center to increase the power of the arrows. Wow, both sides are going all out from the start, showing no mercy. All 8 of their pets are flying type, and this could very well be the only aerial battle in the entire competition. Lu Feng and Mu Feng looked at each other, both igniting a fierce fighting spirit. The battle was about to break out. Attack! Lu Feng shouted, and his 4 pet beasts attacked simultaneously, beginning their planned harassment. We've been waiting for you. Fierce Warrior, Cloud Chariot Rider, protect the White Peacock. Roar! Chirp! Divine Eye open. Mu Feng's eyes shone brightly, his pupils swaying rapidly, and everyone in his eyes seemed to be in slow motion. Wind Silver Arrow break. Mu Feng raised the bow with his left hand and loosely gripped it with his right. A surge of cyan energy appeared and slowly rested on the bow, aiming at the slowest of the enemy's beasts, the wind-chasing falcons. Get out of the way, Lu Feng shouted. Call out. With a whooshing sound, a purple arrow sliced through the air, making a loud bang, and with its purple feathers falling, the arrow struck the right wing of the wind-chaser falcon. What? Lu Feng was shocked. The wind-chaser falcon was extremely fast, but the opponent was even faster, and it seemed to have a predictive quality as the arrow landed at the wind-chaser falcon's landing point in advance. Oh dear, you missed. Your luck won't be so good next time. Mu Feng smiled slightly, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, causing thousands of girls to scream. Wind-chaser falcon, come back. Lu Feng recalled the wind-chaser falcon. Wow, what did I just see? Mu Feng's arrow was at the level of a master archer, fast, ruthless, and accurate, and it even had a predictive quality, wounding the rapidly moving wind-chaser falcon. The male commentator was still full of enthusiasm. The female commentator slowly added, Lu Feng was also very clever, and he withdrew the wind-chaser falcon in time. Otherwise, his injuries would have affected his subsequent actions, and he might have been continuously pursued by Mu Feng. Above the arena, 6 flying beasts stirred up the wind and clouds, with the explosions of colliding energy and the sharp whistles of wings tearing through the air constantly ringing out. Mu Feng stood on the back of the White Peacock, his divine eyes wide open, the clear light flowing in his pupils, taking in every bit of energy flow, every muscle contraction, and even the rhythm of every breath of Lu Feng's 3 pet beasts. The enormous dragon-patterned longbow in his hand seemed to be an extension of his body. Each time he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, it was as smooth as breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver arrows shot out in a triangular formation, precisely blocking the path of the Griffin's charge dive, forcing Lu Feng to forcibly change direction and halting his attack. Meanwhile, the Cloud Chariot, wielding an energy spear and a light shield, stood like a heavily armored knight in the air, firmly resisting the swift lightning eagle's violent lightning strikes. The Fierce Warrior, meanwhile, roamed the outer perimeter of the battlefield, its surging energy hooves providing not only powerful mobility, but also occasional bursts of scorching beams of light, harassing the giant-winged goldenrok's attempts to flank it. Damn it! How can his prediction be so accurate? Lu Feng's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt as if he were fighting against an opponent with an all-seeing eye, whose every intention was anticipated. His famous flight tactics and high-speed maneuverability were greatly diminished in front of Mu Feng's seemingly all-seeing eyes. After several battles, both of them sustained injuries of varying degrees. Lu Feng's pets were mostly wounded by arrows, and blood dripped onto the ground. Mu Feng, on the other hand, felt dizzy and had a splitting headache. Keeping the divine eye open for a long time would naturally consume a huge amount of mental energy. It was just a matter of who would lose patience first. This can't go on. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Griffin blood charge. Roar. The griffin let out a roar filled with pain and rage. Its golden fur stood on end, and its subcutaneous veins bulged as if molten lava were flowing through it. Its body visibly swelled, and the flapping of its wings created scorching air currents. Its aura surged instantly, breaking through a critical point and temporarily touching the threshold of the Overlord level. Lu Feng actually managed to awaken the ancient bloodline of the Griffin. As far as I know, this is a natural power, and this is a desperate fighting style. Although it can grant power beyond one's own in a short period of time, it puts a huge burden on the pet and may even damage its foundation, the commentator exclaimed. Whoa! The audience was shocked, never expecting Lu Feng to have such a trick up his sleeve. The blood-burning Griffin's speed and power surged, transforming into a golden meteor that crashed headlong into Mu Feng. The swift lightning eagle and the giant winged golden rock also launched a suicidal attack at the same time, completely ignoring the interception of the Cloud Sky War Riders and the fierce battle, with their target being Mu Feng himself. 1-for-1. Not so easy. Mu Feng's eyes flashed with a clear light, and he suddenly raised his longbow to the sky. White peacock, 1,000 feathers of flowing light. Sky chariots, hold the fortress. Intense battle. Rushing to the rescue. Mu Feng issued a series of commands, then gathered his strength, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. The white peacock gracefully spread its tail feathers, and countless white feathers containing sharp power poured down like a torrential rain, covering a large area of the air and interfering with the vision and impact of the three attacking pets. The cloud chariot thrust its light shield into the void, instantly unleashing a massive diamond-shaped light barrier that clashed head-on with the Griffin's blood-burning charge. Boom! The light barrier trembled violently, cracks appeared, and the Cloud Sky Warhorse groaned and retreated rapidly, but ultimately managed to block this desperate attack. However, Lu Feng's attack was far from over. With its 4 hooves shattering the space, it instantly appeared to Mu Feng's side, using its body to block several wind blades and lightning bolts that came from tricky angles. However, the Griffin in its blood-burning state was too ferocious. After smashing through the light barrier, its momentum did not diminish. Its claws gleamed with a cold light that seemed to tear through space as it continued to grab at Mu Feng. Now, Mu Feng was not surprised but delighted. He was waiting for the moment when the opponent's power reached its peak, but his agility was also slightly reduced. He did not dodge, but instead poured all his energy and spirit, along with the wind power connected to his 4 pet beasts, into the longbow in his hand. The dragon pattern on the bow arms suddenly lit up, and the purple feathers moved without wind, emitting a melodious chirping sound. The bowstring drew back on its own, and an arrow composed entirely of wind attribute and spiritual power, refined to the extreme, slowly took shape. At the core of the arrow, a point of dark golden light flickered faintly, and then the phantom of a dragon's head condensed on the arrow. This is Mu Feng's trump card. Night Feather Silver Wine contains the bloodline of a pterosaur. Pterosaurs are ancient true dragons, and this is a trace of true dragon blood that has never been used easily. Divine Eye Soul Lock. Mu Feng roared, blood streaming from his eyes and flowing down his face. With arrows of the wind, bearing the wrath of the dragon, Mu Feng's silver hair danced wildly, the clear light in his pupils almost overflowing his eyes. He locked his gaze on the charging Griffin and Lu Feng, whose breathing was slightly disordered due to the explosive force on its back. Dragon-slaying arrow, piercing the void. He loosened the invisible string. There was no earth-shattering sound, only an extremely subtle, dark golden line that seemed to pierce through space itself, flashing by in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The charging griffin suddenly froze, its ferocious momentum rapidly waning like a punctured balloon, its golden pupils filled with confusion and fear. This is the natural suppressive effect of the true dragon on it. Then, before it could react, a thumb-sized, translucent hole appeared in the thick feathers and tough skin on its chest. No blood flowed out, and the edges of the wound were as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been instantly erased by some supreme power. Lu Feng was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His soul connection with the griffin vibrated violently, as if he had been pierced by that arrow at the same time. His knightly armor shattered inch by inch, his aura weakened to the extreme, and he dispelled his knightly state. The movements of the swift lightning eagle and the giant winged roc also froze, as if they had lost their core commands. My God, unbelievable! Mu Feng's arrow was earth-shattering. It pierced through Lu Feng in an instant, and the situation changed dramatically. This arrow carries the blood of a true dragon and is extremely powerful. Lu Feng and the griffin couldn't withstand it, Principal Yi explained. Oh, Principal Yi, it seems that this contestant Mu Feng is no ordinary person. His strength is completely different from the rumors circulating about him. Just use the list as a reference. Everyone has their own trump cards. Mu Feng slowly lowered his longbow, his face as pale as paper. That arrow had almost drained all his mental energy and the power of his resonance with his pet beast, but he still stood upright on the back of the white peacock, his silver hair fluttering in the turbulent air. The referee paused for a moment before quickly flying over to the griffin to check on it. He confirmed that although the griffin was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it had not died on the spot, and Lu Feng had completely lost his fighting ability. The second match, the 10th Prince's camp, Mu Feng wins, the referee announced loudly, his voice trembling with disbelief. Quiet. A deathly silence enveloped the vast arena. Seconds later, a tsunami of gasps, discussions, and screams erupted. He won. Mu Feng won. My God! That arrow! What kind of arrow was that? Even the griffin's blood-burning charge couldn't stop him. Lu Feng is a genuine expert ranked in the top 30 of the Domain Lord ranking. He's ranked outside the top 100 on the popularity chart. Who was blind to compile this list? The 10th Prince has won a game. It's 1-1 now. The audience erupted in cheers, with countless shocked, curious, and enthusiastic gazes focused on the pale-faced, but upright silver-haired youth on the stage. The discussion forums outside the city were instantly flooded with keywords such as Mu Feng, a shocking arrow, divine eye, and true dragon aura, and his ranking and support rates soared at an alarming rate. In the stands of various families and forces, hushed discussions and reassessments arose. In the Su family's stand, Su Jingchen frowned slightly. In the Chui family's stand, several generals wore solemn expressions. In the royal main stand, the emperor's gaze lingered on Mu Feng for a moment, a barely perceptible hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. For the first time, the atmosphere in the second prince's camp's preparation area became tense. This result was unexpected. How is Lu Feng's injury? How is the pet's injury? The second prince stood with his hands behind his back, asking the medical staff beside him. It's not a fatal wound, but it will take time to heal. The arrow pierced through Lu Feng and the griffin's bodies, damaging many tissues. The medical staff wiped their sweat, having completely stabilized Lu Feng's condition. We must cure him. Don't worry, second prince, this is our mission. Bai Yuqing frowned slightly. Zhou Yan's face darkened, and even Zhao Yuanhao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and looked at Lu Feng and the griffin, who were being urgently carried away by the medical team, and then at Mu Feng standing on the arena, his eyes sharp as knives. The 10th Prince's preparation area was filled with jubilation. Yi Wuwei was so excited he almost jumped up. Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi held hands tightly, and Fu Qian waved his fist vigorously. Mu Feng turned around and waved to everyone in the preparation area. Wang Chen clenched his fist and gave a thumbs up. Well done. However, you revealed your hand a little too early. Mu Feng grinned, his eyes shining brightly despite his weakness. There was no other way. That guy was fighting tooth and nail. I had to show some real skill to keep things in check. But it was worth it. This point, in this scene, it's enough. Wang Chen glanced in the direction of the second prince's camp and whispered, in the next match, they will send out people at their peak. Be careful. If things don't look good, just admit defeat. I'm afraid they will go all out. Don't worry. I can tell what's more important. The referee's voice rang out again. The second match is over. The score is tied 1-1. 10th Prince's Camp. Would you like to change your player? Or will Mu Feng choose to continue defending his title? Mu Feng nodded. Although he was no longer at his peak, he could at least find out the opponent's pets and tactics. Yi Wei took a deep breath. Continue. The gloom of the crushing defeat in the first battle was largely dispelled by Mu Feng's earth-shattering arrow, but the real test has only just begun. Across the arena, the second prince, Yi Xiaoming, remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by his defeat. He nodded gently to Chun Mo beside him. Chun Mo understood and slowly walked out of the preparation area. Chun Mo, true to his name, had little presence. If he stood still, no one would pay attention to him. He was just an ordinary person. The second prince's side has sent Chun Mo, and Chun Mo's ranking seems to be a few places higher than Lu Feng's. I wonder if Mu Feng still has any strength left. I think Mu Feng is mainly testing the waters. If he can shoot that arrow again, he will have a chance to win, but the hope is slim. The two commentators took turns offering their assessments of the match. The match begins. With the referee's whistle, the third match officially began. Water Spirit, come out. Chun Mo whispered, and a splash of light blue appeared, a humanoid light blue spirit as tall as a person. Oh, it's a rare water spirit. Every element has its own celestial spirit, a darling of heaven and earth, whose cultivation speed is extremely fast. How far they can grow depends entirely on their master's nurturing. I can't wait to see how Chun Mo's water spirit performs. Mu Feng, you are very strong, but unfortunately, you have already used up too much energy. It's even difficult for you to maintain your transformed state now. Chun Mo said, looking up at the sky. So what? If you underestimate me because of this, then you're going to lose. I'll give you another arrow, no problem. Mu Feng had already wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes and had recovered some of his mental strength during the change of personnel. Fine, I'll let you give up then. Night-eyed Wind Demon, Thunderclap, come out. Chun Mo continued summoning 3 pet beasts in a row, each with completely different attributes. It seemed he was preparing to eliminate Mu Feng instantly. Wow, Chun Mo isn't arrogant at all. He summoned 3 pets, and their attributes are extremely compatible. I wonder what kind of exciting combo skill they'll unleash, the commentator exclaimed. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, come forth. The 3 pets activated their skills simultaneously, instantly creating a gale and causing dark clouds to descend, covering the entire arena. Fortunately, there was an energy net above the arena that could isolate all energy within it. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It's raining. Mu Feng looked up and saw that his head was covered by a dark cloud, and large raindrops were falling on his cheeks. The rain is coming. Splash. Chun Mo stood still, like a creator, issuing commands one after another, and the climate changed according to his commands. Wow, it's a rare, wide-range combination attack. A combination of wind, lightning, and water elemental beasts unleashing a massive rainstorm attack. This will definitely have a serious impact on a flying-type beast tamer like Mu Feng. Mu Feng's expression was not good, and he hesitated to launch an attack. His silver hair was already wet, and most importantly, the rain was strange. It was poisonous. My rain has many negative effects. Getting wet will only make you weaker and eventually render you unable to move. If you try to attack me, you will only die faster. In the entire arena, there was only one open space, which was where Chun Mo stood. Every word and every sentence reached Mu Feng's ears. Of course, the message also reached the ears of the narrators, who then relayed it to all the audience members. This is incredible. I never knew that the water spirit's water-based attacks were so powerful. If this ability were on a real battlefield, it would be even more terrifying. Wow, a combination attack. This is the first time I've ever seen one. I never imagined that different pets could create such a chemical reaction. I thought they were all ganging up on each other. That's because you're ignorant. Top experts pay a lot of attention to the coordination between their pets. The higher the level, the more pets they have. If you don't have a strategy, your entire army might be wiped out with just one skill from your opponent. Okay, I only have 3 pets in total. I was just ignorant. All the preparation areas, as well as the stands and the royal grandstand, were abuzz with discussion. This Chun Mo was definitely beyond their expectations, and this move would be crucial if they entered the secret realm. Sigh. Now that Chu Haoyu has made this move, everyone else will be on guard, Zhou Yin sighed. It's irrelevant. How can we hide our martial arts training? Otherwise, how can we defeat others? The secret realm values practical combat and teamwork more. The second prince glanced at Yangcheng, who was the true master of water-based techniques. Teaming up with Chu Haoyu is the true secret realm killing move. The atmosphere in the 10th prince's preparation area instantly became tense. Mu Feng's defeat was only a matter of time. The most crucial thing was the next contestant to take the stage. Li Yin, you're up next, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Li Yin stood up without refusing. He was already weaker than them, and the remaining members of the opposing camp were all more powerful than the last. Chu Haoyu was already ranked low. Li Yin, although it may sound harsh, I don't want to lie to you. Your purpose in going up there is to wear him down. Such widespread and continuous rainfall cannot be sustained for long. Okay, I will do my best. Defense is my specialty. Li Yin nodded vigorously. I give up. Mu Feng sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but all his pets had lost their greatest advantage, flight, and even their wind-type skills were affected. If we continue to delay, who knows what unexpected moves the opponent might make. If we really damage our core, that would be disastrous. The second prince's camp has won. The current score is 2-1, and they are temporarily in the lead. The referee raised his hand to signal both sides to leave the field. There were no casualties in this battle. The audience had expected this, so there was nothing surprising about it. No one underestimated Mu Feng because of this. He had already proven himself. I'm going, Li Yin said solemnly, stepping forward into the arena. Phew. It was the first time Li Yin had fought in an arena with so many people, and he realized how much pressure he had to endure. Chu Haoyu naturally chose to continue fighting. He would not leave the field unless someone could break his combo attack. The match begins. The fourth match has officially begun. Just 3 seconds into the battle, it became one-sided, just like the previous one. Chu Haoyu's pet immediately unleashed a combo attack, combining wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, forcing Li Yin to summon his own pet to defend. Rock Armor Beast. Use impeccable defense. The Rock Armor Beast resembled a pangolin, except its entire body was covered in earthen yellow armor. It was so impeccable that all of its armor was combined together, which also concealed Li Yin. It seems Li Yin is using delaying tactics, trying to wear down Chu Haoyu's energy. I wonder how long he can hold out. It's no use, Water Sprite. Use the high-pressure water cannon. Woo! The water sprite cried out loudly. Then it circled in the air, pointed its finger, and a dozen water cannons as thick as buckets descended from the sky and bombarded the rock-armored beast. Li Yin's expression was grave. He could feel the rain constantly eroding the rock-armored beast's defenses, and now he had to face water cannon attacks. But why not summon other pets? Because whether it's 1 pet or 4 pets, the injuries they suffer in the rain are the same, and Li Yin's goal is to take turns summoning pets to wear down the opponent. But Chu Haoyu seemed to know this too, so he didn't give him a chance at all. In the end, a high-pressure water cannon fell, and the Rock Armor Beast's armor was already quite broken. Rock Armor Beast, transform. Rock Armor Shield. Li Yin knew he couldn't continue like this. With a shout, the enormous rock-armored beast transformed into a shield taller than a man, blocking Li Yin's path. Runic Boulder, come out, Li Yin shouted. Come on, I'm not afraid of you at all. Another enormous Earth-type pet stood tall in the arena. It's no use no matter how many come. Combo attack, Water Tornado, sweep them down. At Chu Haoyu's command, the water sprite raised its hands high, and together with the Night Eye Wind Demon, a huge water tornado quickly formed, rushing towards Li Yin with an unstoppable momentum. Use the rock wall. Roar. The runic boulder let out a low roar, and with a shake of its arms, a 10-meter-high wall rose out of thin air and collided with the water spout. Water Spirit. Use corrosive rainwater. Ugh. The water sprite was extremely elegant. Each time it touched the ground with its tiny hand, the rain in the air would suddenly turn green and rise into blue smoke. The massive rock wall began to erode, and the 10-meter-high wall began to dissolve at an extremely rapid pace, eventually being broken down by the waterspout. Block it for me. Li Yin raised his shield forward to withstand the waterspout. Fortunately, the giant rock wall had weakened the waterspout's power earlier. Huff, 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 Li Yin panted heavily. This rain was too strange. His physical strength was being consumed very quickly. Moreover, the lightning power gathered on the ground was affecting his movements. Every step he took required several times more physical strength than usual. Wow, Li Yin blocked it. That's incredible. But Li Yin doesn't seem to be in good shape. Chen Mo's face is also a little pale. It seems like this is a battle of wills. The male commentator's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the true state of the two players. Principal Yi nodded slightly. Chen Mo's combination skills are very troublesome. The wind and thunder attributes, combined with the water element of the water sprite, form a perfect combination. The opponent is restricted in every way. Time will be Li Yan's death warrant. It's time to end this. Heavenly River Water. Chen Mo pressed his advantage, his face turning even paler, as this move had almost drained him of all his energy. However, the effect was also extremely amazing. A white light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then stretched horizontally to form a white line that separated heaven and earth. If you look closely, it's a line of lightning. Then, like a waterfall, the water cascaded down, forming a spectacular curve in the air before pouring over Li Yan's head. What is this? Li Yan was dumbfounded. This was beyond the level of a domain lord. Sand Fortress. Li Yan roared. He didn't summon any other pets, as it wouldn't be of any use. They had no defensive skills and could only use their strongest defensive abilities. Boom! With a deafening roar, the celestial water, imbued with the power of thunder and gale, crashed against the rock armor fortress, constantly assaulting people's eyes and minds. Who won? I don't know. I don't care anymore. Is this a combo attack? It's amazing. Those in high positions of power in the stands all nodded in approval. This young man had reached the pinnacle of beast taming, and his combination techniques were absolutely perfect. Dust billowed, obscuring vision, and only the sound of someone falling to the ground could be heard. Li Yin and his pet were blasted out of the dust and fell to the edge of the arena, spitting blood and unable to get up. The referee swiftly moved, lightly checking Li Yan's condition. Li Yan is unconscious. Chen Mo wins. The second prince's camp wins. Current score, 3-1. Li Yan was seriously injured and had to leave the field. He was quickly carried away. After examination, it was found that his bones and internal organs had suffered certain injuries, and he would not be able to fight personally for a while. The audience members in the stands also sighed in dismay, not expecting that Li Yin couldn't withstand Chen Mo's attacks at all. Too weak. They're not even in the same league. He was getting beaten up the whole time. It wasn't entertaining at all. Li Yin didn't even touch Chen Mo. Yi Wuwei sighed. He had already anticipated this scenario. The opponent has also exhausted their energy and will probably have to leave the field soon. Mu Feng comforted them. Wang Chen stood at the edge of the preparation zone, watching Li Yin being hastily carried away. Seeing his pained expression and the hideous wounds on his body, Wang Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Lu Feng and Chen Mo, whom the opposing team sent, should be about to leave the field, but the remaining 5 are all ruthless, so our side is in danger. This is not a friendly competition within an academy, nor is it a match that ends with a brief exchange. This is the real battlefield, a brutal struggle involving power shifts and future destinies. The opponent's aim is not only to win, but also to damage the already fragile morale of the 10th Prince's camp, and may even be ruthless enough to leave the 10th Prince's side without anyone to use in subsequent battles. Chen Mo, shall we continue? The referee asked. Change players. Both sides, please send your representatives for the 4th match. Oh, although Li Yin has been eliminated, Chen Mo has also been worn down and forced to leave the stage. However, there is still a difference in the number of players on both sides. The second prince's side has 5 players left and only needs to win 2 more matches to win. The 10th prince's side is in danger with only 4 players left. If they want to win, they must win 4 matches, which is really too difficult. After hearing the commentator's summary, everyone had really lost all hope for the 10th prince's side. Yi Zhuwei was so anxious in the stands that she kept stamping her feet, worried about the remaining team members. Sigh. Wu Wei and Wang Chen must be under a lot of pressure. The lady gently patted her daughter's hand, her expression remaining calm, but a hint of worry flickered deep in her eyes. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. "We are sending Zhou Yan," the second prince signaled to the referee. Yi Wuwei looked at Wang Chen with pleading eyes. "Brother Wang Chen, who should we send? The margin for error is already very small. If they lose another match, they will have to send out Wang Chen as their trump card, but then Wang Chen will be facing 5 people alone." "I'll go." An unexpected voice rang out. It was none other than Lu Yi, who had stood up. "You," Sun Mingqi said worriedly, holding her hand. "Trust me, I can do it." Lu Yi clenched her fist, her eyes resolute. Wang Chen glanced at her, then nodded. "Don't force yourself." Lu Yi raised her hand, stepped forward, and turned her back to the crowd. "Back when we entered the academy, we took the exams together. As a result, you and Su Jinyan both participated in the college Beast Tamer competition and surpassed our peers. Mu Feng also proved himself just now. Now it's my turn. Go for it, Yi." Sun Mingqi was a little moved. Only she knew how hard Lu Yi worked to repair the chain, so she cheered her on loudly. "Wow. The 10th prince has sent Lu Yi, the first female contestant in the martial arts competition. She's full of heroic spirit and fighting spirit. Let's look forward to her performance." Lu Yi, dressed in a dark green outfit, her high ponytail swaying with her steps, her pretty face revealing a resolute gaze, striding confidently towards the overwhelming crowd and shouts, her heart remained calm, focused only on the opponent before her. On the stage, Lu Yi and Zhou Yan stood facing each other. Zhou Yan was stocky and composed, his eyes as deep and unwavering as the rocks he wielded. He showed no sign of slackening because his opponent was a woman. On the contrary, he was very polite, offering a slight bow. "Please." Lu Yi took a deep breath, returned the greeting with clasped hands, her eyes sharp as unsheathed daggers.